Section 1 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2 by James Cook. A voyage to the Pacific Ocean to determine the position and extent of the west side of North America, its distance from Asia, and the practicability of a northern passage to Europe. Performed under the direction of Captains Cook, Clark, and Gore in His Majesty's ships, the Resolution and Discovery, in the years 1776, 1777, 1778, 1779, and 1780. Volume 2, written by Captain Cook. Being Volume 6 of the 3 voyages of Captain James Cook round the world, complete in 7 volumes, with map and other plates. London, printed for Lungman, Hurst, Rees, Orme and Brown, Paternoster Row, 1821. Book 3, Transactions at Otaheite and the Society Islands, and Prosecution of the Voyage to the Coast of North America. Chapter 1, Part 1. An eclipse of the moon observed. The island Tubuai discovered. Its situation, extent, and appearance. Intercourse with its inhabitants. Their persons, dresses, and canoes described. Arrival at Otaheite Bay at Otaheite. Omai's reception and imprudent conduct. Account of Spanish ships twice visiting the island. Interview with the chief of this district. The Allah or God of Bolabola. A mad prophet. Arrival in Matavai Bay. Having, as before related, footnote, see the conclusion of Chapter 9, Book 2, end footnote, taken our final leave of the Friendly Islands, I now resume my narrative of the voyage. In the evening of the 17th of July at 8 o'clock, the body of Iau bore northeast by north, distant 3 or 4 leagues. The wind was now at east and blew a fresh gale. With it I stood to the south till half an hour past 6 o'clock the next morning, when a sudden squall from the same direction took our ship aback, and before the ships could be trimmed, on the other tack, the mainsail and the topgallant sails were much torn. The wind kept between the southwest and southeast on the 19th and 20th. Afterward it veered to the east, northeast, and north. The night between the 20th and 21st, an eclipse of the moon was observed as follows, being then in the latitude of 22 degrees 57½ minutes south. Apparent time AM. Beginning by Mr. King at 0 hours 32 minutes 50 seconds. By Mr. Bligh at 0 hours 33 minutes 25 seconds. Myself at 0 hours 33 minutes 35 seconds. Mean longitude 186 degrees 57½ minutes. End by Mr. King at 1 hour 44 minutes 56 seconds. By Mr. Bligh at 1 hour 44 minutes 6 seconds. By myself at 1 hour 44 minutes 56 seconds. Mean longitude 186 degrees 28.5". By timekeeper 186 degrees 58.5". The latitude and longitude are those of the ship at 8 hours 56 minutes AM, being the time when the sun's altitude was taken for finding the apparent time. At the beginning of the eclipse, the moon was in the zenith, so that it was found most convenient to make use of the sextants and to make the observations by the reflected image, which was brought down to a convenient altitude. The same was done at the end, except by Mr. King, who observed with a night telescope. Although the greatest difference between our several observations is more than 50 seconds, it nevertheless appeared to me that two observers might differ more than double that time in both the beginning and end. And though the times are noted to seconds, no such accuracy was pretended to. The odd seconds set down above arose by reducing the time, as given by the watch, to apparent time. I continued to stretch to the east-southeast, with the wind at northeast and north, without meeting with anything worthy of note, till 7 o'clock in the evening of the 29th. When we had a sudden and very heavy squall of wind from the north. At this time we were under single reefed topsails, courses, and staysails. Two of the latter were blown to pieces, and it was with difficulty that we saved the other sails. After this squall, we observed several lights moving about on board the Discovery, by which we concluded that something had given way, and the next morning we saw that her main topmast had been lost. Both wind and weather continued very unsettled till noon this day, when the latter cleared up and the former settled in the northwest quarter. At this time we were in the latitude of 28 degrees 6 minutes south, and our longitude was 198 degrees 23 minutes east. Here we saw some pintado birds, being the first since we left the land. On the 31st at noon, Captain Clark made a signal to speak with me. By the return of the boat which I sent on board his ship, he informed me that the head of the mainmast had been discovered to be sprung in such a manner as to render the rigging of another topmast very dangerous, and that, therefore, he must rig something lighter in its place. He also informed me that he had lost his main top-gallant yard, and that he neither had another nor a spar to make one on board. The Resolution's spritsail topsail yard, which I sent him, supplied this want. The next day we got up a jury topmast, on which he set a mizzen topsail, and this enabled him to keep way with the Resolution. The wind was fixed in the western board, that is, from the north round by the west to south, and I steered east and northeast, without meeting with anything remarkable, till 11 o'clock in the morning of the 8th of August, when the land was seen bearing north-northeast, 9 or 10 leagues distant. At first it appeared in detached hills, like so many separate islands, but as we drew nearer, we found that they were all connected and belonged to one and the same island. I steered directly for it, with a fine gale at south-east by south, and at 6:30 in the afternoon it extended from north by east to north-northeast 3/4 east, distant 3 or 4 leagues. The night was spent standing off and on, and at daybreak the next morning I steered for the northwest or lee side of the island, and as we stood round its south or southwest part, We saw it everywhere guarded by a reef of coral rock, extending in some places a full mile from the land, and a high surf breaking upon it. Some thought that they saw land to the southward of this island, but as that was to the windward, it was left undetermined. As we drew near, we saw people on several parts of the coast walking or running along shore, and in a little time, after we had reached the lee side of the island, we saw them launch 2 canoes, into which above a dozen men got, and paddle towards us. I now shortened sail, as well to give these canoes time to come up with us, as to sound for anchorage. At the distance of about half a mile from the reef, we found from 40 to 35 fathoms water over a bottom of fine sand. Nearer in, the bottom was strewed with coral rocks. The canoes having advanced to about the distance of a pistol shot from the ship, there stopped. Omai was employed, as he usually had been on such occasions, to use all his eloquence to prevail upon the men in them to come nearer, but no entreaties could induce them to trust themselves within our reach. They kept eagerly pointing to the shore with their paddles, and calling for us to go thither, and several of their countrymen, who stood upon the beach, held up something white, which we considered also as an invitation to land. We could very well have done this, as there was good anchorage without the reef, and a break or opening in it, from whence the canoes had come out, which had no surf upon it, and where, if there was not water for the ships, there was more than sufficient for the boats. But I did not think proper to risk losing the advantage of a fair wind for the sake of examining an island that appeared to be of little consequence. We stood in no need of refreshments, if I had been sure of meeting with them there, and having already been so unexpectedly delayed in my progress to the Society Islands, I was desirous of avoiding every possibility of farther retardment. For this reason, after making several unsuccessful attempts to induce these people to come alongside, I made sail to the north and left them, but not without getting from them, during their vicinity to our ship, the name of their island, which they called Tubuai. It is situated in the latitude of 22 degrees 15 minutes south, and in 210 degrees 37 minutes east longitude. Its greatest extent in any direction, exclusive of the reef, is not above 5 or 6 miles. On the northwest side, the reef appears in detached pieces, between which the sea seems to break in upon the shore. Small as the island is, there are hills in it of a considerable elevation. At the foot of the hills is a narrow border of flat land, running quite round it, edged with a white sand beach. The hills are covered with grass or some other herbage, except a few steep rocky cliffs at one part, with patches of trees interspersed to their summits. But the plantations are more numerous in some of the valleys, and the flat border is quite covered with high strung trees, whose different kinds we could not discern, except some coconut palms and a few of the Itoa. According to the information of the men in the canoes, their island is stocked with hogs and fowls, and produces the several fruits and roots that are found at the other islands in this part of the Pacific Ocean. We had an opportunity, from the conversation we had with those who came off to us, of satisfying ourselves that the inhabitants of Tubuai speak the Otaheite language, a circumstance that indubitably proves them to be of the same nation. Those of them whom we saw in the canoes were a stout copper-coloured people, with straight black hair, which some of them wore tied in a bunch on the crown of the head, and others flowing about the shoulders. Their faces were somewhat round and full, but the features upon the whole rather flat, and their countenances seemed to express some degree of natural ferocity. They had no covering but a piece of narrow stuff wrapped about the waist, and made to pass between the thighs to cover the adjoining parts. But some of those whom we saw upon the beach, where about 100 persons had assembled, were entirely clothed with a kind of white garment. We could observe that some of our visitors in the canoes wore pearl shells hung about the neck as an ornament. One of them kept blowing a large conch shell, to which a reed near 2 feet long was fixed, at first with a continued tone of the same kind, but he afterward converted it into a kind of musical instrument, perpetually repeating 2 or 3 notes with the same strength. What the blowing the conch portended I cannot say, but I never found it the messenger of peace. Their canoes appeared to be about 30 feet long and 2 feet above the surface of the water as they floated. The forepart projected a little and had a notch cut across, as if intended to represent the mouth of some animal. The after part rose with a gentle curve to the height of 2 or 3 feet, turning gradually smaller, and, as well as the upper part of the sides, was carved all over. The rest of the sides, which were perpendicular, were curiously encrusted with flat white shells, disposed nearly in concentric semicircles, with the curve upward. One of the canoes carried 7 and the other 8 men, and they were managed with small paddles whose blades were nearly round. Each of them had a pretty long outrigger, and they sometimes paddled with the 2 opposite sides together so close that they seemed to be one boat with 2 outriggers, the rowers turning their faces occasionally to the stern and pulling that way without paddling the canoes round. When they saw us determined to leave them, they stood up in their canoes and repeated something very loudly in concert, but we could not tell whether this was meant as a mark of their friendship or enmity. It is certain, however, that they had no weapons with them, nor could we perceive with our glasses that those on shore had any. After leaving this island, from the discovery of which future navigators may possibly derive some advantage, I steered to the north with a fresh gale at east by south, and at daybreak in the morning of the 12th we saw the island of Ulietea. Soon after, Otaheite made its appearance, and at noon it extended from southwest by west to west-northwest, the point of Otaheite Tepeha Bay bearing west, about 4 leagues distant. I steered for this bay, intending to anchor there in order to draw what refreshments I could from the southeast part of the island before I went down to Matavai, from the neighbourhood of which station I expected my principal supply. We had a fresh gale easterly till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when, being about a league from the bay, the wind suddenly died away and was succeeded by baffling light airs from every direction and calms by turns. This lasted about 2 hours. Then we had sudden squalls with rain from the east. These carried us before the bay, where we got a breeze from the land and attempted in vain to work in to gain the anchoring place, so that at last about 9 o'clock we were obliged to stand out and to spend the night at sea. When we first drew near the island, several canoes came off to the ship, each conducted by 2 or 3 men, But as they were common fellows, Omai took no particular notice of them, nor they of him. They did not even seem to perceive that he was one of their countrymen, although they conversed with him for some time. At length, a chief whom I had known before, named Otoo, and Omai's brother-in-law, who chanced to be now at this corner of the island, and 3 or 4 more persons, all of whom knew Omai before he embarked with Captain Furneaux, came on board. Yet there was nothing either tender or striking in their meeting. On the contrary, there seemed to be a perfect indifference on both sides, till Omai, having taken his brother down into the cabin, opened the drawer where he kept his red feathers, and gave him a few. This being presently known amongst the rest of the natives upon deck, the face of affairs was entirely turned, and Otoo, who would hardly speak to Omai before, now begged that they might be Teos, friends, and exchanged names. Omai accepted of the honour and confirmed it with a present of red feathers, and Otoo, by way of return, sent ashore for a hog. But it was evident to every one of us that it was not the man, but his property they were in love with. Had he not shown them his treasure of red feathers, which is the commodity in greatest estimation at the island, I question much whether they would have bestowed even a coconut upon him. Such was Omai's first reception among his countrymen. I own I never expected it would be otherwise, but still I was in hopes that the valuable cargo of presents with which the liberality of his friends in England had loaded him would be the means of raising him into consequence, and of making him respected and even courted by the first persons throughout the extent of the Society Islands. This could not but have happened had he conducted himself with any degree of prudence. But instead of it, I am sorry to say that he paid too little regard to the repeated advice of those who wished him well, and suffered himself to be duped by every designing knave. From the natives who came off to us in the course of this day, we learnt that 2 ships had twice been in Otaheite Bay since my last visit to this island in 1774, and that they had left animals there, such as we had on board. But on farther inquiry, we found they were only hogs, dogs, goats, 1 bull, and the male of some other animal, which, from the imperfect description now given us, we could not find out. They told us that these ships had come from a place called Rima, by which we guessed that Lima, the capital of Peru, was meant, and that these late visitors were Spaniards. We were informed that the first time they came, they built a house and left 4 men behind them, viz., 2 priests, a boy or servant, and a 4th person called Matima, who was much spoken of at this time, carrying away with them, when they sailed, 4 of the natives. That in about 10 months the same 2 ships returned, bringing back 2 of the islanders, the other 2 having died at Lima, and that after a short stay they took away their own people, but that the house which they had built was left standing. The important news of red feathers being on board our ships having been conveyed on shore by Omai's friends, day had no sooner begun to break next morning than we were surrounded by a multitude of canoes crowded with people bringing hogs and fruit to market. At first a quantity of feathers, not greater than what might be got from a tomtit, would purchase a hog of 40 or 50 pounds weight. But as almost everybody in the ships was possessed of some of this precious article in trade, It fell in its value above 500% before night. However, even then, the balance was much in our favour, and red feathers continued to preserve their superiority over every other commodity. Some of the natives would not part with a hog unless they received an axe in exchange, but nails and beads and other trinkets, which, during our former voyages, had so great a run at this island, were now so much despised that few would deign so much as to look at them. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 1, Part 2. An eclipse of the moon observed. The island Tubuai discovered. Its situation, extent, and appearance. Intercourse with its inhabitants. Their persons, dresses, and canoes described. Arrival at Otaheite Bay at Otaheite. Omai's reception and imprudent conduct. Account of Spanish ships twice visiting the island. Interview with the chief of this district. The Allah or God of Bolabola. A mad prophet. Arrival in Matavai Bay. Continued. There being but little wind all the morning, it was 9 o'clock before we could get to an anchor in the bay, where we moored with 2 bowers. Soon after we had anchored, Omai's sister came on board to see him. I was happy to observe that, much to the honour of them both, their meeting was marked with expressions of the tenderest affection, easier to be conceived than to be described. This moving scene having closed, and the ship being properly moored, Omai and I went ashore. My first object was to pay a visit to a man whom my friend represented as a very extraordinary personage indeed, for he said that he was the god of Bolabola. We found him seated under one of those small awnings which they usually carry in their larger canoes. He was an elderly man and lost the use of his limbs, so that he was carried from place to place upon a hand barrow. Some called him Olla or Ora, which is the name of the god of Bolabola, but his own proper name was Etari. From Omai's account of this person, I expected to have seen some religious adoration paid to him, but excepting some plantain trees that lay before him, and upon the awning under which he sat, I could observe nothing by which he might be distinguished from their other chiefs. Omai presented to him a tuft of red feathers tied to the end of a small stick. But after a little conversation on indifferent matters with this Bolabola man, his attention was drawn to an old woman, the sister of his mother. She was already at his feet, and had bedewed them plentifully with tears of joy. I left him with the old lady in the midst of a number of people who had gathered round him, and went to take a view of the house said to be built by the strangers who had lately been here. I found it standing at a small distance from the beach. The wooden materials of which it was composed seemed to have been brought hither ready prepared, to be set up occasionally, for all the planks were numbered. It was divided into 2 small rooms, and in the inner one were a bedstead, a table, a bench, some old hats and other trifles, of which the natives seemed to be very careful, as also of the house itself, which had suffered no hurt from the weather, a shed having been built over it. There were scuttles all around which served as air holes, and perhaps they were also meant to fire from with muskets, if ever this should be found necessary. At a little distance from the front stood a wooden cross, on the transverse part of which was cut the following inscription: Christus vincit, and on the perpendicular part, which confirmed our conjecture that the two ships were Spanish, Carolus Tertius, Imperat 1774. On the other side of the post I preserved the memory of the prior visits of the English by inscribing Georgius Tertius Rex, Annis 1767, 1769, 1773, 1774, and 1777. The natives pointed out to us, near the foot of the cross, the grave of the commodore of the two ships, who had died here while they lay in the bay the first time. His name, as they pronounced it, was Orida. Whatever the intentions of the Spaniards in visiting this island might be, they seem to have taken great pains to ingratiate themselves with the inhabitants, who, upon every occasion, mentioned them with the strongest expressions of esteem and veneration. I met with no chief of any considerable note on this occasion, excepting the extraordinary personage above described. Huaheine, the sovereign of Tiarabou, as this part of the island is called, was now absent, and I afterwards found that he was not the same person, though of the same name with the chief whom I had seen here during my last voyage, but his brother, a boy of about 10 years of age, who had succeeded upon the death of the elder Huaheine about 20 months before our arrival. We also learned that the celebrated Oberea was dead, but that Otoo and all our other friends were living. When I returned from viewing the house and cross erected by the Spaniards, I found Omai holding forth to a large company, and it was with some difficulty that he could be got away to accompany me on board, where I had an important affair to settle. As I knew that Otaheite and the neighbouring islands could furnish us with a plentiful supply of coconuts, the liquor of which is an excellent succedaneum for any artificial beverage, I was desirous of prevailing upon my people to consent to be abridged, during our stay here, of their stated allowance of spirits to mix with water. But as this stoppage of a favourite article, without assigning some reason, might have occasioned a general murmur, I thought it most prudent to assemble the ship's company, and to make known to them the intent of the voyage and the extent of our future operations, to induce them to undertake which with cheerfulness and perseverance. I took note of the rewards offered by Parliament to such of His Majesty's subjects as shall first discover a communication between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans in any direction whatever in the Northern Hemisphere, and also to such as shall first penetrate beyond the 89th degree of northern latitude. I made no doubt, I told them, that I should find them willing to cooperate with me in attempting, as far as might be possible, to become entitled to one or both these rewards, but that, to give us the best chance of succeeding, it would be necessary to observe the utmost economy in the expenditure of our stores and provisions, particularly the latter, as there was no probability of getting a supply anywhere after leaving these islands. I strengthened my argument by reminding them that our voyage must last at least a year longer than had been originally supposed, by our having already lost the opportunity of getting to the north this summer. I begged them to consider the various obstructions and difficulties we might still meet with, and the aggravated hardships they would labour under, if it should be found necessary to put them to short allowance of any species of provisions in a cold climate. For these very substantial reasons I submitted to them whether it would not be better to be prudent in time, and rather than to run the risk of having no spirits left when such a cordial would be most wanted, to consent to be without their grog now, when we had so excellent a liquor as that of coconuts to substitute in its place, but that, after all, I left the determination entirely to their own choice. I had the satisfaction to find that this proposal did not remain a single moment under consideration, being unanimously approved of immediately without any objection. I ordered Captain Clark to make the same proposal to his people, which they also agreed to. Accordingly, we stopped serving grog except on Saturday nights, when the companies of both ships had full allowance of it, that they might drink the healths of their female friends in England, lest these, amongst the pretty girls of Otaheite, should be wholly forgotten. The next day we began some necessary operations, to inspect the provisions that were in the main and forehold, to get the casks of beef and pork and the coals out of the ground tier, and to put some ballast in their place. The caulkers were set to work to caulk the ship, which she stood in great need of, having at times made much water on our passage from the Friendly Islands. I also put on shore the bull, cows, horses, and sheep, and appointed 2 men to look after them while grazing, for I did not intend to leave any of them at this part of the island. During the 2 following days it hardly ever ceased raining. The natives, nevertheless, came to us from every quarter, the news of our arrival having rapidly spread. Huaheine, though at a distance, had been informed of it, and in the afternoon of the 16th, a chief named Etaria, under whose tutorage he was, brought me 2 hogs as a present from him, and acquainted me that he himself would be with us the day after. And so it proved, for I received a message from him the next morning, notifying his arrival and desiring I would go ashore to meet him. Accordingly, Omai and I prepared to pay him a formal visit. On this occasion, Omai, assisted by some of his friends, dressed himself, not after the English fashion, nor that of Otaheite, nor that of Tonga Taboo, nor in the dress of any country upon earth, but in a strange medley of all that he was possessed of. Thus equipped, on our landing we first visited Etari, who, carried on a hand barrow, attended us to a large house, where he was set down, and we seated ourselves on each side of him. I caused a piece of Tonga Taboo cloth to be spread out before us, on which I laid the presents I intended to make. Presently the young chief came, attended by his mother and several principal men, who all seated themselves at the other end of the cloth, facing us. Then a man who sat by me made a speech consisting of short and separate sentences, part of which was dictated by those about him. He was answered by one from the opposite side, near the chief. Etari spoke next, then Omai, and both of them were answered from the same quarter. These orations were entirely about my arrival and connections with them. The person who spoke last told me, amongst other things, that the men of Rima, that is, the Spaniards, had desired them not to suffer me to come into Otaheite Bay if I should return any more to the island, for that it belonged to them, but that they were so far from paying any regard to this request that he was authorized now to make a formal surrender of the province of Tiaraboo to me and of everything in it, which marks very plainly that these people are no strangers to the policy of accommodating themselves to present circumstances. At length the young chief was directed by his attendants to come and embrace me, and by way of confirming this treaty of friendship, we exchanged names. The ceremony being closed, he and his friends accompanied me on board to dinner. Omai had prepared a marrow composed of red and yellow feathers, which he intended for Otoo, the king of the whole island, and, considering where we were, it was a present of very great value. I said all that I could to persuade him not to produce it now, wishing him to keep it on board till an opportunity should offer of presenting it to Otoo with his own hands. But he had too good an opinion of the honesty and fidelity of his countrymen to take my advice. Nothing would serve him but to carry it ashore on this occasion and to give it to Huaheine to be by him forwarded to Otoo, in order to its being added to the royal marrow. He thought by this management that he should oblige both chiefs, whereas he highly disobliged the one, whose favour was of the most consequence to him, without gaining any reward from the other. What I had foreseen happened, for Huaheine kept the marrow for himself, and only sent to Otoo a very small piece of feathers, not the 20th part of what belonged to the magnificent present. On the 19th, this young chief made me a present of 10 or a dozen hogs, a quantity of fruit, and some cloth. In the evening we played off some fireworks, which both astonished and entertained the numerous spectators. This day some of our gentlemen, in their walks, found what they were pleased to call a Roman Catholic chapel. Indeed, from their account, this was not to be doubted, for they described the altar and every other constituent part of such a place of worship. However, as they mentioned at the same time that 2 men who had the care of it would not suffer them to go in, I thought that they might be mistaken, and had the curiosity to pay a visit to it myself. The supposed chapel proved to be a tupapau, in which the remains of the late Waihadua lay, as it were, in state. It was in a pretty large house, which was enclosed with a low palisade. The tupapau was uncommonly neat, and resembled one of those little houses or awnings belonging to their large canoes. Perhaps it had originally been employed for that purpose. It was covered and hung round with cloth and mats of different colours, so as to have a pretty effect. There was one piece of scarlet broadcloth, 4 or 5 yards in length, conspicuous among the other ornaments, which, no doubt, had been a present from the Spaniards. This cloth and a few tassels of feathers, which our gentlemen supposed to be silk, suggested to them the idea of a chapel, for whatever else was wanting to create a resemblance, their imagination supplied, and if they had not previously known that there had been Spaniards lately here, they could not possibly have made the mistake. Small offerings of fruit and roots seemed to be daily made at this shrine, as some pieces were quite fresh. These were deposited upon our wata, or altar, which stood without the palisades, and within these we were not permitted to enter. 2 men constantly attended night and day, not only to watch over the place, but also to dress and undress the 2 papau. For when I first went to survey it, the cloth and its appendages were all rolled up, but at my request the 2 attendants hung it out in order, first dressing themselves in clean white robes. They told me that the chief had been dead 20 months. Having taken in a fresh supply of water and finished all our other necessary operations, on the 22nd I brought off the cattle and sheep, which had been put on shore here to graze, and made ready for sea. In the morning of the 23rd, while the ships were unmooring, Omai and I landed to take leave of the young chief. While we were with him, one of those enthusiastic persons whom they call Etuas, from a persuasion that they are possessed with the spirit of the divinity, came and stood before us. He had all the appearance of a man not in his right senses, and his only dress was a large quantity of plantain leaves wrapped round his waist. He spoke in a low squeaking voice, so as hardly to be understood, at least not by me. But Omai said that he comprehended him perfectly, and that he was advising Waihaiadua not to go with me to Matavai, an expedition which I had never heard he intended, nor had I ever made such a proposal to him. The Eatua also foretold that the ships would not get to Matavai that day. But in this he was mistaken, though appearances now rather favoured his prediction, there not being a breath of wind in any direction. While he was prophesying, there fell a very heavy shower of rain, which made every one run for shelter but himself, who seemed not to regard it. He remained squeaking by us about half an hour and then retired. No one paid any attention to what he uttered, though some laughed at him. I asked the chief what he was, whether an Iri or Tautau, and the answer I received was that he was Tato Eno, that is, a bad man. And yet, notwithstanding this, and the little notice any of the natives seemed to take of the mad prophet, superstition had so far got the better of their reason that they firmly believed such persons to be possessed with the spirit of the Eatua. Omai seemed to be very well instructed about them. He said that, during the fits that came upon them, they knew nobody, not even their most intimate acquaintances, and that, if any one of them happens to be a man of property, he will very often give away every movable he is possessed of, if his friends do not put them out of his reach, and when he recovers will inquire what had become of those very things which he had but just before distributed, not seeming to have the least remembrance of what he had done while the fit was upon him. As soon as I got on board, a light breeze springing up at east, we got under sail and steered for Matavai Bay. Footnote: see a plan of this bay in Hawkesworth's collection, Volume 2, page 248, end footnote, where the Resolution anchored the same evening. But the Discovery did not get in till the next morning, so that half of the man's prophecy was fulfilled. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 2, Part 1. Interview with Otoo, King of the Island. Imprudent conduct of Omai. Employments on shore. European animals landed, particulars about a native who had visited Lima, about Oedidi, a revolt in Eimeo, war with that island determined upon in a council of chiefs, a human sacrifice on that account, a particular relation of the ceremonies at the great Morai, where the sacrifice was offered, other barbarous customs of this people. About 9 o'clock in the morning, Otoo, the king of the whole island, attended by a great number of canoes full of people, came from Opara, his place of residence, and having landed on Matavai Point, sent a message on board expressing his desire to see me there. Accordingly, I landed, accompanied by Omai and some of the officers. We found a prodigious number of people assembled on this occasion, and in the midst of them was the king, attended by his father, his 2 brothers, and 3 sisters. I went up first and saluted him, being followed by Omai, who kneeled and embraced his legs. He had prepared himself for this ceremony by dressing himself in his very best suit of clothes, and behaved with a great deal of respect and modesty. Nevertheless, very little notice was taken of him. Perhaps envy had some share in producing this cold reception. He made the chief a present of a large piece of red feathers and about 2 or 3 yards of gold cloth, and I gave him a suit of fine linen, a gold lace hat, some tools, and, what was of more value than all the other articles, a quantity of red feathers, and one of the bonnets in use at the Friendly Islands. After the hurry of this visit was over, the king and the whole royal family accompanied me on board, followed by several canoes, laden with all kind of provisions, in quantity sufficient to have served the companies of both ships for a week. Each of the family owned or pretended to own a part, so that I had a present from every one of them, and every one of them had a separate present in return from me, which was the great object in view. Soon after, the king's mother, who had not been present at the first interview, came on board, bringing with her a quantity of provisions and cloth, which she divided between me and Omai. For, although he was but little noticed at first by his countrymen, they no sooner gained the knowledge of his riches than they began to court his friendship. I encouraged this as much as I could, for it was my wish to fix him with Otoo. As I intended to leave all my European animals at this island, I thought he would be able to give some instruction about the management of them and about their use. Besides, I knew and saw that the farther he was from his native island, he would be the better respected. But, unfortunately, poor Omai rejected my advice, and conducted himself in so imprudent a manner that he soon lost the friendship of Otoo and of every other person of note in Otaheite. He associated with none but vagabonds and strangers, whose sole views were to plunder him, and, if I had not interfered, they would not have left him a single article worth the carrying from the island. This necessarily drew upon him the ill will of the principal chiefs, who found that they could not procure from any one in the ships such valuable presents as Omai bestowed on the lowest of the people, his companions. As soon as we had dined, a party of us accompanied Otoo to Opara, taking with us the poultry with which we were to stock the island. They consisted of a peacock and hen, which Lord Besborough was so kind as to send me for this purpose a few days before I left London, a turkey cock and hen, 1 gander and 3 geese, a drake and 4 ducks. All these I left at Opara in the possession of Otoo, and the geese and ducks began to breed before we sailed. We found there a gander, which the natives told us was the same that Captain Wallis had given to Oberea 10 years before, several goats, and the Spanish bull, whom they kept tied to a tree near Otoo's house. I never saw a finer animal of his kind. He was now the property of Itara, and had been brought from Otaheite to this place in order to be shipped for Bolabola. But it passes my comprehension how they can contrive to carry him in one of their canoes. If we had not arrived, it would have been of little consequence who had the property of him, as, without a cow, he could be of no use, and none had been left with him. Though the natives told us that there were cows on board the Spanish ships, and that they took them away with them, I cannot believe this, and should rather suppose that they had died in the passage from Lima. The next day I sent the 3 cows that I had on board to this bull, and the bull which I had brought, the horse and mare, and sheep, I put ashore at Matavai. Having thus disposed of these passages, I found myself lightened of a very heavy burthen. The trouble and vexation that attended the bringing of this living cargo thus far is hardly to be conceived, but the satisfaction that I felt in having been so fortunate as to fulfill His Majesty's humane design in sending such valuable animals to supply the wants of 2 worthy nations, sufficiently recompensed me for the many anxious hours I had passed before this subordinate object of my voyage could be carried into execution. As I intended to make some stay here, we set up the 2 observatories on Matavai Point. Adjoining to them, 2 tents were pitched for the reception of a guard, and of such people as it might be necessary to leave on shore in different departments. At this station I entrusted the command to Mr. King, who at the same time attended the observations for ascertaining the going of the timekeeper and other purposes. During our stay, various necessary operations employed the crews of both ships. The Discovery's mainmast was carried ashore and made as good as ever. Our sails and water casks were repaired, the ships were caulked, and the rigging all overhauled. We also inspected all the bread that we had on board in casks, and had the satisfaction to find that but little of it was damaged. On the 26th I had a piece of ground cleared for a garden, and planted it with several articles, very few of which, I believe, the natives will ever look after. Some melons, potatoes, and 2 pineapple plants were in a fair way of succeeding before we left the place. I had brought from the Friendly Island several shaddock trees. These I also planted here, and they can hardly fail of success unless their growth should be checked by the same premature curiosity which destroyed a vine planted by the Spaniards at Otaheite. A number of the natives got together to taste the first fruit it bore, but as the grapes were still sour, they considered it as little better than poison, and it was unanimously determined to tread it under foot. In that state, Omai found it by chance, and was overjoyed at the discovery, for he had a full confidence that, if he had but grapes, he could easily make wine. Accordingly, he had several slips cut from off the tree to carry away with him, and we pruned and put in order the remains of it. Probably, grown wise by Omai's instructions, they may now suffer the fruit to grow to perfection, and not pass so hasty a sentence upon it again. We had not been 48 hours at anchor in Matavai Bay before we were visited by our old friends, whose names are recorded in the account of my last voyage. Not one of them came empty-handed, so that we had more provisions than we knew what to do with. What was still more, we were under no apprehensions of exhausting the island, which presented to our eyes every mark of the most exuberant plenty in every article of refreshment. Soon after our arrival here, one of the natives, whom the Spaniards had carried with them to Lima, paid us a visit, but in his external appearance he was not distinguishable from the rest of his countrymen. However, he had not forgot some Spanish words which he had acquired, though he pronounced them badly. Amongst them the most frequent were "Si, senor," and when a stranger was introduced to him, he did not fail to rise up and accost him as well as he could. We also found here the young man whom we called Otaheite, but whose real name is Huaheine. I had carried him from Ulietea in 1773 and brought him back in 1774, after he had visited the Friendly Islands, New Zealand, Easter Island, and the Marquesas, and being on board my ship in that extensive navigation about 7 months. He was at least as tenacious of his good breeding as the man who had been at Lima, and "Yes, sir," or "If you please, sir," were as frequently repeated by him as "Si, senor," was by the other. Huaheine, who is a native of Bolabola, had arrived at Otaheite about 3 months before, with no other intention, that we could learn, than to gratify his curiosity, or perhaps some other favourite passion, which are very often the only object of the pursuit of other travelling gentlemen. It was evident, however, that he preferred the modes and even the garb of his countrymen to ours, for, though I gave him some clothes which our Admiralty Board had been pleased to send for his use, to which I added a chest of tools and a few other articles as a present from myself, he declined wearing them after a few days. This instance, and that of the person who had been at Lima, may be urged as a proof of the strong propensity natural to man of returning to habits acquired at an early age and only interrupted by accident. And perhaps it may be concluded that even Omai, who had imbibed almost the whole English manners, will, in a very short time after our leaving him, like Otaheite and the visitor of Lima, return to his own native garments. In the morning of the 27th, a man came from Otaheite and told us that 2 Spanish ships had anchored in the bay the night before, and in confirmation of this intelligence he produced a piece of coarse blue cloth, which he said he got out of one of the ships, and which, indeed, in appearance was almost quite new. He added that Matima was in one of the ships, and that they were to come down to Matavai in a day or two. Some other circumstances which he mentioned, with the foregoing ones, gave the story so much the air of truth that I dispatched Lieutenant Williamson in a boat to look into Otaheite Bay, and in the meantime I put the ships into a proper posture of defence. For, although England and Spain were in peace when I left Europe, for aught I knew, a different scene might by this time have opened. However, on farther inquiry, we had reason to think that the fellow who brought the intelligence had imposed upon us, and this was put beyond all doubt when Mr. Williamson returned next day, who made his report to me that he had been at Otaheite and found that no ships were there now, and that none had been there since we left it. The people of this part of the island where we now were indeed told us from the beginning that it was a fiction invented by those of Tiaraboo. But what view they could have we were at a loss to conceive, unless they supposed that the report would have some effect in making us quit the island, and by that means deprive the people of Otaheite Nua of the advantages they might reap from our ships continuing there, the inhabitants of the two parts of the island being inveterate enemies to each other. From the time of our arrival at Matavai, the weather had been very unsettled, with more or less rain every day till the 29th, before which we were not able to get equal altitudes of the sun for ascertaining the going of the timekeeper. The same cause also retarded the caulking and other necessary repairs of the ships. In the evening of this day, the natives made a precipitate retreat, both from on board the ships and from our station on shore. For what reason we could not at first learn, though in general we guessed it arose from their knowing that some theft had been committed and apprehending punishment on that account. At length I understood what had happened. One of the surgeon's mates had been in the country to purchase curiosities, and had taken with him 4 hatchets for that purpose. Having employed one of the natives to carry them for him, the fellow took an opportunity to run off with so valuable a prize. This was the cause of the sudden flight in which Otoo himself and his whole family had joined, and it was with difficulty that I stopped them after following them 2 or 3 miles. As I had resolved to take no measures for the recovery of the hatchets, in order to put my people upon their guard against such negligence for the future, I found no difficulty in bringing the natives back, and in restoring everything to its usual tranquillity. Hitherto the attention of Otoo and his people had been confined to us, but next morning a new scene of business opened by the arrival of some messengers from Eimeo, or, as it is much oftener called by the natives, Moria. Footnote: Moria, according to Dr. Forster, is a district in Eimeo. See his observations, page 217. End footnote. With intelligence that the people in that island were in arms, and that Otoo's partisans there had been worsted and obliged to retreat to the mountains. The quarrel between the two islands, which commenced in 1774, as mentioned in my account of my last voyage, had, it seems, partly subsisted ever since. The formidable armament which I saw at that time and described, footnote, see Cook's Voyage, Volume 3, Chapter 13, end footnote, had sailed soon after I then left Otaheite, but the malcontents of Eimeo had made so stout a resistance that the fleet had returned without effecting much, and now another expedition was necessary. On the arrival of these messengers, all the chiefs, who happened to be at Matavai, assembled at Otoo's house, where I actually was at the time, and had the honour to be admitted into their council. One of the messengers opened the business of the assembly in a speech of considerable length, but I understood little of it, besides its general purport, which was to explain the situation of affairs in Eimeo, and to excite the assembled chiefs of Otaheite to arm on the occasion. This opinion was combated by others who were against commencing hostilities, and the debate was carried on with great order, no more than one man speaking at a time. At last they became very noisy, and I expected that our meeting would have ended like a Polish diet. But the contending great men cooled as fast as they grew warm, and order was soon restored. At length the party for war prevailed, and it was determined that a strong force should be sent to assist their friends at Eimeo. But this resolution was far from being unanimous. Otoo, during the whole debate, remained silent, except that, now and then, he addressed a word or two to the speakers. Those of the council who were for prosecuting the war applied to me for my assistance, and all of them wanted to know what part I would take. Omai was sent for to be my interpreter, but as he could not be found, I was obliged to speak for myself, and told them, as well as I could, that as I was not thoroughly acquainted with the dispute, and as the people of Eimeo had never offended me, I could not think myself at liberty to engage in hostilities against them. With this declaration they either were or seemed satisfied. The assembly then broke up, but before I left them, Otoo desired me to come to him in the afternoon and to bring Omai with me. Accordingly, a party of us waited upon him at the appointed time, and we were conducted by him to his father, in whose presence the dispute with Eimeo was again talked over. Being very desirous of devising some method to bring about an accommodation, I sounded the old chief on that head, but we found him deaf to any such proposal, and fully determined to prosecute the war. He repeated the solicitations which I had already resisted about giving them my assistance. On our inquiring into the cause of the war, we were told that, some years ago, a brother of Huaheine of Tiarabu was sent to Eimeo at the request of Huaheine, a popular chief of that island, to be their king, but that he had not been there a week before Huaheine, having caused him to be killed, set up for himself, in opposition to Tiaratabu Noah, his sister's son, who became the lawful heir, or else had been pitched upon by the people of Otaheite to succeed to the government on the death of the other. Towha, who is a relation of Otoo, and chief of the district of Towha, a man of much weight in the island, and who had been commander-in-chief of the armament fitted out against Eimeo in 1774, happened not to be at Matavai at this time, and consequently was not present at any of these consultations. It, however, appeared that he was no stranger to what was transacted, and that he entered with more spirit into the affair than any other chief. For, early in the morning of the 1st of September, a messenger arrived from him to acquaint Otoo that he had killed a man to be sacrificed to Ulietea to implore the assistance of the god against Eimeo. This act of worship was to be performed at the great Morai at Atahuru, and Otoo's presence, it seems, was absolutely necessary on that solemn occasion. That the offering of human sacrifices is part of the religious institutions of this island had been mentioned by Monsieur Bougainville on the authority of the native whom he had carried with him to France. During my last visit to Otaheite, and while I had opportunities of conversing with Omai on the subject, I had satisfied myself that there was too much reason to admit that such a practice, however inconsistent with the general humanity of the people, was here adopted. But as this was one of those extraordinary facts about which many are apt to retain doubts, unless the relator himself has had ocular proof to confirm what he had heard from others, I thought this a good opportunity of obtaining the highest evidence of its certainty by being present myself at the solemnity, and accordingly proposed to Otoo that I might be allowed to accompany him. To this he readily consented, and we immediately set out in my boat with my old friend Potatoo, Mr. Anderson, and Mr. Webber. Omai following in a canoe. In our way we landed upon a little island which lies off Towha, where we found Towha and his retinue. After some little conversation between the two chiefs on the subject of the war, Towha addressed himself to me asking my assistance. When I excused myself he seemed angry, thinking it strange that I, who had always declared myself to be the friend of their island, would not now go and fight against its enemies. Before we parted, he gave to Otoo 2 or 3 red feathers tied up in a tuft, and a lean, half-starved dog was put into the canoe that was to accompany us. We then embarked again, taking on board a priest who was to assist at the solemnity. As soon as we landed at Atahuru, which was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Otoo expressed his desire that the seamen might be ordered to remain in the boat, and that Mr. Anderson, Mr. Webber, and myself might take off our hats as soon as we should come to the Morai, to which we immediately proceeded, attended by a great many men and some boys, but not one woman. We found 4 priests and their attendants or assistants waiting for us. The dead body or sacrifice was in a small canoe that lay on the beach and partly in the wash of the sea, fronting the Morai. 2 of the priests with some of their attendants were sitting by the canoe, the others at the Morai. Our company stopped about 20 or 30 paces from the priests. Here Otoo placed himself, we and a few others standing by him, while the bulk of the people remained at a greater distance. The ceremonies now began. One of the priest's attendants brought a young plantain tree and laid it down before Otoo. Another approached with a small tuft of red feathers, twisted on some fibres of the coconut husk, with which he touched one of the king's feet, and then retired with it to his companions. One of the priests, seated at the Morai, facing those who were upon the beach, now began a long prayer, and at certain times sent down young plantain trees, which were laid upon the sacrifice. During this prayer, a man, who stood by the officiating priest, held in his hands 2 bundles, seemingly of cloth. In one of them, as we afterwards found, was the royal marrow, and the other, if I may be allowed the expression, was the ark of the Ear-Tua. As soon as the prayer was ended, the priests at the Morai, with their attendants, went and sat down by those upon the beach, carrying with them the 2 bundles. Here they renewed their prayers, during which the plantain trees were taken, one by one at different times, from off the sacrifice, which was partly wrapped up in cocoa leaves and small branches. It was now taken out of the canoe and laid upon the beach, with the feet to the sea. The priests placed themselves around it, some sitting and others standing, and one or more of them repeated sentences for about 10 minutes. The dead body was now uncovered by removing the leaves and branches and laid in a parallel direction with the sea shore. One of the priests then, standing at the feet of it, pronounced a long prayer in which he was at times joined by the others, each holding in his hand a tuft of red feathers. In the course of this prayer, some hair was pulled off the head of the sacrifice and the left eye taken out, both of which were presented to Otoo wrapped up in a green leaf. He did not, however, touch it, but gave to the man who presented it the tuft of feathers which he had received from Towha. This, with the hair and eye, was carried back to the priests. Soon after, Otoo sent to them another piece of feathers, which he had given me in the morning to keep in my pocket. During some part of this last ceremony, a kingfisher making a noise in the trees, Otoo turned to me, saying, that is the Eatua, and seemed to look upon it to be a good omen. The body was then carried a little way with its head towards the Morai, and laid under a tree, near which were fixed 3 broad thin pieces of wood, differently but rudely carved. The bundles of cloth were laid on a part of the Morai, and the tufts of red feathers were placed at the feet of the sacrifice, round which the priests took their stations, and we were now allowed to go as near as we pleased. He who seemed to be the chief priest sat at a small distance and spoke for a quarter of an hour, but with different tones and gestures, so that he seemed often to expostulate with a dead person, to whom he constantly addressed himself, and sometimes asked several questions, seemingly with respect to the propriety of his having been killed. At other times he made several demands, as if the deceased either now had power himself, or interest with the divinity, to engage him to comply with such requests. Amongst which, we understood, he asked him to deliver Eimeo Huaheine, its chief, the hogs, women, and other things of the island, into their hands, which was indeed the express intention of the sacrifice. He then chanted a prayer which lasted half an hour, in a whining, melancholy tone, accompanied by 2 other priests, and in which Patatu and some others joined. In the course of this prayer some more hair was plucked by a priest from the head of the corpse and put upon one of the bundles. After this the chief priest prayed alone, holding in his hand the feathers which came from Towha. When he had finished he gave them to another, who prayed in like manner. Then all the tufts of feathers were laid upon the bundles of cloth, which closed the ceremony at this place. The corpse was then carried up to the most conspicuous part of the Morai, with the feathers, the 2 bundles of cloth, and the drums, the last of which beat slowly. The feathers and bundles were laid against the pile of stones, and the corpse at the foot of them. The priests, having again seated themselves round it, renewed their prayers, while some of the attendants dug a hole about 2 feet deep, into which they threw the unhappy victim, and covered it with earth and stones. While they were putting him into the grave, a boy squeaked aloud, and Omai said to me that it was the Eatua. During this time, a fire having been made, the dog before mentioned was produced and killed by twisting his neck and suffocating him. The hair was singed off and the entrails taken out and thrown into the fire, where they were left to consume. But the heart, liver, and kidneys were only roasted by being laid on the stones for a few minutes, and the body of the dog, after being besmeared with the blood which had been collected in a coconut shell and dried over the fire, was, with the liver, etc., carried and laid down before the priests, who sat praying round the grave. They continued their ejaculations over the dog for some time, while 2 men, at intervals, beat on 2 drums very loud, and a boy screamed as before in a loud shrill voice 3 different times. This, as we were told, was to invite the Eatua to feast on the banquet that they had prepared for him. As soon as the priests had ended their prayers, the carcass of the dog, with what belonged to it, was laid on a wata or scaffold about 6 feet high that stood close by, on which lay the remains of 2 other dogs and of 2 pigs which had lately been sacrificed, and at this time emitted an intolerable stench. This kept us at a greater distance than would otherwise have been required of us, for after the victim was removed from the seaside toward the Morai, we were allowed to approach as near as we pleased. Indeed, after that, neither seriousness nor attention were much observed by the spectators. When the dog was put upon the wata, the priests and attendants gave a kind of shout, which closed the ceremonies for the present. The day being now also closed, we were conducted to a house belonging to Otoo, where we were entertained and lodged for the night. We had been told that the religious rites were to be renewed in the morning, and I would not leave the place while anything remained to be seen. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 2, Part 2. Interview with Otoo, King of the Island. Imprudent conduct of Omai. Employments on shore. European animals landed. Particulars about a native who had visited Lima. About Oedidi. A revolt in Eimeo. War with that island determined upon in a council of chiefs. A human sacrifice on that account. A particular relation of the ceremonies at the great Morai, where the sacrifice was offered. Other barbarous customs of this people. Continued. Being unwilling to lose any part of the solemnity, some of us repaired to the scene of action pretty early, but found nothing going forward. However, soon after a pig was sacrificed and laid upon the same wata with the others. About 8 o'clock, Otoo took us again to the Morai, where the priests and a great number of men were by this time assembled. The 2 bundles occupied the place in which we had seen them deposited the preceding evening. The 2 drums stood in front of the Morai, but somewhat nearer it than before, and the priests were beyond them. Otoo placed himself between the 2 drums and desired me to stand by him. The ceremony began as usual with bringing a young plantain tree and laying it down at the king's feet. After this a prayer was repeated by the priests, who held in their hands several tufts of red feathers and also a plume of ostrich feathers, which I had given to Otoo on my first arrival and had been consecrated to this use. When the priests had made an end of the prayer, they changed their station, placing themselves between us and the Morai, and one of them, the same person who had acted the principal part the day before, began another prayer, which lasted about half an hour. During the continuance of this, the tufts of feathers were, one by one, carried and laid upon the ark of the Ulietea. Some little time after, 4 pigs were produced, one of which was immediately killed, and the others were taken to a sty hard by, probably reserved for some future occasion of sacrifice. One of the bundles was now untied, and it was found, as I have before observed, to contain the marrow with which these people invest their kings, and which seems to answer, in some degree, to the European ensigns of royalty. It was carefully taken out of the cloth in which it had been wrapped up and spread at full length upon the ground before the priests. It is a girdle about 5 yards long and 15 inches broad, and, from its name, seems to be put on in the same manner as is the common marrow or piece of cloth used by these people to wrap round the waist. It was ornamented with red and yellow feathers, but mostly with the latter, taken from a dove found upon the island. The one end was bordered with 8 pieces, each about the size and shape of a horseshoe, having their edges fringed with black feathers. The other end was forked, and the points were of different lengths. The feathers were in square compartments ranged in 2 rows, and otherwise so disposed as to produce a pleasing effect. They had been first pasted or fixed upon some of their own country cloth, and then sewed to the upper end of the pendant, which Captain Wallis had displayed and left flying ashore the first time that he landed at Matavai. This was what they told us, and we had no reason to doubt it, as we could easily trace the remains of an English pendant. About 6 or 8 inches square of the maro was unornamented, there being no feathers upon that space, except a few that had been sent by Huaheine, as already mentioned. The priests made a long prayer relative to this part of the ceremony, and, if I mistook not, they called it the prayer of the maro. When it was finished, the badge of royalty was carefully folded up, put into the cloth, and deposited again upon the morai. The other bundle, which I have distinguished by the name of the ark, was next opened at one end. But we were not allowed to go near enough to examine its mysterious contents. The information we received was that the Ulietea, to whom they had been sacrificing, and whose name is Uru, was concealed in it, or rather what is supposed to represent him. This sacred repository is made of the twisted fibres of the husk of the coconut, shaped somewhat like a large fid or sugar loaf, that is, roundish, with one end much thicker than the other. We had very often got small ones from different people, but never knew their use before. By this time the pig that had been killed was cleaned, and its entrails taken out. These happened to have a considerable share of those convulsive motions which often appear in different parts after an animal is killed, and this was considered by the spectators as a very favourable omen to the expedition, on account of which the sacrifices had been offered. After being exposed for some time, that those who chose might examine their appearances, the entrails were carried to the priests and laid down before them. While one of their number prayed, another inspected the entrails more narrowly, and kept turning them gently with a stick. When they had been sufficiently examined, they were thrown into the fire and left to consume. The sacrificed pig and its liver, etc., were now put upon the water, where the dog had been deposited the day before, and then all the feathers, except the ostrich plume, were enclosed with the Ulietea in the ark, and the solemnity finally closed. 4 double canoes lay upon the beach before the place of sacrifice all the morning. On the forepart of each of these was fixed a small platform covered with palm leaves tied in mysterious knots, and this also is called a morai. Some coconuts, plantains, pieces of breadfruit, fish, and other things lay upon each of these naval morais. We were told that they belonged to the Ulietea, and that they were to attend the fleet designed to go against Eimeo. The unhappy victim offered to the object of their worship upon this occasion seemed to be a middle-aged man, and, as we were told, was a Towha, that is, one of the lowest class of the people. But, after all my inquiries, I could not learn that he had been pitched upon on account of any particular crime committed by him meriting death. It is certain, however, that they generally make choice of such guilty persons for their sacrifice, or else of common low fellows, who stroll about from place to place and from island to island, without having any fixed abode, or any visible way of getting an honest livelihood, of which description of men enough are to be met with at these islands. Having had an opportunity of examining the appearance of the body of the poor sufferer now offered up, I could observe that it was bloody about the head and face, and a good deal bruised upon the right temple, which marked the manner of his being killed. And we were told that he had been privately knocked on the head with a stone. Those who are devoted to suffer in order to perform this bloody act of worship are never apprised of their fate till the blow is given that puts an end to their existence. Whenever any one of the great chiefs thinks a human sacrifice necessary on any particular emergency, he pitches upon the victim. Some of his trusty servants are then sent, who fall upon him suddenly and put him to death with a club or by stoning him. The king is next acquainted with it, whose presence at the solemn rites that follow is, as I was told, absolutely necessary. And, indeed, on the present occasion, we could observe that Otoo bore a principal part. The solemnity itself is called Pura Eri, or Chief's Prayer, and the victim who is offered up Tata Taboo, or Consecrated Man. This is the only instance where we have heard the word taboo used at this island, where it seems to have the same mysterious signification as at Tonga, though it is there applied to all cases where things are not to be touched. But at Otaheite, the word Ra serves the same purpose, and is full as extensive in its meaning. The Morai, which undoubtedly is a place of worship, sacrifice, and burial at the same time, where the sacrifice was now offered, is that where the supreme chief of the whole island is always buried, and is appropriated to his family and some of the principal people. It differs little from the common ones except in extent. Its principal part is a long oblong pile of stones, lying loosely upon each other, about 12 or 14 feet high, contracted towards the top, with a square area on each side loosely paved with pebble stones, under which the bones of the chiefs are buried. At a little distance from the end nearest the sea is the place where the sacrifices are offered, which for a considerable extent is also loosely paved. There is here a very large scaffold or wata, on which the offerings of fruits and other vegetables are laid, but the animals are deposited on a smaller one already mentioned, and the human sacrifices are buried under different parts of the pavement. There are several other relics which ignorant superstition has scattered about this place, such as small stones raised in different parts of the pavement, some with bits of cloth tied round them, others covered with it. And upon the side of the large pile which fronts the area are placed a great many pieces of carved wood, which are supposed to be sometimes the residence of their divinities, and consequently held sacred. But one place, more particular than the rest, is a heap of stones at one end of the large wata, before which the sacrifice was offered, with a kind of platform at one side. On this are laid the skulls of all the human sacrifices, which are taken up after they have been several months underground. Just above them are placed a great number of the pieces of wood, and it was also here where the marrow and the other bundles supposed to contain the god Uru, and which I call the ark, were laid during the ceremony, a circumstance which denotes its agreement with the altar of other nations. It is much to be regretted that a practice so horrid in its own nature and so destructive of that inviolable right of self-preservation which every one is born with should be found still existing, and such is the power of superstition to counteract the first principles of humanity, existing amongst a people in many other respects emerged from the brutal manners of savage life. What is still worse, it is probable that these bloody rites of worship are prevalent throughout all the wide extended islands of the Pacific Ocean. The similarity of customs and language which our late voyages have enabled us to trace between the most distant of these islands makes it not unlikely that some of the most important articles of their religious institutions should agree. And, indeed, we have the most authentic information that human sacrifices continue to be offered at the Friendly Islands. When I described the Natcha at Tonga Tabu, I mentioned that, on the approaching sequel of that festival, we had been told that 10 men were to be sacrificed. This may give us an idea of the extent of this religious massacre in that island. And though we should suppose that never more than one person is sacrificed on any single occasion at Otaheite, it is more than probable that these occasions happen so frequently as to make a shocking waste of the human race. For I counted no less than 49 skulls of former victims lying before the Morai, where we saw one more added to the number. And as none of those skulls had as yet suffered any considerable change from the weather, it may hence be inferred that no great length of time had elapsed since, at least, this considerable number of unhappy wretches had been offered upon this altar of blood. The custom, though no consideration can make it cease to be abominable, might be thought less detrimental in some respects, if it served to impress any awe for the divinity or reverence for religion upon the minds of the multitude. But this is so far from being the case that though a great number of people had assembled at the Morai on this occasion, they did not seem to show any proper reverence for what was doing or saying during the celebration of the rites. And Omai happening to arrive after they had begun, many of the spectators flocked round him, and were engaged the remainder of the time in making him relate some of his adventures, which they listened to with great attention, regardless of the solemn offices performing by their priests. Indeed, the priests themselves, except the one who chiefly repeated the prayers, either from their being familiarized to such objects, or from want of confidence in the efficacy of their institutions, observed very little of that solemnity which is necessary to give to religious performances their due weight. Their dress was only an ordinary one. They conversed together without scruple, and the only attempt made by them to preserve any appearance of decency was by exerting their authority to prevent the people from coming upon the very spot where the ceremonies were performed, and to suffer us as strangers to advance a little forward. They were, however, very candid in their answers to any questions that were put to them concerning the institution, and particularly on being asked what the intention of it was, they said that it was an old custom and was agreeable to their God, who delighted in, or, in other words, came and fed upon the sacrifices, in consequence of which he complied with their petitions. Upon its being objected that he could not feed on these, as he was neither seen to do it, nor were the bodies of the animals quickly consumed, and that, as to the human victim, they prevented his feeding on him by burying him. But to all this they answered that he came in the night but invisibly, and fed only on the soul or immaterial part, which, according to their doctrine, remains about the place of sacrifice until the body of the victim be entirely wasted by putrefaction. It were much to be wished that this deluded people may learn to entertain the same horror of murdering their fellow creatures, in order to furnish such an invisible banquet to their God, as they now have of feeding corporeally. on human flesh themselves. And yet we have great reason to believe that there was a time when they were cannibals. We were told, and indeed partly saw it, that it was a necessary ceremony when a poor wretch is sacrificed for the priest to take out the left eye. This he presents to the king, holding it to his mouth, which he desires him to open, but instead of putting it in, immediately withdraws it. This they call eating the man, or food for the chief, and perhaps we may observe here some traces of former times when the dead body was really feasted upon. But not to insist upon this. It is certain that human sacrifices are not the only barbarous custom we find still prevailing amongst this benevolent, humane people. For, besides cutting out the jawbones of their enemies slain in battle, which they carry about as trophies, they, in some measure, offer their dead bodies as a sacrifice to the Eotua. Soon after a battle, in which they have been victors, they collect all the dead that have fallen into their hands, and bring them to the Morai, where, with a great deal of ceremony, they dig a hole and bury them all in it, as so many offerings to the gods. But their skulls are never after taken up. Their own great chiefs that fall in battle are treated in a different manner. We were informed that their late king Tutaha, Tubarai Tamaida, and another chief who fell with them in the battle, fought with those of Tiarabu, and were brought to this Morai at Atahuru. There their bowels were cut out by the priests before the great altar, and the bodies afterwards buried in 3 different places, which were pointed out to us in the great pile of stones that compose the most conspicuous part of this Morai. And their common men, who also fell in this battle, were all buried in one hole at the foot of the pile. This Omai, who was present, told me was done the day after the battle, with much pomp and ceremony, and in the midst of a great concourse of people, as a thanksgiving offering to the Eotua for the victory they had obtained, while the vanquished had taken refuge in the mountains. There they remained a week or 10 days, till the fury of the victors was over, and a treaty set on foot, by which it was agreed that Otoo should be declared king of the whole island, and the solemnity of investing him with the marrow was performed at the same Morai with great pomp in the presence of all the principal men of the country. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 3. Conference with Towha. Hivas described. Omai and Oadidi give dinners. Fireworks exhibited. A remarkable present of cloth. Manner of preserving the body of a dead chief. Another human sacrifice. Riding on horseback. Otoo's attention to supply provisions and prevent thefts. Animals given to him. Etari and the deputies of a chief have audiences. A mock fight of 2 war canoes. Naval strength of these islands. Manner of conducting a war. The close of the very singular scene exhibited at the Morai, which I have faithfully described in the last chapter, leaving us no other business in Atahuru, we embarked about noon in order to return to Matavai, and in our way visited Towha, who had remained on the little island where we met him the day before. Some conversation passed between Otoo and him on the present posture of public affairs, and then the latter solicited me once more to join them in their war against Eimeo. By my positive refusal, I entirely lost the good graces of this chief. Before we parted, he asked us if the solemnity at which we had been present answered our expectations, what opinion we had of its efficacy, and whether we performed such acts of worship in our own country. During the celebration of the horrid ceremony, we had preserved a profound silence, but as soon as it was closed, had made no scruple in expressing our sentiments very freely about it to Otoo and those who attended him. Of course, therefore, I did not conceal my detestation of it in this conversation with Towha. Besides the cruelty of the bloody custom, I strongly urged the unreasonableness of it, telling the chief that such a sacrifice, far from making the Ulietea propitious to their nation, as they ignorantly believe, would be the means of drawing down his vengeance, and that from this very circumstance I took upon me to judge that their intended expedition against Huaheine would be unsuccessful. This was venturing pretty far upon conjecture, but still I thought that there was little danger of being mistaken, for I found that there were three parties in the island with regard to this war, one extremely violent for it, another perfectly indifferent about the matter, and a third openly declaring themselves friends to Huaheine and his cause. Under these circumstances of disunion distracting their counsels, it was not likely that such a plan of military operations would be settled as could ensure even a probability of success. In conveying our sentiments to Towha on the subject of the late sacrifice, Omai was made use of as our interpreter, and he entered into our arguments with so much spirit that the chief seemed to be in great wrath, especially when he was told that if he had put a man to death in England, as he had done here, his rank would not have protected him from being hanged for it. Upon this he exclaimed, "Maino, Maino, vile, vile," and would not hear another word. During this debate many of the natives were present, chiefly the attendants and servants of Towha himself, and when Omai began to explain the punishment that would be inflicted in England upon the greatest man if he killed the meanest servant, they seemed to listen with great attention, and were probably of a different opinion from that of their master on this subject. After leaving Towha, we proceeded to Opara, where Otoo pressed us to spend the night. We landed in the evening, and on our road to his house had an opportunity of observing in what manner these people amused themselves in their private heavers. About 100 of them were found sitting in a house, and in the midst of them were two women, with an old man behind each of them, beating very gently upon a drum, and the women at intervals singing in a softer manner than I ever heard at their other diversions. The assembly listened with great attention, and were seemingly almost absorbed in the pleasure that music gave them, for few took any notice of us, and the performers never once stopped. It was almost dark before we reached Otoo's house, where we were entertained with one of their public heavers or plays, in which his three sisters appeared as the principal characters. This is what they call a heaver rea, which is of such a nature that nobody is to enter the house or area where it is exhibited. When the royal sisters are the performers, this is always the case. Their dress on this occasion was truly picturesque and elegant, and they acquitted themselves in their parts in a very distinguished manner, though some comic interludes performed by 4 men seemed to yield greater pleasure to the audience, which was numerous. The next morning we proceeded to Matavai, leaving Otoo at Opara, but his mother, sisters, and several other women attended me on board, and Otoo himself followed me soon after. While Otoo and I were absent from the ships, they had been sparingly supplied with fruit and had few visitors. After our return, we again overflowed with provisions and with company. On the 14th, a party of us dined ashore with Omai, who gave excellent fare, consisting of fish, fowls, pork, and puddings. After dinner, I attended Otoo, who had been one of the party, back to his house, where I found all his servants very busy, getting a quantity of provisions ready for me. Amongst other articles, there was a large hog, which they killed in my presence. The entrails were divided into 11 portions, in such a manner that each of them contained a bit of everything. These portions were distributed to the servants, and some dressed theirs in the same oven with a hog, while others carried off undressed what had come to their share. There was also a large pudding, the whole process in making which I saw. It was composed of breadfruit, ripe plantains, taro, and palm or pandanus nuts, each rasped, scraped, or beat up fine and baked by itself. A quantity of juice, expressed from coconut kernels, was put into a large tray or wooden vessel. The other articles, hot from the oven, were deposited in this vessel, and a few hot stones were also put in to make the contents simmer. 3 or 4 men made use of sticks to stir the several ingredients till they were incorporated one with another, and the juice of the coconut was turned to oil, so that the whole mass at last became of the consistency of a hasty pudding. Some of these puddings are excellent, and few that we make in England equal them. I seldom or never dined without one when I could get it, which was not always the case. Otoo's hog being baked, and the pudding, which I have described, being made, they, together with 2 living hogs, and a quantity of breadfruit and coconuts, were put into a canoe and sent on board my ship, followed by myself and all the royal family. The following evening a young ram of the Cape breed that had been lambed and with great care brought up on board the ship was killed by a dog. Incidents are of more or less consequence as connected with situation. In our present situation, desirous as I was to propagate this useful race amongst these islands, the loss of the ram was a serious misfortune, as it was the only one I had of that breed, and I had only one of the English breed left. In the evening of the 7th, we played off some fireworks before a great concourse of people. Some were highly entertained with the exhibition, but by far the greater number of spectators were terribly frightened, insomuch that it was with difficulty we could prevail upon them to keep together to see the end of the show. A table rocket was the last. It flew off the table and dispersed the whole crowd in a moment. Even the most resolute among them fled with precipitation. The next day a party of us dined with our former shipmate Oedidi on fish and pork. The hog weighed about 30 pounds, and it may be worth mentioning that it was alive, dressed, and brought upon the table within the hour. We had but just dined when Otoo came and asked me if my belly was full. On my answering in the affirmative, he said, "Then come along with me." I accordingly went with him to his father's, where I found some people employed in dressing two girls with a prodigious quantity of fine cloth, after a very singular fashion. The one end of each piece of cloth, of which there was a good many, was held up over the heads of the girls, while the remainder was wrapped round their bodies under the armpits. Then the upper ends were let fall and hung down in folds to the ground over the other, so as to bear some resemblance to a circular hoop petticoat. Afterward, round the outside of all, were wrapped several pieces of differently coloured cloth, which considerably increased the size, so that it was not less than 5 or 6 yards in circuit, and the weight of this singular attire was as much as the poor girls could bear. To each were hung 2 tames, or breastplates, by way of enriching the whole and giving it a picturesque appearance. Thus equipped, they were conducted on board the ship, together with several hogs and a quantity of fruit, which, with the cloth, was a present to me from Otoo's father. Persons of either sex dressed in this manner are called ati, but I believe it is never practised except when large presents of cloth are to be made. At least I never saw it practised upon any other occasion, nor indeed had I ever such a present before, but both Captain Clark and I had cloth given to us afterward, thus wrapped round the bearers. The next day I had a present of 5 hogs and some fruit from Otoo, and 1 hog and some fruit from each of his sisters. Nor were other provisions wanting. For 2 or 3 days great quantities of mackerel had been caught by the natives within the reef in Sens, some of which they brought to the ships and tents and sold. Otoo was not more attentive to supply our wants by a succession of presents than he was to contribute to our amusement by a succession of diversions. A party of us having gone down to Opara on the 10th, he treated us with what may be called a play. His 3 sisters were the actresses, and the dresses they appeared in were new and elegant, that is, more so than we had usually met with at any of these islands. But the principal object I had in view this day in going to Opara was to take a view of an embalmed corpse which some of our gentlemen had happened to meet with at that place, near the residence of Otoo. On inquiry, I found it to be the remains of T, a chief well known to me when I was at this island during my last voyage. It was lying in a tupapau, more elegantly constructed than their common ones, and in all respects similar to that lately seen by us at Otaheite, in which the remains of Wahiadua are deposited, embalmed in the same manner. When we arrived at the place, the body was under cover and wrapped up in cloth within the tupapau. But at my desire, the man who had the care of it brought it out, and laid it upon a kind of bier, in such a manner that we had as full a view of it as we could wish. But we were not allowed to go within the pales that enclosed the tupapau. After he had thus exhibited the corpse, he hung the place with mats and cloth, so disposed as to produce a very pretty effect. We found the body not only entire in every part, but, what surprised us much more, was that putrefaction seemed scarcely to be begun, as there was not the least disagreeable smell proceeding from it, though the climate is one of the hottest, and T had been dead above 4 months. The only remarkable alteration that had happened was a shrinking of the muscular parts of the eyes, but the hair and nails were in their original state and still adhered firmly, and the several joints were quite pliable, or in that kind of relaxed state which happens to persons who faint suddenly. Such were Mr. Anderson's remarks to me, who also told me that, on his inquiring into the method of effecting this preservation of their dead bodies, he had been informed that soon after their death they are disembowelled by drawing the intestines and other viscera out at the anus, and the whole cavity is then filled or stuffed with cloth introduced through the same part. That when any moisture appeared on the skin, it was carefully dried up, and the bodies afterward rubbed all over with a large quantity of perfumed coconut oil, which, being frequently repeated, preserved them a great many months, but that at last they gradually moulder away. This was the information Mr. Anderson received. For my own part, I could not learn any more about their mode of operation than what Omai told me, who said that they made use of the juice of a plant which grows amongst the mountains, of coconut oil, and of frequent washing with sea water. I was also told that the bodies of all their great men who died a natural death are preserved in this manner, and that they expose them to public view for a considerable time after. At first they are laid out every day when it does not rain. Afterward the intervals become greater and greater, and at last they are seldom to be seen. In the evening we returned from Opara, where we left Otoo and all the royal family, and I saw none of them till the 12th, when all but the chief himself paid me a visit. He, as they told me, was gone to Atahuru to assist this day at another human sacrifice, which the chief of Tiarabu had sent thither to be offered up at the Morai. This second instance, within the course of a few days, was too melancholy a proof how numerous the victims of this bloody superstition are amongst this humane people. I would have been present at this sacrifice too, had I known of it in time, for now it was too late. From the very same cause, I missed being present at a public transaction which had passed at Opara the preceding day, when Otoo, with all the solemnities observed on such occasions, restored to the friends and followers of the late King Towha the lands and possessions which had been withheld from them ever since his death. Probably the new sacrifice was the concluding ceremony of what may be called the reversal of attainder. The following evening Otoo returned from exercising this most disagreeable of all his duties as sovereign, and the next day, being now honoured with his company, Captain Clark and I, mounted on horseback, took a ride round the plain of Matavai, to the very great surprise of a great train of people who attended on the occasion, gazing upon us with as much astonishment as if we had been centaurs. Omai, indeed, had once or twice before this attempted to get on horseback, but he had as often been thrown off before he could contrive to seat himself, so that this was the first time they had seen anybody ride a horse. What Captain Clark and I began was after this repeated every day while we stayed by one or another of our people, and yet the curiosity of the natives continued still unabated. They were exceedingly delighted with these animals after they had seen the use that was made of them, and, as far as I could judge, they conveyed to them a better idea of the greatness of other nations than all the other novelties put together that their European visitors had carried amongst them. Both the horse and mare were in good case, and looked extremely well. The next day Itari, or Allah, the god of Bolabola, who had for several days past been in the neighbourhood of Matavai, removed to Opara, attended by several sailing canoes. We were told that Otoo did not approve of his being so near our station, where his people could more easily invade our property. I must do Otoo the justice to say that he took every method prudence could suggest to prevent thefts and robberies, and it was more owing to his regulations than to our circumspection that so few were committed. He had taken care to erect a little house or two on the other side of the river, behind our post, and two others close to our tents, on the bank between the river and the sea. In all these places some of his own people constantly kept watch, and his father generally resided on Matavai Point, so that we were in a manner surrounded by them. Thus stationed, they not only guarded us in the night from thieves, but could observe everything that passed in the day, and were ready to collect contributions from such girls as had private connections with our people, which was generally done every morning, so that the measures adopted by him to secure our safety at the same time served the more essential purpose of enlarging his own profits. Otoo informing me that his presence was necessary at Opara, where he was to give audience to the great personage from Bolabola, and asking me to accompany him, I readily consented, in hopes of meeting with something worth our notice. Accordingly, I went with him in the morning of the 16th, attended by Mr. Anderson. Nothing, however, occurred on this occasion that was either interesting or curious. We saw Itari and his followers present some coarse cloth and hogs to Otoo, and each article was delivered with some ceremony and a set speech. After this, they and some other chiefs held a consultation about the expedition to Eimeo. Itari at first seemed to disapprove of it, but at last his objections were overruled. Indeed, it appeared next day that it was too late to deliberate about this measure, and that Towha, Otoo, and another chief had already gone upon the expedition with the fleet of Atahuru. For a messenger arrived in the evening with intelligence that they had reached Eimeo, and that there had been some skirmishes, without much loss or advantage on either side. In the morning of the 18th, Mr. Anderson, myself, and Omai went again with Otoo to Opara, and took with us the sheep which I intended to leave upon the island, consisting of an English ram and ewe, and 3 Cape ewes, all of which I gave to Otoo. As all the 3 cows had taken the bull, I thought I might venture to divide them and carry some to Ulietea. With this view I had then brought before us and proposed to Itari that if he would leave his bull with Otoo, he should have mine and one of the 3 cows, adding that I would carry them for him to Ulietea, for I was afraid to remove the Spanish bull, lest some accident should happen to him, as he was a bulky, spirited beast. To this proposal of mine, Itari at first made some objections, but at last agreed to it, partly through the persuasion of Omai. However, just as the cattle were putting into the boat, one of Itari's followers valiantly opposed any exchange whatever being made. Finding this, and suspecting that Itari had only consented to the proposed arrangement for the present moment to please me, and that after I was gone he might take away the bull, and then Otoo would not have one, I thought it best to drop the idea of an exchange, as it could not be made with the mutual consent of both parties, and finally determined to leave them all with Otoo, strictly enjoining him never to suffer them to be removed from Opara, not even the Spanish bull, nor any of the sheep, till he should get a stock of young ones, which he might then dispose of to his friends, and send to the neighbouring islands. This being settled, we left Itari and his party to ruminate upon their folly, and attended Otoo to another place hard by, where we found the servants of a chief, whose name I forgot to ask, waiting with a hog, a pig, and a dog, as a present from their master to the sovereign. These were delivered with the usual ceremonies, and with an harangue in form, in which the speaker, in his master's name, enquired after the health of Otoo, and of all the principal people about him. This compliment was echoed back in the name of Otoo by one of his ministers, and then the dispute with Eimeo was discussed, with many arguments for and against it. The deputies of this chief were for prosecuting the war with vigour, and advised Otoo to offer a human sacrifice. On the other hand, a chief who was in constant attendance on Otoo's person opposed it, seemingly with great strength of argument. This confirmed me in the opinion that Otoo himself never entered heartily into the spirit of this war. He now received repeated messages from Towha, strongly soliciting him to hasten to his assistance. We were told that his fleet was in a manner surrounded by that of Huaheine, but that neither the one nor the other durst hazard an engagement. After dining with Otoo, we returned to Matavai, leaving him at Opara. This day, and also the 19th, we were very sparingly supplied with fruit. Otoo, hearing of this, he and his brother, who had attached himself to Captain Clark, came from Opara between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening, with a large supply for both ships. This marked his humane attention more strongly than anything he had hitherto done for us. The next day, all the royal family came with presents, so that our wants were not only relieved, but we had more provisions than we could consume. Having got all our water on board, the ships being caulked, the rigging overhauled, and everything put in order, I began to think of leaving the island, that I might have sufficient time to spare for visiting others in this neighbourhood. With this view, we removed from the shore our observatories and instruments, and bent the sails. Early the next morning, Otoo came on board to acquaint me that all the war canoes of Matavai and of the 3 other districts adjoining were going to Opara to join those belonging to that part of the island, and that there would be a general review there. Soon after, the squadron of Matavai was all in motion, and, after parading a while about the bay, assembled ashore near the middle of it. I now went in my boat to take a view of them. Of those with stages on which they fight, or what they call their war canoes, there were about 60, with near as many more of a smaller size. I was ready to have attended them to Opara, but soon after a resolution was taken by the chiefs that they should not move till the next day. I looked upon this to be a fortunate delay, as it afforded me a good opportunity to get some insight into their manner of fighting. With this view, I expressed my wish to Otoo that he would order some of them to go through the necessary manoeuvres. 2 were, accordingly, ordered out into the bay, in one of which Otoo, Mr. King, and myself embarked, and Omai went on board the other. When we had got sufficient sea room, we faced and advanced upon each other, and retreated by turns, as quick as our rowers could paddle. During this, the warriors on the stages flourished their weapons, and played 100 antic tricks, which could answer no other end, in my judgment, than to work up their passions and prepare them for fighting. Otoo stood by the side of our stage and gave the necessary orders when to advance and when to retreat. In this, great judgment and a quick eye combined together seemed requisite, to seize every advantage that might offer, and to avoid giving any advantage to the adversary. At last, after advancing and retreating from each other at least a dozen times, the two canoes closed head to head or stage to stage, and, after a short conflict, the troops on our stage were supposed to be all killed, and we were boarded by Omai and his associates. At that very instant, Otoo and all our paddlers leaped overboard, as if reduced to the necessity of endeavouring to save their lives by swimming. If Omai's information is to be depended upon, their naval engagements are not always conducted in this manner. He told me that they sometimes begin with lashing the two vessels together, head to head, and then fight till all the warriors are killed on one side or the other. But this close combat, I apprehend, is never practised but when they are determined to conquer or die. Indeed, one or the other must happen, for all agree that they never give quarter, unless it be to reserve their prisoners for a more cruel death the next day. The power and strength of these islands lie entirely in their navies. I never heard of a general engagement on land, and all their decisive battles are fought on the water. If the time and place of conflict are fixed upon by both parties, the preceding day and night are spent in diversions and feasting. Toward morning they launch the canoes, put everything in order, and, with the day, begin the battle, the fate of which generally decides the dispute. The vanquished save themselves by a precipitate flight, and such as reach the shore fly with their friends to the mountains. For the victors, while their fury lasts, spare neither the aged, women, nor children. The next day they assemble at the Morai to return thanks to the Eatoa for the victory, and to offer up the slain as sacrifices, and their prisoners also, if they have any. After this a treaty is set on foot, and the conquerors for the most part obtain their own terms, by which particular districts of land, and sometimes whole islands, change their owners. Omai told us that he was once taken a prisoner by the men of Bolabola and carried to that island, where he and some others would have been put to death the next day if they had not found means to escape in the night. As soon as this mock fight was over, Omai put on his suit of armour, mounted a stage in one of the canoes, and was paddled all along the shore of the bay, so that everyone had a full view of him. His coat of mail did not draw the attention of his countrymen so much as might have been expected. Some of them, indeed, had seen a part of it before, and there were others again who had taken such a dislike to Omai from his imprudent conduct at this place, that they would hardly look at anything, however singular, that was exhibited by him. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 4, Part 1. The day of sailing fixed. Peace made with Eimeo. Debates about it, and Otoo's conduct blamed. A solemnity at the Morai on the occasion, described by Mr. King. Observations upon it. Instance of Otoo's art. Omai's war canoe, and remarks upon his behaviour. Otoo's present, and Message to the King of Great Britain, Reflections on our manner of traffic and on the good treatment we met with at Otaheite, Account of the expedition of the Spaniards, Their fictions to depreciate the English, Wishes expressed that no settlement may be made, Omai's jealousy of another traveller. Early in the morning of the 22nd, Otoo and his father came on board to know when I proposed sailing. For, having been informed that there was a good harbour at Eimeo, I had told them that I should visit that island on my way to Huaheine, and they were desirous of taking a passage with me, and of their fleet sailing at the time to reinforce Towha. As I was ready to take my departure, I left it to them to name the day, and the Wednesday following was fixed upon, when I was to take on board Otoo, his father, mother, and, in short, the whole family. These points being settled, I proposed setting out immediately for Opara, where all the fleet fitted out for the expedition was to assemble this day and to be reviewed. I had but just time to get into my boat when news was brought that Towha had concluded a treaty with Huaheine and had returned with his fleet to Otaheite. This unexpected event made all further proceedings in the military way quite unnecessary, and the war canoes, instead of rendezvousing at Opara, were ordered home to their respective districts. This alteration, however, did not hinder me from following Otoo to Opara, accompanied by Mr. King and Omai. Soon after our arrival, and while dinner was preparing, a messenger arrived from Eimeo and related the conditions of the peace, or rather of the truce, it being only for a limited time. The terms were disadvantageous to Otaheite, and much blame was thrown upon Otoo, whose delay in sending reinforcements had obliged Towha to submit to a disgraceful accommodation. It was even currently reported that Towha, resenting his not being supported, had declared that as soon as I could leave the island, he would join his forces to those of Tiaraboo and attack Otoo at Matavai or Opara. This called upon me to declare in the most public manner that I was determined to espouse the interests of my friend against any such combination, and that whoever presumed to attack him should feel the weight of my heavy displeasure when I returned again to their island. My declaration probably had the desired effect, and if Towha had any such hostile intention at first, we soon heard no more of the report. Wapai, Otoo's father, highly disapproved of the peace, and blamed Towha very much for concluding it. This sensible old man wisely judged that my going down with them to Eimeo must have been of singular service to their cause, though I should take no other part whatever in the quarrel. And it was upon this that he built his arguments, and maintained that Otoo had acted properly by waiting for me, though this had prevented his giving assistance to Towha so soon as he expected. Our debates at Opara on this subject were hardly ended before a messenger arrived from Towha, desiring Otoo's attendance the next day at the Morai at Otaheite to give thanks to the gods for the peace he had concluded. At least such was Omai's account to me of the object of this solemnity. I was asked to go, but being much out of order was obliged to decline it. Desirous, however, of knowing what ceremonies might be observed on so memorable an occasion, I sent Mr. King and Omai and returned on board my ship, attended by Otoo's mother, his 3 sisters, and 8 more women. At first I thought that this numerous train of females came into my boat with no other view than to get a passage to Matavai. But when we arrived at the ship, they told me they intended passing the night on board for the express purpose of undertaking the cure of the disorder I complained of, which was a pain of the rheumatic kind extending from the hip to the foot. I accepted the friendly offer, had a bed spread for them upon the cabin floor, and submitted myself to their directions. I was desired to lay myself down amongst them. Then, as many of them as could get round me began to squeeze me with both hands, from head to foot, but more particularly on the parts where the pain was lodged, till they made my bones crack, and my flesh became a perfect mummy. In short, after undergoing this discipline about a quarter of an hour, I was glad to get away from them. However, the operation gave me immediate relief, which encouraged me to submit to another rubbing down before I went to bed, and it was so effectual that I found myself pretty easy all the night after. My female physicians repeated their prescription the next morning before they went ashore, and again in the evening when they returned on board, after which I found the pains entirely removed, and the cure being perfected, they took their leave of me the following morning. This they call Romi, an operation which, in my opinion, far exceeds the flesh brush or anything of the kind that we make use of externally. It is universally practiced amongst these islanders, being sometimes performed by the men, but more generally by the women. If at any time one appears languid and tired, and sits down by any one of them, they immediately begin to practice the Romi upon his legs, and I have always found it to have an exceedingly good effect. Footnote: see Captain Wallace's account of the same operation performed on himself and his first lieutenant in Hawkesworth's collection, Volume 1, page 463. London Edit. End footnote. In the morning of the 25th, Otoo, Mr. King, and Omai returned from Atahuru, and Mr. King gave me the following account of what he had seen. Soon after you left me, a second messenger came from Towha to Otoo with a plantain tree. It was sunset when we embarked in a canoe and left Opara. About 9 o'clock we landed at Tetaha, at that extremity which joins to Atahuru. Before we landed, the people called to us from the shore, probably to tell us that Towha was there. The meeting of Otoo and this chief I expected would afford some incident worthy of observation. Otoo and his attendants went and seated themselves on the bench, close to the canoe in which Towha was. He was then asleep, but his servants having awaked him, and mentioning Otoo's name, immediately a plantain tree and a dog were laid at Otoo's feet, and many of Towha's people came and talked with him, as I conceived, about their expedition to Eimeo. After I had for some time remained seated close to Otoo, Towha neither stirring from his canoe nor holding any conversation with us, I went to him. He asked me if Tuti was angry with him. I answered no, that he was his Tao, and that he had ordered me to go to Atahuru to tell him so. Omai now had a long conversation with this chief, but I could gather no information of any kind from him. On my returning to Otoo, he seemed desirous that I should go to eat and then to sleep. Accordingly, Omai and I left him. On questioning Omai, he said the reason for Towha's not stirring from his canoe was his being lame, but that presently Otoo and he would converse together in private. This seemed true, for in a little time those we left with Otoo came to us, and about 10 minutes after Otoo himself arrived, and we all went to sleep in his canoe. The next morning the Ava was in great plenty. One man drank so much that he lost his senses. I should have supposed him to be in a fit from the convulsions that agitated him. 2 men held him and kept plucking off his hair by the roots. I left this spectacle to see another more affecting. This was the meeting of Towha and his wife and a young girl, whom I understood to be his daughter. After the ceremony of cutting their heads and discharging a tolerable quantity of blood and tears, they washed, embraced the chief, and seemed unconcerned. But the young girl's sufferings were not yet come to an end. Teradiri, footnote, Teradiri is Oberia's son. See an account of the royal family of Otaheite in Hawkesworth's collection, Volume 2, page 154. End footnote. Arrived, and she went, with great composure, to repeat the same ceremonies to him, which he had just performed on meeting her father. Towha had brought a large war canoe from Eimeo. I inquired if he had killed the people belonging to her, and was told that there was no man in her when she was captured. We left Towha about 10 or 11 o'clock and landed close to the marae at Atahuru a little after noon. There lay 3 canoes hauled upon the beach opposite the marae, with 3 hogs exposed in each. Their sheds or awnings had something under them which I could not discern. We expected the solemnity to be performed the same afternoon, but as neither Towha nor Potatu had joined us, nothing was done. A chief from Eimeo came with a small pig and a plantain tree, and placed them at Otoo's feet. They talked some time together, and the Eimeo chief often repeating the words, "Wari, wari," false. I suppose that Otoo was relating to him what he had heard, and that the other denied it. The next day, Wednesday, Towha and Potatu, with about 8 large canoes, arrived and landed near the marae. Many plantain trees were brought on the part of different chiefs to Otoo. Towha did not stir from his canoe. The ceremony began by the principal priest bringing out the marrow, wrapped up, and a bundle shaped like a large sugar loaf. These were placed at the head of what I understood to be a grave. Then 3 priests came and sat down opposite, that is, at the other end of the grave, bringing with them a plantain tree, the branch of some other tree, and the sheath of the flower of the coconut tree. The priests, with these things in their hands, separately repeated sentences, and at intervals 2 and sometimes all 3 sung a melancholy ditty, little attended to by the people. This praying and singing continued for an hour. Then, after a short prayer, the principal priest uncovered the marrow, and Otoo rose up and wrapped it about him, holding at the same time in his hand a cap or bonnet, composed of the red feathers of the tail of the tropic bird mixed with other feathers of a dark colour. He stood in the middle space facing the 3 priests, who continued their prayers for about 10 minutes, when a man starting from the crowd said something which ended with the word "Haiva," and the crowd echoed back to him 3 times, "Eri." This, as I had been told before, was the principal part of the solemnity. The company now moved to the opposite side of the great pile of stones, where is what they call the King's Marae, which is not unlike a large grave. Here the same ceremony was performed over again, and ended in 3 cheers. The marrow was now wrapped up, and increased in its splendour by the addition of a small piece of red feathers, which one of the priests gave Otoo when he had it on, and which he stuck into it. From this place the people went to a large hut close by the marae, where they seated themselves in much greater order than is usual among them. A man of Tiaraboo then made an oration which lasted about 10 minutes. He was followed by an Atahuru man. Afterward Potatu spoke with much greater fluency and grace than any of them, for, in general, they spoke in short broken sentences, with a motion of the hand that was rather awkward. Tutio, Otoo's orator, spoke next, and after him a man from Eimeo. 2 or 3 more speeches were made, but not much attended to. Omai told me that the speeches declared that they should not fight, but all be friends. As many of the speakers expressed themselves with warmth, possibly there were some recriminations and protestations of their good intentions. In the midst of their speaking, a man of Atahuru got up, with a sling fastened to his waist and a large stone placed upon his shoulder. After parading near a quarter of an hour in the open space, repeating something in a singing tone, he threw the stone down. This stone and a plantain tree that lay at Otoo's feet were, after the speeches ended, carried to the marae, and one of the priests, and Otoo with him, said something upon the occasion. On our return to Opara, the sea breeze having set in, we were obliged to land, and had a pleasant walk through almost the whole extent of Titaha to Opara. A tree, with 2 bundles of dried leaves suspended upon it, marked the boundary of the 2 districts. The man who had performed the ceremony of the stone and sling came with us. With him Otoo's father had a long conversation. He seemed very angry. I understood he was enraged at the part Towha had taken in the Eimeo business. From what I can judge of this solemnity, as thus described by Mr. King, it had not been wholly a thanksgiving, as Omai told us, but rather a confirmation of the treaty, or perhaps both. The grave which Mr. King speaks of seems to be the very spot where the celebration of the rites began, when the human sacrifice at which I was present was offered, and before which the victim was laid, after being removed from the seaside. It is at this part of the marae also that they first invest their kings with the marrow. Omai, who had been present when Otoo was made king, described to me the whole ceremony when we were here, and I find it to be almost the same as this that Mr. King has now described, though we understood it to be upon a very different occasion. The plantain tree, so often mentioned, is always the first thing introduced, not only in all their religious ceremonies, but in all their debates, whether of a public or private nature. It is also used on other occasions, perhaps many more than we know of. While Towha was at Eimeo, 1 or more messengers came from him to Otoo every day. The messenger always came with a young plantain tree in his hand, which he laid down at Otoo's feet before he spoke a word, then seated himself before him and related what he was charged with. I have seen 2 men in such high dispute that I expected they would proceed to blows. Yet, on one laying down a plantain tree before the other, they have both become cool and carried on the argument without farther animosity. In short, it is, upon all occasions, the olive branch of these people. The war with Eimeo, and the solemn rites which were the consequence of it, being thus finally closed, all our friends paid us a visit on the 26th, and, as they knew that we were upon the point of sailing, brought with them more hogs than we could take off their hands. For, having no salt left to preserve any, we wanted no more than for present use. The next day I accompanied Otoo to Opara, and, before I left it, I looked at the cattle and poultry, which I had consigned to my friend's care at that place. Everything was in a promising way, and properly attended unto. 2 of the geese and 2 of the ducks were sitting, but the pea and turkey hens had not begun to lay. I got from Otoo 4 goats, 2 of which I intended to leave at Ulietea, where none had as yet been introduced, and the other 2 I proposed to reserve for the use of any other islands I might meet with in my passage to the north. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 4, Part 2. The day of sailing fixed. Peace made with Eimeo. Debates about it, and Otoo's conduct blamed. A solemnity at the Morai on the occasion, described by Mr. King. Observations upon it. Instance of Otoo's art. Omai's war canoe, and remarks upon his behaviour. Otoo's present and message to the King of Great Britain. Reflections on our manner of traffic, and on the good treatment we met with at Otaheite. Account of the expedition of the Spaniards, their fictions to depreciate the English, wishes expressed that no settlement may be made, Omai's jealousy of another traveller. Continued. A circumstance which I shall now mention of Otoo will show that these people are capable of much address and art to gain their purposes. Amongst other things which, at different times, I had given to this chief, was a spying glass. After having it in his possession 2 or 3 days, tired of its novelty, and probably finding it of no use to him, he carried it privately to Captain Clark, and told him that, as he had been his very good friend, he had got a present for him, which he knew would be agreeable. But, says Otoo, you must not let Tutti know it, because he wants it, and I would not let him have it. He then put the glass into Captain Clark's hands, at the same time assuring him that he came honestly by it. Captain Clark at first declined accepting it, but Otoo insisted upon it and left it with him. Some days after he put Captain Clark in mind of the glass, who, though he did not want it, was yet desirous of obliging Otoo, and thinking that a few axes would be of more use at this island, produced 4 to give him in return. Otoo no sooner saw this than he said, Tutti offered me 5 for it. Well, says Captain Clark, if that be the case, your friendship for me shall not make you a loser, and you shall have 6 axes. These he accepted, but desired again that I might not be told what he had done. Our friend Omai got one good thing at this island for the many good things he gave away. This was a very fine double sailing canoe, completely equipped and fit for the sea. Some time before I had made up for him a suit of English colours, but he thought these too valuable to be used at this time, and patched up a parcel of colours, such as flags and pendants, to the number of 10 or a dozen, which he spread on different parts of this vessel, all at the same time, and drew together as many people to look at her as a man of war would dressed in a European port. These streamers of Omai were a mixture of English, French, Spanish, and Dutch, which were all the European colours that he had seen. When I was last at this island, I gave to Otoo an English jack and pendant, and to Towha a pendant, which I now found they had preserved with the greatest care. Omai had also provided himself with a good stock of cloth and coconut oil, which are not only in greater plenty, but much better at Otaheite than at any of the Society Islands, insomuch that they are articles of trade. Omai would not have behaved so inconsistently and so much unlike himself as he did in many instances, but for his sister and brother-in-law, who, together with a few more of their acquaintance, engrossed him entirely to themselves, with no other view than to strip him of everything he had got. And they would undoubtedly have succeeded in their scheme if I had not put a stop to it in time by taking the most useful articles of his property into my possession. But even this would not have saved Omai from ruin if I had suffered these relations of his to have gone with, or to have followed us to, his intended place of settlement, Huaheine. This they had intended, but I disappointed their farther views of plunder by forbidding them to show themselves in that island while I remained in the neighbourhood, and they knew me too well not to comply. On the 28th, Otoo came on board and informed me that he had got a canoe, which he desired I would take with me and carry home, as a present from him to the Iri Rahi no Pratana, it being the only thing, he said, that he could send worth his Majesty's acceptance. I was not a little pleased with Otoo for this mark of his gratitude. It was a thought entirely his own, not one of us having given him the least hint about it, and it showed that he fully understood to whom he was indebted for the most valuable presents that he had received. At first I thought this canoe had been a model of one of their vessels of war, but I soon found that it was a small Ivaha, about 16 feet long. It was double, and seemed to have been built for the purpose, and was decorated with all those pieces of carved work which they usually fix upon their canoes. As it was too large for me to take on board, I could only thank him for his good intentions, but it would have pleased him much better if his present could have been accepted. We were detained here some days longer than I expected, by light breezes from the west and calms by turns, so that we could not get out of the bay. During this time the ships were crowded with our friends and surrounded by a multitude of canoes, for not one would leave the place till we were gone. At length, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 29th, the wind came at east, and we weighed anchor. As soon as the ships were under sail, at the request of Otoo, and to gratify the curiosity of his people, I fired 7 guns loaded with shot, after which all our friends, except him and 2 or 3 more, left us with such marks of affection and grief as sufficiently showed how much they regretted our departure. Otoo being desirous of seeing the ship sail, I made a stretch out to sea and then in again, when he also bid us farewell and went ashore in his canoe. The frequent visits we have lately paid to this island seem to have created a full persuasion that the intercourse will not be discontinued. It was strictly enjoined to me by Otoo to request in his name the Iri Rahi no Pretana to send him by the next ships red feathers and the birds that produce them, axes, half a dozen muskets with powder and shot, and by no means to forget horses. I have occasionally mentioned my receiving considerable presents from Otoo and the rest of the family without specifying what returns I made. It is customary for these people, when they make a present, to let us know what they expect in return, and we find it necessary to gratify them, so that what we get by way of present comes dearer than what we get by barter. But as we were sometimes pressed by occasional scarcity, we could have recourse to our friends for a present or supply when we could not get our wants relieved by any other method, and therefore, upon the whole, this way of traffic was full as advantageous to us as to the natives. For the most part, I paid for each separate article as I received it, except in my intercourse with Otoo. His presents generally came so fast upon me that no account was kept between us. Whatever he asked for that I could spare, he had whenever he asked for it, and I always found him moderate in his demands. If I could have prevailed upon Omai to fix himself at Otaheite, I should not have left it so soon as I did, for there was not a probability of our being better or cheaper supplied with refreshments at any other place than we continued to be here, even at the time of our leaving it. Besides, such a cordial friendship and confidence subsisted between us and the inhabitants as could hardly be expected anywhere else. And it was a little extraordinary that this friendly intercourse had never once been suspended by any untoward accident, nor had there been a theft committed that deserves to be mentioned. Not that I believe their morals, in this respect, to be much mended, but am rather of opinion that their regularity of conduct was owing to the fear the chiefs were under of interrupting a traffic which they might consider as the means of securing to themselves a more considerable share of our commodities than could have been got by plunder or pilfering. Indeed, this point I settled at the first interview with their chiefs after my arrival. For, observing the great plenty that was in the island, and the eagerness of the natives to possess our various articles of trade, I resolved to make the most of these two favourable circumstances, and explained myself in the most decisive terms that I would not suffer them to rob us, as they had done upon many former occasions. In this Omai was of great use, as I instructed him to point out to them the good consequences of their honest conduct, and the fatal mischiefs they must expect to suffer by deviating from it. It is not always in the power of the chiefs to prevent robberies. They are frequently robbed themselves, and complain of it as a great evil. Otoo left the most valuable things he had from me in my possession till the day before we sailed, and the reason he gave for it was that they were nowhere so safe. Since the bringing in of new riches, the inducements to pilfering must have increased. The chiefs, sensible of this, are now extremely desirous of chests. They seemed to set much value upon a few the Spaniards had left amongst them, and they were continually asking us for some. I had one made for Otoo, the dimensions of which, according to his own directions, were 8 feet in length, 5 in breadth, and about 3 in depth. Locks and bolts were not a sufficient security, but it must be large enough for 2 people to sleep upon, by way of guarding it in the night. It will appear a little extraordinary that we, who had a smattering of their language, and Omai besides for an interpreter, could never get any clear account of the time when the Spaniards arrived, how long they stayed, and when they departed. The more we inquired into this matter, the more we were convinced of the inability of most of these people to remember or note the time when past events happened, especially if it exceeded 10 or 20 months. It, however, appeared, by the date of the inscription upon the cross, and by the information we received from the most intelligent of the natives, that 2 ships arrived at Otaheite in 1774, soon after I left Matavai, which was in May the same year. They brought with them the house and livestock before mentioned. Some said that, after landing these things, and some men, they sailed in quest of me, and returned in about 10 days. But I have some doubt of the truth of this, as they were never seen, either at Huaheine or at Ulietea. The livestock they left here consisted of 1 bull, some goats, hogs, and dogs, and the male of some other animal, which we afterwards found to be a ram, and at this time was at Bolabola, whither the bull was also to have been transported. The hogs are of a large kind, have already greatly improved the breed originally found by us upon the island, and, at the time of our late arrival, were very numerous. Goats are also in tolerable plenty, there being hardly a chief of any note who has not got some. As to the dogs that the Spaniards put ashore, which are of 2 or 3 sorts, I think they would have done the island a great deal more service if they had hanged them all instead of leaving them upon it. It was to one of them that my young ram fell a victim. When these ships left the islands, 4 Spaniards remained behind. 2 were priests, 1 a servant, and the 4th made himself very popular among the natives, who distinguish him by the name of Matima. He seems to have been a person who had studied their language, or at least to have spoken it so as to be understood, and to have taken uncommon pains to impress the minds of the islanders with the most exalted ideas of the greatness of the Spanish nation, and to make them think meanly of the English. He even went so far as to assure them that we no longer existed as an independent nation, that Pretana was only a small island, which they, the Spaniards, had entirely destroyed, and for me, that they had met with me at sea, and, with a few shot, had sent my ship and every soul in her to the bottom, so that my visiting Otaheite at this time was, of course, very unexpected. All this and many other improbable falsehoods did this Spaniard make these people believe. If Spain had no other views in this expedition but to depreciate the English, they had better have kept their ships at home, for my returning again to Otaheite was considered as a complete confutation of all that Matima had said. With what design the priest stayed we can only guess. If it was to convert the natives to the Catholic faith, they have not succeeded in any one instance. But it does not appear that they ever attempted it, for if the natives are to be believed, they never conversed with them either on this or on any other subject. The priests resided constantly in their house at Otaheite, but Matima roved about, visiting most parts of the island. At length, after he and his companions had stayed 10 months, 2 ships came to Otaheite, took them on board, and sailed again in 5 days. This hasty departure shows that, whatever design the Spaniards might have had upon this island, they had now laid it aside. And yet, as I was informed by Otoo and many others, before they went away, they would have the natives believe that they still meant to return, and to bring with them houses, all kinds of animals, and men and women who were to settle, live, and die on the island. Otoo, when he told me this, added that if the Spaniards should return, he would not let them come to Matavai Fort, which he said was ours. It was easy to see that the idea pleased him, little thinking that the completion of it would at once deprive him of his kingdom and the people of their liberties. This shows with what facility a settlement might be made at Otaheite, which, grateful as I am for repeated good offices, I hope will never happen. Our occasional visits may, in some respects, have benefited its inhabitants, but a permanent establishment amongst them, conducted as most European establishments amongst Indian nations have unfortunately been, would, I fear, give them just cause to lament that our ships had ever found them out. Indeed, it is very unlikely that any measure of this kind should ever be seriously thought of, as it can neither serve the purposes of public ambition nor of private avarice, and without such inducements I may pronounce that it will never be undertaken. I have already mentioned the visit that I had from one of the two natives of this island, who had been carried by the Spaniards to Lima. I never saw him afterward, which I rather wondered at, as I had received him with uncommon civility. I believe, however, that Omai had kept him at a distance from me by some rough usage, jealous that there should be another traveller upon the island who might vie with himself. Our touching at Tenerife was a fortunate circumstance for Omai, as he prided himself in having visited a place belonging to Spain as well as this man. I did not meet with the other, who had returned from Lima, but Captain Clark, who had seen him, spoke of him as a low fellow and as a little out of his senses. His own countrymen, I found, agreed in the same account of him. In short, these two adventurers seemed to be held in no esteem. They had not, indeed, been so fortunate as to return home with such valuable acquisitions of property as we had bestowed upon Omai, and with the advantages he reaped from his voyage to England. It must be his own fault if he should sink into the same state of insignificance. End of section 7. Section 8 of the third voyage of James Cook, Volume 2 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 5. Arrival at Eimeo. 2 harbours there and an account of them. Visit from Huaheine, chief of the island. His person described. A goat stolen and sent back with the thief. Another goat stolen and secreted. Measures taken on the occasion. Expedition cross the island. Houses and canoes burnt. The goat delivered up and peace restored. Some account of the island, etc. As I did not give up my design of touching at Eimeo, at daybreak, in the morning of the 30th, after leaving Otaheite, I stood for the north end of the island, the harbour which I wished to examine being at that part of it. Omai, in his canoe, having arrived there long before us, had taken some necessary measures to show us the place. However, we were not without pilots, having several men of Otaheite on board, and not a few women. Not caring to trust entirely to these guides, I sent 2 boats to examine the harbour, and on their making the signal for safe anchorage, we stood in with the ships and anchored close up to the head of the inlet in 10 fathoms water over a bottom of soft mud and moored with a hawser fast to the shore. This harbour, which is called Taloo, is situated upon the north side of the island in the district of Obunohu or Punahu. It runs in south or south by east between the hills above 2 miles. For security and goodness of its bottom, it is not inferior to any harbour that I have met with at any of the islands in this ocean, and it has this advantage over most of them, that a ship can sail in and out with the reigning trade wind, so that the access and recess are equally easy. There are several rivulets that fall into it. The one at the head is so considerable as to admit boats to go a quarter of a mile up, where we found the water perfectly fresh. Its banks are covered with the puru tree, as it is called by the natives, which makes good firing, and which they set no value upon, so that wood and water are to be got here with great facility. On the same side of the island, and about 2 miles to the eastward, is the harbour of Paroroa, much larger within than that of Taloo, but the entrance or opening in the reef, for the whole island is surrounded with a reef of coral rock, is considerably narrower and lies to leeward of the harbour. These two defects are so striking that the harbour of Taloo must always have a decided preference. It is a little extraordinary that I should have been 3 times at Otaheite before, and have once sent a boat to Eimeo, and yet not know till now that there was a harbour in it. On the contrary, I always understood there was not, whereas there are not only the 2 above mentioned, but 1 or 2 more on the south side of the island. But these last are not so considerable as the 2 we have just described, and of which a sketch has been made for the use of those who may follow us in such a voyage. We had no sooner anchored than the ships were crowded with the inhabitants, whom curiosity alone brought on board, for they had nothing with them for the purposes of barter. But the next morning this deficiency was supplied, several canoes then arriving from more distant parts, which brought with them abundance of breadfruit, coconuts, and a few hogs. These they exchanged for hatchets, nails, and beads, for red feathers were not so much sought after here as at Otaheite. The ship being a good deal pestered with rats, I hauled her within 30 yards of the shore, as near as the depth of water would allow, and made a path for them to get to the land by fastening hawsers to the trees. It is said that this experiment has sometimes succeeded, but I believe we got clear of very few, if any, of the numerous tribe that haunted us. In the morning of the 2nd, Huaheine, the chief of the island, paid me a visit. He approached the ship with great caution, and it required some persuasion to get him on board. Probably he was under some apprehensions of mischief from us, as friends of the Otaheitians, these people not being able to comprehend how we can be friends with any one without adopting, at the same time, his cause against his enemies. Huaheine was accompanied by his wife, who, as I was informed, is sister to Oamo of Otaheite, of whose death we had an account while we were at this island. I made presents to both of them of such things as they seemed to set the highest value upon, and after a stay of about half an hour they went away. Not long after they returned with a large hog, which they meant as a return for my present, but I made them another present to the full value of it. After this they paid a visit to Captain Clark. This chief who, with a few followers, has made himself in a manner independent of Otaheite, is between 40 and 50 years old. He is bald-headed, which is rather an uncommon appearance in these islands at that age. He wore a kind of turban and seemed ashamed to show his head. But whether they themselves considered this deficiency of hair as a mark of disgrace, or whether they entertained a notion of our considering it as such, I cannot say. We judged that the latter supposition was the truth, from this circumstance, that they had seen us shave the head of one of their people, whom we had caught stealing. They therefore concluded that this was the punishment usually inflicted by us upon all thieves, and one or two of our gentlemen, whose heads were not overburdened with hair, we could observe, lay under violent suspicion of being Tetos. In the evening Omai and I mounted on horseback and took a ride along the shore to the eastward. Our train was not very numerous, as Omai had forbid the natives to follow us, and many complied, the fear of giving offence getting the better of their curiosity. Towha had stationed his fleet in this harbour, and though the war lasted but a few days, the marks of its devastation were everywhere to be seen. The trees were stripped of their fruit, and all the houses in the neighbourhood had been pulled down or burnt. Having employed 2 or 3 days in getting up all our spirit casks to tar their heads, which we found necessary to save them from the effects of a small insect to destroy them, we hauled the ship off into the stream on the 6th in the morning, intending to put to sea the next day. But an accident happened that prevented it, and gave me a good deal of trouble. We had sent our goats ashore in the daytime to graze, with 2 men to look after them, notwithstanding which precaution the natives had contrived to steal one of them this evening. The loss of this goat would have been of little consequence if it had not interfered with my views of stocking other islands with these animals, but this being the case, it became necessary to recover it if possible. The next morning we got intelligence that it had been carried to Huaheine, the chief, who was at this time at Pararoa harbour. 2 old men offered to conduct any of my people whom I might think proper to send to him to bring back the goat. Accordingly I dispatched them in a boat, charged with a threatening message to Huaheine if the goat was not immediately given up to me, and also the thief. It was only the day before that this chief had requested me to give him 2 goats, but as I could not spare them, unless at the expense of other islands that might never have another opportunity to get any, and had, besides, heard that there were already 2 upon this island, I did not gratify him. However, to show my inclination to assist his views in this respect, I desired Tidua, an Otaheite chief who was present, to beg Otoo, in my name, to send 2 of these animals to Huaheine, and, by way of ensuring a compliance with this request, I sent to Otoo by this chief a large piece of red feathers, equal to the value of the 2 goats that I required. I expected that this arrangement would have been satisfactory to Huaheine and all the other chiefs of the island, but the event showed that I was mistaken. Not thinking that any one would dare to steal a second, at the very time I was taking measures to recover the first, the goats were put ashore again this morning, and in the evening a boat was sent to bring them on board. As our people were getting them into the boat, one was carried off undiscovered. It being immediately missed, I made no doubt of recovering it without much trouble, as there had not been time to carry it to any considerable distance. 10 or 12 of the natives set out soon after, different ways to bring it back or to look for it. For not one of them would own that it was stolen, but all tried to persuade us that it had strayed into the woods. And, indeed, I thought so myself. I was convinced to the contrary, however, when I found that none of those who went in pursuit of it returned, so that their only view was to amuse me till their prize was beyond my reach, and, night coming on, put a stop to all further search. About this time the boat returned with the other goat, bringing also one of the men who had stolen it, the first instance of the kind that I had met with amongst these islands. The next morning I found that most of the inhabitants in the neighbourhood had moved off, carrying with them a corpse which lay on a tupapau opposite the ship, and that Huaheine himself had retired to the most distant part of the island. It seemed now no longer doubtful that a plan had been laid to steal what I had refused to give, and that, though they had restored one, they were resolved to keep the other, which was a she-goat and big with kid. I was equally fixed in my resolution that they should not keep it. I therefore applied to the 2 old men who had been instrumental in getting back the first. They told me that this had been carried to Ulietea, a district on the south side of the island, by Eimeo, the chief of that place, but that, if I would send anybody for it, it would be delivered up. They offered to conduct some of my people across the island, but on my learning from them that a boat might go and return the same day, I sent one with 2 petty officers, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Shuttleworth, one to remain with the boat in case she could not get to the place, while the other should go with the guides and 1 or 2 of our people. Late in the evening the boat returned, and the officers informed me that after proceeding as far in the boat as rocks and shoals would permit, Mr. Shuttleworth with 2 marines and 1 of the guides landed and travelled to Ulietea, to the house of Eimeo, where the people of the place amused them for some time by telling them that the goat would soon be brought, and pretended they had sent for it. It, however, never came, and the approach of night obliged Mr. Shuttleworth to return to the boat without it. I was now very sorry that I had proceeded so far, as I could not retreat with any tolerable credit, and without giving encouragement to the people of the other islands we had yet to visit, to rob us with impunity. I asked Omai and the 2 old men what methods I should next take, and they, without hesitation, advised me to go with a party of men into the country and shoot every soul I should meet with. This bloody counsel I could not follow, but I resolved to march a party of men across the island, and at daybreak the next morning set out with 35 of my people, accompanied by 1 of the old men, by Omai, and 3 or 4 of his attendants. At the same time, I ordered Lieutenant Williamson with 3 armed boats round the western part of the island to meet us. I had no sooner landed with my party than the few natives who still remained in the neighbourhood fled before us. The first man that we met with upon our march ran some risk of his life, for Omai, the moment he saw him, asked me if he should shoot him. So fully was he persuaded that I was going to carry his advice into execution. I immediately ordered both him and our guide to make it known that I did not intend to hurt, much less to kill, a single native. These glad tidings flew before us like lightning and stopped the flight of the inhabitants, so that no one quitted his house or employment afterward. As we began to ascend the ridge of hills over which lay our road, we got intelligence that the goat had been carried that way before us, and, as we understood, could not as yet have passed the hills, so that we marched up in great silence in hopes of surprising the party who were bearing off the prize. But when we had got to the uppermost plantation on side of the ridge, the people there told us that what we were in search of had, indeed, been kept there the first night, but had been carried the next morning to Ulietea by Hamoa. We then crossed the ridge without making any farther inquiry, till we came within sight of Ulietea, where some people showed us Hamoa's house, and told us that the goat was there, so that I made no doubt of getting it immediately upon my arrival. But when I reached the house, to my very great surprise, the few people we met with denied that they had ever seen it, or knew anything about it. Even Hamoa himself came and made the same declaration. On our first coming to the place, I observed several men running to and fro in the woods, with clubs and bundles of darts in their hands, and Omai, who followed them, had some stones thrown at him, so that it seemed as if they had intended to oppose any step I should take by force, but on seeing my party was too strong, had dropped the design. I was confirmed in this notion by observing that all their houses were empty. After getting a few of the people of the place together, I had desired Omai to expostulate with them on the absurdity of the conduct they were pursuing, and to tell them that, from the testimony of many on whom I could depend, I was well assured that the goat was in their possession, and, therefore, insisted upon its being delivered up, otherwise I would burn their houses and canoes. But notwithstanding all that I or Omai could say, they continued to deny their having any knowledge of it. The consequence was that I set fire to 6 or 8 houses, which were presently consumed, with 2 or 3 war canoes that lay contiguous to them. This done, I marched off to join the boats, which were about 7 or 8 miles from us, and in our way we burnt 6 more war canoes without any one attempting to oppose us. On the contrary, many assisted, though probably more out of fear than good will. In one place Omai, who had advanced a little before, came back with information that a great many men were getting together to attack us. We made ready to receive them, but instead of enemies we found petitioners with plantain trees in their hands, which they laid down at my feet, and begged that I would spare a canoe that lay close by, which I readily complied with. At length, about 4 in the afternoon, we got to the boats that were waiting at Wararada, the district belonging to Tiara Tabu Noa, but this chief, as well as all the principal people of the place, had fled to the hills, though I touched not a single thing that was their property, as they were the friends of Otoo. After resting ourselves here about an hour, we set out for the ships, where we arrived about 8 o'clock in the evening. At that time no account of the goat had been received, so that the operations of this day had not produced the desired effect. Early next morning I dispatched one of Omai's men to Huaheine with this peremptory message, that if he persisted in his refusal, I would not leave him a single canoe upon the island, and that he might expect a continuation of hostilities as long as the stolen animal remained in his possession, and that the messenger might see that I was in earnest. Before he left me, I sent the carpenter to break up 3 or 4 canoes that lay ashore at the head of the harbour. The plank was carried on board as materials for building a house for Omai at the place where he intended to settle. I afterward went, properly accompanied, to the next harbour, where we broke up 3 or 4 more canoes and burnt an equal number, and then returned on board about 7 in the evening. On my arrival I found that the goat had been brought back about half an hour before, and on inquiry it appeared that it had come from the very place where I had been told the day before by the inhabitants that they knew nothing of it. But in consequence of the message I sent to the chief in the morning, it was judged prudent to trifle with me no longer. Thus ended this troublesome and rather unfortunate business, which could not be more regretted on the part of the natives than it was on mine. And it grieved me to reflect that, after refusing the pressing solicitations of my friends at Otaheite to favour their invasion of this island, I should so soon find myself reduced to the necessity of engaging in hostilities against its inhabitants, which, perhaps, did them more mischief than they had suffered from Towha's expedition. The next morning our intercourse with the natives was renewed, and several canoes brought to the ships breadfruit and coconuts to barter, from whence it was natural for me to draw this conclusion, that they were conscious it was their own fault if I had treated them with severity, and that the cause of my displeasure being removed, they had a full confidence that no further mischief would ensue. About 9 o'clock we weighed, with a breeze down the harbour, but it proved so faint and variable that it was noon before we got out to sea, when I steered for Huaheine, attended by Omai in his canoe. He did not depend entirely upon his own judgment, but had got on board a pilot. I observed that they shaped as direct a course for the island as I could do. At Eimeo we abundantly supplied the ships with firewood. We had not taken in any at Otaheite, where the procuring this article would have been very inconvenient, there not being a tree at Matavai but what is useful to the inhabitants. We also got here good store of refreshments, both in hogs and vegetables, that is, breadfruit and coconuts, little else being in season. I do not know that there is any difference between the produce of this island and of Otaheite, but there is a very striking difference in their women that I can by no means account for. Those of Eimeo are of low stature, have a dark hue, and, in general, forbidding features. If we met with a fine woman amongst them, we were sure, upon inquiry, to find that she had come from some other island. The general appearance of Eimeo is very different from that of Otaheite. The latter, rising in one steep hilly body, has little low land except some deep valleys, and the flat border that surrounds the greatest part of it toward the sea. Eimeo, on the contrary, has hills running in different directions, which are very steep and rugged, leaving, in the interspaces, very large valleys and gently rising grounds about their sides. These hills, though of a rocky disposition, are in general covered almost to their tops with trees, but the lower parts on the sides frequently only with fern. At the bottom of the harbour where we lay, the ground rises gently to the foot of the hills, which run across nearly in the middle of the island, but its flat border on each side, at a very little distance from the sea, becomes quite steep. This gives it a romantic cast, which renders it a prospect superior to anything we saw at Otaheite. The soil about the low grounds is a yellowish and pretty stiff mould, but upon the lower hills it is blacker and more loose, and the stone that composes the hills is, when broken, of a bluish colour, but not very compact texture, with some particles of glimmer interspersed. These particulars seem worthy of observation. Perhaps the reader will think differently of my judgment when I add that, near the station of our ships, were two large stones, or rather rocks, concerning which the natives have some superstitious notions. They consider them as eatuas, or divinities. saying that they are brother and sister, and that they came by some supernatural means from Ulietea. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 1. Arrival at Huaheine, Council of the Chiefs, Omai's offerings and speech to the chiefs, his establishment in this island agreed to, a house built and garden planted for him, singularity of his situation, measures taken to ensure his safety, damage done by cockroaches on board the ships, a thief detected and punished, fireworks exhibited, animals left with Omai, his family, weapons, inscriptions on his house, his behavior on the ships leaving the island, summary view of his conduct and character, account of the 2 New Zealand youths. Having left Eimeo with a gentle breeze and fine weather, at daybreak the next morning we saw Huaheine, extending from southwest by west, half-west, to west by north. At noon we anchored at the north entrance of Owara Harbour. Footnote: see a plan of this harbour in Hawkesworth's collection, Volume 2, page 248, end footnote, which is on the west side of the island. The whole afternoon was spent in warping the ships into a proper berth and mooring. Omai entered the harbour just before us in his canoe, but did not land. Nor did he take much notice of any of his countrymen, though many crowded to see him, but far more of them came off to the ships, insomuch that we could hardly work on account of their numbers. Our passengers presently acquainted them with what we had done at Eimeo, and multiplied the number of houses and canoes that we had destroyed by 10 at least. I was not sorry for this exaggerated account, as I saw that it made a great impression upon all who heard it, so that I had hopes it would induce the inhabitants of this island to behave better to us than they had done during my former visits. While I was at Otaheite, I had learnt that my old friend Ori was no longer the chief of Huaheine, and that at this time he resided at Ulietea. Indeed, he had never been more than regent during the minority of Tairitaria, the present Iri-Rahi, but he did not give up the regency till he was forced. His 2 sons, Opuni and Towha, were the first who paid me a visit, coming on board before the ship was well in the harbour, and bringing a present with them. Our arrival brought all the principal people of the island to our ships on the next morning, being the 13th. This was just what I wished, as it was high time to think of settling Omai, and the presence of these chiefs, I guessed, would enable me to do it in the most satisfactory manner. He now seemed to have an inclination to establish himself at Ulietea, and if he and I could have agreed about the mode of bringing that plan to bear, I should have had no objection to adopt it. His father had been dispossessed by the men of Bolabola, when they conquered Ulietea, of some land in that island, and I made no doubt of being able to get it restored to the son in an amicable manner. For that purpose it was necessary that he should be upon good terms with those who now were masters of the island, but he was too great a patriot to listen to any such thing, and was vain enough to suppose that I would reinstate him in his forfeited lands by force. This made it impossible to fix him at Ulietea, and pointed out to me Huaheine as the proper place. I therefore resolved to avail myself of the presence of the chief men of the island, and to make this proposal to them. After the hurry of the morning was over, we got ready to pay a formal visit to Tairitaria, meaning then to introduce his business. Omai dressed himself very properly on the occasion, and prepared a handsome present for the chief himself, and another for his Eatua. Indeed, after he had got clear of the gang that surrounded him at Otaheite, he behaved with such prudence as to gain respect. Our landing drew most of our visitors from the ships, and they, as well as those that were on shore, assembled in a large house. The concourse of people on this occasion was very great, and amongst them there appeared to be a greater proportion of personal men and women than we had ever seen in one assembly at any of these new islands. Not only the bulk of the people seemed in general much stouter and fairer than those of Otaheite, but there was also a much greater number of men who appeared to be of consequence in proportion to the extent of the island, most of whom had exactly the corpulent appearance of the chiefs at Watiu. We waited some time for Tairitaria, as I would do nothing till the Irirahi came, but when he appeared, I found that his presence might have been dispensed with, as he was not above 8 or 10 years of age. Omai, who stood at a little distance from this circle of great men, began with making his offering to the gods, consisting of red feathers, cloth, etc. Then followed another offering, which was to be given to the gods by the chief, and after that several other small pieces and tufts of red feathers were presented. Each article was laid before one of the company who, I understood, was a priest, and was delivered with a set speech or prayer spoken by one of Omai's friends who sat by him, but mostly dictated by himself. In these prayers he did not forget his friends in England, nor those who had brought him safe back. The Iri Rahi no Pretane, Lord Sandwich, Tutti, Tatti, footnote, cook and clerk, end footnote, were mentioned in every one of them. When Omai's offerings and prayers were finished, the priest took each article in the same order in which it had been laid before him, and, after repeating a prayer, sent it to the Morai, which, as Omai told us, was at a great distance, otherwise the offerings would have been made there. These religious ceremonies having been performed, Omai sat down by me, and we entered upon business by giving the young chief my present and receiving his in return, and, all things considered, they were liberal enough on both sides. Some arrangements were next agreed upon as to the manner of carrying on the intercourse betwixt us, and I pointed out the mischievous consequence that would attend their robbing us, as they had done during my former visits. Omai's establishment was then proposed to the assembled chiefs. He acquainted them that he had been carried by us into our country, where he was well received by the great king and his Eries, and treated with every mark of regard and affection while he stayed amongst us, that he had been brought back again, enriched by our liberality with a variety of articles, which would prove very useful to his countrymen, and that, besides the 2 horses which were to remain with him, several other new and valuable animals had been left at Otaheite, which would soon multiply and furnish a sufficient number for the use of all the islands in the neighbourhood. He then signified to them that it was my earnest request in return for all my friendly offices, that they would give him a piece of land to build a house upon and to raise provisions for himself and servants, adding that, if this could not be obtained for him at Huaheine, either by gift or by purchase, I was determined to carry him to Ulietea and fix him there. Perhaps I have here made a better speech for my friend than he actually delivered, but these were the topics I dictated to him. I observed that what he concluded with, about carrying him to Ulietea, seemed to meet with the approbation of all the chiefs, and I instantly saw the reason. Omai had, as I have already mentioned, vainly flattered himself that I meant to use force in restoring him to his father's lands in Ulietea, and he had talked idly and without any authority from me on this subject to some of the present assembly, who dreamed of nothing less than a hostile invasion of Ulietea, and of being assisted by me to drive the Bolabola men out of that island. It was of consequence, therefore, that I should undeceive them, and in order to this I signified in the most peremptory manner that I neither would assist them in such an enterprise, nor suffer it to be put in execution while I was in their seas, and that, if Omai fixed himself in Ulietea, he must be introduced as a friend, and not forced upon the Bolabola men as their conqueror. This declaration gave a new turn to the sentiments of the council. One of the chiefs immediately expressed himself to this effect, that the whole island of Huaheine and everything in it were mine, and that, therefore, I might give what portion of it I pleased to my friend. Omai, who, like the rest of his countrymen, seldom sees things beyond the present moment, was greatly pleased to hear this, thinking, no doubt, that I should be very liberal and give him enough. But to offer what it would have been improper to accept, I considered as offering nothing at all, and therefore I now desired that they would not only assign the particular spot, but also the exact quantity of land which they would allot for the settlement. Upon this, some chiefs, who had already left the assembly, were sent for, and after a short consultation among themselves, my request was granted by general consent, and the ground immediately pitched upon, adjoining to the house where our meeting was held. The extent along the shore of the harbour was about 200 yards, and its depth to the foot of the hill somewhat more, but a proportional part of the hill was included in the grant. This business being settled to the satisfaction of all parties, I set up a tent ashore, established a post, and erected the observatories. The carpenters of both ships were also set to work to build a small house for Omai, in which he might secure the European commodities that were his property. At the same time, some hands were employed in making a garden for his use, planting shaddocks, vines, pineapples, melons, and the seeds of several other vegetable articles, all of which I had the satisfaction of observing to be in a flourishing state before I left the island. Omai now began seriously to attend to his own affairs, and repented heartily of his ill-judged prodigality while at Otaheite. He found at Huaheine a brother, a sister, and a brother-in-law, the sister being married. But these did not plunder him, as he had lately been by his other relations. I was sorry, however, to discover that, though they were too honest to do him any injury, they were of too little consequence in the island to do him any positive good. They had neither authority nor influence to protect his person or his property, and in that helpless situation I had reason to apprehend that he ran great risk of being stripped of everything he had got from us, as soon as he should cease to have us within his reach, to enforce the good behaviour of his countrymen by an immediate appeal to our irresistible power. A man who is richer than his neighbours is sure to be envied by numbers who wish to see him brought down to their own level. But in countries where civilization, law, and religion impose their restraints, the rich have a reasonable ground of security. And besides there being, in all such communities, a diffusion of property, no single individual need fear that the efforts of all the poorer sort can ever be united to injure him, exclusively of others who are equally the objects of envy. It was very different with Omai. He was to live amongst those who are strangers, in a great measure, to any other principle of action besides the immediate impulse of their natural feelings. But what was his principal danger? He was to be placed in the very singular situation of being the only rich man in the community to which he was to belong, and having, by a fortunate connection with us, got into his possession an accumulated quantity of a species of treasure which none of his countrymen could create by any art or industry of their own, while all coveted a share of this envied wealth, it was natural to apprehend that all would be ready to join in attempting to strip its sole proprietor. To prevent this, if possible, I desired him to make a proper distribution of some of his movables to 2 or 3 of the principal chiefs, who, being thus gratified themselves, might be induced to take him under their patronage and protect him from the injuries of others. He promised to follow my advice, and I heard with satisfaction before I sailed that this very prudent step had been taken. Not trusting, however, entirely to the operation of gratitude, I had recourse to the more forcible motive of intimidation. With this view, I took every opportunity of notifying to the inhabitants that it was my intention to return to their island again after being absent the usual time, and that if I did not find Omai in the same state of security in which I was now to leave him, all those whom I should then discover to have been his enemies might expect to feel the weight of my resentment. This threatening declaration will probably have no inconsiderable effect, for our successive visits of late years have taught these people to believe that our ships are to return at certain periods, and while they continue to be impressed with such a notion, which I thought it a fair stratagem to confirm, Omai has some prospect of being permitted to thrive upon his new plantation. While we lay in this harbour, we carried ashore the bread remaining in the bread room to clear it of vermin. The number of cockroaches that infested the ship at this time is incredible. The damage they did us was very considerable, and every method devised by us to destroy them proved ineffectual. These animals, which at first were a nuisance, like all other insects, have now become a real pest, and so destructive that few things were free from their ravages. If food of any kind was exposed only for a few minutes, it was covered with them, and they soon pierced it full of holes resembling a honeycomb. They were particularly destructive to birds, which had been stuffed and preserved as curiosities, and, what was worse, were uncommonly fond of ink, so that the writing on the labels, fastened to different articles, was quite eaten out, and the only thing that preserved books from them was the closeness of the binding, which prevented these devourers getting between the leaves. According to Mr. Anderson's observations, they were of 2 sorts, the Blatta Orientalis and Germanica. The first of these had been carried home in the ship from her former voyage, where they withstood the severity of the hard winter in 1776, though she was in dock all the time. The others had only made their appearance since our leaving New Zealand, but had increased so fast that they now not only did all the mischief mentioned above, but had even got amongst the rigging, so that when a sail was loosened, thousands of them fell upon the decks. The Orientales, though in infinite numbers, scarcely came out but in the night, when they made everything in the cabins seem as if in motion from the particular noise in crawling about. And, besides their disagreeable appearance, they did great mischief to our bread, which was so bespattered with their excrement that it would have been badly relished by delicate feeders. The intercourse of trade and friendly offices was carried on between us and the natives without being disturbed by any one accident till the evening of the 22nd, when a man found means to get into Mr. Bailey's observatory and to carry off a sextant unobserved. As soon as I was made acquainted with the theft, I went ashore and got Omai to apply to the chiefs to procure restitution. He did so, but they took no steps toward it, being more attentive to a heaver that was then acting, till I ordered the performers of the exhibition to desist. They were now convinced that I was in earnest, and began to make some inquiry after the thief, who was sitting in the midst of them quite unconcerned, inasmuch that I was in great doubt of his being the guilty person, especially as he denied it. Omai, however, assuring me that he was the man, I sent him on board the ship and there confined him. This raised a general ferment amongst the assembled natives, and the whole body fled in spite of all my endeavours to stop them. Having employed Omai to examine the prisoner, with some difficulty he was brought to confess where he had laid the sextant, but as it was now dark, he could not find it till daylight the next morning, when it was brought back unhurt. After this the natives recovered from their fright and began to gather about us as usual. And as to the thief, he appearing to be a hardened scoundrel, I punished him more severely than I had done any culprit before. Besides having his head and beard shaved, I ordered both his ears to be cut off, and then dismissed him. This, however, did not deter him from giving us farther trouble, for in the night between the 24th and 25th, a general alarm was spread, occasioned, as was said, by one of our goats being stolen by this very man. On examination, we found that all was safe in that quarter. Probably the goats were so well guarded that he could not put his design in execution, but his hostilities had succeeded against another object, and it appeared that he had destroyed and carried off several vines and cabbage plants in Omai's grounds, and he publicly threatened to kill him and to burn his house as soon as we should leave the island. To prevent the fellow's doing me and Omai any more mischief, I had him seized and confined on board the ship, with a view of carrying him off the island, and it seemed to give general satisfaction to the chiefs that I meant thus to dispose of him. He was from Bolabola, but there were too many of the natives here ready to assist him in any of his designs, whenever he should think of executing them. I had always met with more troublesome people in Huaheine than in any other of the neighbouring islands, and it was only fear and the want of opportunities that induced them to behave better now. Anarchy seemed to prevail amongst them. Their nominal sovereign, the Iri Rahi, as I have before observed, was but a child, and I did not find that there was any one man or set of men who managed the government for him, so that, whenever any misunderstanding happened between us, I never knew, with sufficient precision, where to make application in order to bring about an accommodation or to procure redress. The young chief's mother would, indeed, sometimes exert herself, but I did not perceive that she had greater authority than many others. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 2. Arrival at Huaheine. Council of the Chiefs. Omai's offerings and speech to the chiefs. His establishment in this island agreed to. A house built and garden planted for him. Singularity of his situation. Measures taken to ensure his safety. Damage done by cockroaches on board the ships. A thief detected and punished. Fireworks exhibited. Animals left with Omai. His family. Weapons. Inscriptions on his house. His behavior on the ships leaving the island. Summary view of his conduct and character. Account of the 2 New Zealand youths. Continued. Omai's house being nearly finished, many of his movables were carried ashore on the 26th. Amongst a variety of other useless articles was a box of toys which, when exposed to public view, seemed greatly to please the gazing multitude. But as to his pots, kettles, dishes, plates, drinking mugs, glasses, and the whole train of our domestic accommodations, hardly any one of his countrymen would so much as look at them. Omai himself now began to think that they were of no manner of use to him, that a baked hog was more savoury food than a boiled one, that a plantain leaf made as good a dish or plate as pewter, and that a coconut shell was as convenient a goblet as a blackjack. And, therefore, he very wisely disposed of as many of these articles of English furniture for the kitchen and pantry as he could find purchasers for amongst the people of the ships, receiving from them in return hatchets and other iron tools, which had a more intrinsic value in this part of the world, and added more to his distinguishing superiority over those with whom he was to pass the remainder of his days. In the long list of the presents bestowed upon him in England, fireworks had not been forgot. Some of these were exhibited in the evening of the 28th before a great concourse of people, who beheld them with a mixture of pleasure and fear. What remained, after the evening's entertainment, were put in order and left with Omai, agreeably to their original destination. Perhaps we need not lament it as a serious misfortune that the far greater share of this part of his cargo had been already expended in exhibitions at other islands, or rendered useless by being kept so long. Between midnight and 4 in the morning of the 30th, the Bolabola man, whom I had in confinement, found means to make his escape out of the ship. He carried with him the shackle of the bilbo bolt that was about his leg, which was taken from him as soon as he got on shore by one of the chiefs and given to Omai, who came on board very early in the morning to acquaint me that his mortal enemy was again let loose upon him. Upon inquiry, it appeared that not only the sentry, placed over the prisoner, but the whole watch upon the quarter-deck where he was confined had laid themselves down to sleep. He seized the opportunity to take the key of the irons out of the binnacle drawer, where he had seen it put, and set himself at liberty. This escape convinced me that my people had been very remiss in their night duty, which made it necessary to punish those who were now in fault, and to establish some new regulations to prevent the like negligence for the future. I was not a little pleased to hear afterward that the fellow who escaped had transported himself to Ulietea, in this seconding my views of putting him a second time in irons. As soon as Omai was settled in his new habitation, I began to think of leaving the island, and got everything off from the shore this evening except the horse and mare and a goat big with kid, which were left in the possession of our friend, with whom we were now finally to part. I also gave him a boar and 2 sows of the English breed, and he had got a sow or 2 of his own. The horse covered the mare while we were at Otaheite, so that I consider the introduction of a breed of horses into these islands as likely to have succeeded by this valuable present. The history of Omai will, perhaps, interest a very numerous class of readers, more than any other occurrence of a voyage, the objects of which do not, in general, promise much entertainment. Every circumstance, therefore, which may serve to convey a satisfactory account of the exact situation in which he was left will be thought worth preserving, and the following particulars are added to complete the view of his domestic establishment. He had picked up at Otaheite 4 or 5 tutus. The 2 New Zealand youths remained with him, and his brother and some others joined him at Huaheine, so that his family consisted already of 8 or 10 persons, if that can be called a family to which not a single female as yet belonged, nor, I doubt, was likely to belong unless its master became less volatile. At present, Omai did not seem at all disposed to take unto himself a wife. The house which we erected for him was 24 feet by 18 and 10 feet high. It was composed of boards, the spoils of our military operations at Eimeo, and in building it as few nails as possible were used, that there might be no inducement from the love of iron to pull it down. It was settled that immediately after our departure he should begin to build a large house after the fashion of his country, one end of which was to be brought over that which we had erected, so as to enclose it entirely for greater security. In this work some of the chiefs promised to assist him, and if the intended building should cover the ground which he marked out, it will be as large as most upon the island. His European weapons consisted of a musket, bayonet and cartouche box, a fowling piece, 2 pair of pistols, and 2 or 3 swords or cutlasses. The possession of these made him quite happy, which was my only view in giving him such presents, for I was always of opinion that he would have been happier without firearms and other European weapons than with them, as such implements of war in the hands of one whose prudent use of them I have some grounds for mistrusting would rather increase his dangers than establish his superiority. After he had got on shore everything that belonged to him and was settled in his house, he had most of the officers of both ships 2 or 3 times to dinner, and his table was always well supplied with the very best provisions that the island produced. Before I sailed, I had the following inscription cut upon the outside of his house: Georgius Tertius Rex, duo Novembris 1777. Naves, Resolution, Jack Cook Primus, Discovery, Carolus Clark Primus. On the 2nd of November, at 4 in the afternoon, I took the advantage of a breeze which then sprung up at east, and sailed out of the harbour. Most of our friends remained on board till the ships were under sail, when, to gratify their curiosity, I ordered 5 guns to be fired. They then all took their leave except Omai, who remained till we were at sea. We had come to sail by a hawser fastened to the shore. In casting the ship, it parted, being cut by the rocks, and the outer end was left behind, as those who cast it off did not perceive that it was broken, so that it became necessary to send a boat to bring it on board. In this boat Omai went ashore, after taking a very affectionate farewell of all the officers. He sustained himself with a manly resolution till he came to me. Then his utmost efforts to conceal his tears failed, and Mr. King, who went in the boat, told me that he wept all the time in going ashore. It was no small satisfaction to reflect that we had brought him safe back to the very spot from which he was taken. And yet, such is the strange nature of human affairs, that it is probable we left him in a less desirable situation than he was in before his connection with us. I do not by this mean that, because he has tasted the sweets of civilized life, he must become more miserable from being obliged to abandon all thoughts of continuing them. I confine myself to this single disagreeable circumstance, that the advantages he received from us have placed him in a more hazardous situation with respect to his personal safety. Omai, from being much caressed in England, lost sight of his original condition, and never considered in what manner his acquisitions, either of knowledge or of riches, would be estimated by his countrymen at his return, which were the only things he could have to recommend him to them now more than before, and on which he could build either his future greatness or happiness. He seemed even to have mistaken their genius in this respect, and, in some measure, to have forgotten their customs. Otherwise he must have known the extreme difficulty there would be in getting himself admitted as a person of rank, where there is, perhaps, no instance of a man's being raised from an inferior station by the greatest merit. Rank seems to be the very foundation of all distinction here, and of its attendant, power, and so pertinaciously, or rather blindly adhered to, that, unless a person has some degree of it, he will certainly be despised and hated if he assumes the appearance of exercising any authority. This was really the case in some measure with Omai, though his countrymen were pretty cautious of expressing their sentiments while we remained among them. Had he made a proper use of the presents he brought with him from England, this, with the knowledge he had acquired by travelling so far, might have enabled him to form the most useful connections. But we have given too many instances, in the course of our narrative, of his childish inattention to this obvious means of advancing his interest. His schemes seem to be of a higher, though ridiculous nature. Indeed, I might say meaner, for revenge, rather than a desire of becoming great, appeared to actuate him from the beginning. This, however, may be excused if we consider that it is common to his countrymen. His father was, doubtless, a man of considerable property in Ulietea when that island was conquered by those of Bolabola, and, with many others, sought refuge in Huaheine, where he died, and left Omai with some other children, who by that means became totally dependent. In this situation he was taken up by Captain Furneaux and carried to England. Whether he really expected from his treatment there that any assistance would be given him against the enemies of his father and his country, or whether he imagined that his own personal courage and superiority of knowledge would be sufficient to dispossess the conquerors of Ulietea, is uncertain. But from the beginning of the voyage this was his constant theme. He would not listen to our remonstrances on so wild a determination, but flew into a passion if more moderate and reasonable counsels were proposed for his advantage. Nay, so infatuated and attached to his favourite scheme was he, that he affected to believe these people would certainly quit the conquered island as soon as they should hear of his arrival at Otaheite. As we advanced, however, on our voyage, he became more sensible of his error, and by the time we reached the Friendly Islands, had even such apprehensions of his reception at home that, as I have mentioned in my journal, he would fain have stayed behind at Tonga under Finu's protection. At these islands he squandered away much of his European treasure very unnecessarily, and he was equally imprudent, as I also took notice of above, at Tiaraboo, where he could have no view of making friends, as he had not any intention of remaining there. At Matavai he continued the same inconsiderate behaviour till I absolutely put a stop to his profusion, and he formed such improper connections there that Otoo, who was at first much disposed to countenance him, afterward openly expressed his dislike of him on account of his conduct. It was not, however, too late to recover his favour, and he might have settled to great advantage in Otaheite, as he had formerly lived several years there, and was now a good deal noticed by Towha, whose valuable present of a very large double canoe we have seen above. The objection to admitting him to some rank would have also been much lessened if he had fixed at Otaheite, as a native will always find it more difficult to accomplish such a change of state amongst his countrymen than a stranger who naturally claims respect. But Omai remained undetermined to the last, and would not, I believe, have adopted my plan of settlement in Huaheine if I had not so explicitly refused to employ force in restoring him to his father's possessions. Whether the remains of his European wealth, which, after all his improvident waste, was still considerable, will be more prudently administered by him, or whether the steps I took, as already explained, to ensure him protection in Huaheine, shall have proved effectual, must be left to the decision of future navigators of this ocean, with whom it cannot but be a principal object of curiosity to trace the future fortunes of our traveller. At present I can only conjecture that his greatest danger will arise from the very impolitic declarations of his antipathy to the inhabitants of Bolabola, for these people, from a principle of jealousy, will, no doubt, endeavour to render him obnoxious to those of Huaheine, as they are at peace with that island at present, and may easily effect their designs, many of them living there. This is a circumstance which, of all others, he might the most easily have avoided, for they were not only free from any aversion to him, but the person mentioned before, whom we found at Tiarabu as an ambassador, priest, or god, absolutely offered to reinstate him in the property that was formerly his father's. But he refused this peremptorily, and to the very last continued determined to take the first opportunity that offered of satisfying his revenge in battle. To this, I guess, he is not a little spurred by the coat of mail he brought from England, clothed in which, and in possession of some firearms, he fancies that he shall be invincible. Whatever faults belonged to Omai's character, they were more than overbalanced by his great good nature and a docile disposition. During the whole time he was with me, I very seldom had reason to be seriously displeased with his general conduct. His grateful heart always retained the highest sense of the favours he had received in England, nor will he ever forget those who honoured him with their protection and friendship during his stay there. He had a tolerable share of understanding, but wanted application and perseverance to exert it, so that his knowledge of things was very general and in many instances imperfect. He was not a man of much observation. There were many useful arts as well as elegant amusements amongst the people of the Friendly Islands, which he might have conveyed to his own, where they probably would have been readily adopted, as being so much in their own ways. But I never found that he used the least endeavour to make himself master of any one. This kind of indifference is, indeed, the characteristic foible of his nation. Europeans have visited them at times for these 10 years past, yet we could not discover the slightest trace of any attempt to profit by this intercourse, nor have they hitherto copied after us in any one thing. We are not, therefore, to expect that Omai will be able to introduce many of our arts and customs among them, or much improve those to which they have been long habituated. I am confident, however, that he will endeavour to bring to perfection the various fruits and vegetables we planted, which will be no small acquisition. But the greatest benefit these islands are likely to receive from Omai's travels will be in the animals that have been left upon them, which, probably, they never would have got had he not come to England. When these multiply, of which I think there is little doubt, Otaheite and the Society Islands will equal, if not exceed, any place in the known world for provisions. Omai's return, and the substantial proofs he brought back with him of our liberality, encouraged many to offer themselves as volunteers to attend me to Pritana. I took every opportunity of expressing my determination to reject all such applications. But, notwithstanding this, Omai, who was very ambitious of remaining the only great traveller, being afraid lest I might be prevailed upon to put others in a situation of rivalling him, frequently put me in mind that Lord Sandwich had told him no others of his countrymen were to come to England. If there had been the most distant probability any ship being again sent to New Zealand, I would have brought the 2 youths of that country home with me, as both of them were very desirous of continuing with us. Tiarua, the eldest, was an exceedingly well-disposed young man, with strong natural sense, and capable of receiving any instruction. He seemed to be fully sensible of the inferiority of his own country to these islands, and resigned himself, though perhaps with reluctance, to end his days in ease and plenty in Huaheine. But the other was so strongly attached to us that he was taken out of the ship and carried ashore by force. He was a witty, smart boy, and on that account much noticed on board. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 7. Arrival at Ulietea. Astronomical observations. A marine deserts and is delivered up. Intelligence from Omai. Instructions to Captain Clark. Another desertion of a midshipman and a seaman. 3 of the chief persons of the island confined on that account. A design to seize Captains Cook and Clark discovered. The 2 deserters brought back and the prisoners released. The ships sail. Refreshments received at Ulietea. Present and former state of that island. Account of its dethroned king and of the late regent of Huaheine. The boat which carried Omai ashore, never to join us again, having returned to the ship with the remainder of the hawser, we hoisted her in and immediately stood over for Ulietea, where I intended to touch next. At 10 o'clock at night we brought to till 4 the next morning, when we made sail round the south end of the island for the harbour of Ohamameno. Footnote: see a plan of this harbour in Hawkesworth's collection, volume 2, page 248. End footnote. We met with calms and light airs of wind from different directions by turns, so that at noon we were still a league from the entrance of the harbour. While we were thus detained, my old friend Oreo, chief of the island, with his son, and Puto, his son-in-law, came off to visit us. Being resolved to push for the harbour, I ordered all the boats to be hoisted out and sent them ahead to tow, being assisted by a slight breeze from the southward. This breeze failed too soon, and being succeeded by one from the east, which blew right out of the harbour, we were obliged to come to an anchor at its entrance at 2 o'clock and to warp in, which employed us till night set in. As soon as we were within the harbour, the ships were surrounded with canoes filled with people, who brought hogs and fruit to barter with us for our commodities, so that, wherever we went, we found plenty. Next morning, being the 4th, I moored the ship head and stern, close to the north shore, at the head of the harbour, hauled up the cables on deck, and opened one of the ballast ports. From this a slight stage was made to the land, being at the distance of about 20 feet, with a view to get clear of some of the rats that continued to infest us. The Discovery moored alongside the south shore for the same purpose. While this work was going forward, I returned Oreo's visit. The present I made him on the occasion consisted of a linen gown, a shirt, a red feathered cap from Tonga Taboo, and other things of less value. I then brought him and some of his friends on board to dinner. On the 6th, we set up the observatories and got the necessary instruments on shore. The 2 following days we observed the sun's azimuths, both on board and ashore, with all the compasses, in order to find the variation, and in the night of the latter we observed an occultation of Sigma Capricorni by the moon's dark limb. Mr. Bailey and I agreed in fixing the time of its happening at 6 minutes and 54 seconds and a half past 10 o'clock. Mr. King made it half a second sooner. Mr. Bailey observed with the achromatic telescope belonging to the board of longitude, Mr. King with the reflector belonging to the board, and I made use of my own reflector of 18 inches. There was also an immersion of Pi Capricorni behind the moon's dark limb some time before, but it was observed by Mr. Bailey alone. I attempted to trace it with a small achromatic, but found its magnifying power not sufficient. Nothing worthy of note happened till the night between the 12th and 13th, when John Harrison, a marine, who was sentinel at the observatory, deserted, carrying with him his musket and accoutrements. Having in the morning got intelligence which way he had moved off, a party was sent after him, but they returned in the evening after an ineffectual inquiry and search. The next day I applied to the chief to interest himself in this matter. He promised to send a party of his men after him, and gave me hopes that he should be brought back the same day. But this did not happen, and I had reason to suspect that no steps had been taken by him. We had at this time a great number of the natives about the ships, and some thefts were committed, the consequence of which being dreaded by them, very few visitors came near us the next morning. The chief himself joined in the alarm, and he and his whole family fled. I thought this a good opportunity to oblige them to deliver up the deserter, and having got intelligence that he was at a place called Hamoa, on the other side of the island, I went thither with 2 armed boats, accompanied by one of the natives, and in our way we found the chief, who also embarked with me. I landed about 1.5 miles from the place with a few people, and marched quickly up to it, lest the sight of the boats should give the alarm, and allow the man time to escape to the mountains. But this precaution was unnecessary, for the natives there had got information of my coming, and were prepared to deliver him up. I found Harrison, with a musket lying before him, sitting down between 2 women, who, the moment that I entered the house, rose up to plead in his behalf. As it was highly proper to discourage such proceedings, I frowned upon them, and bid them begone. Upon this they burst into tears and walked off. Paha, the chief of the district, now came with a plantain tree and a suckling pig, which he would have presented to me as a peace offering. I rejected it and ordered him out of my sight, and having embarked with the deserter on board the first boat that arrived, returned to the ships. After this, harmony was again restored. The fellow had nothing to say in his defence, but that the natives had enticed him away, and this might in part be true, as it was certain that Paha, and also the 2 women above mentioned, had been at the ship the day before he deserted. As it appeared that he had remained upon his post till within a few minutes of the time when he was to have been relieved, the punishment that I inflicted upon him was not very severe. Though we had separated from Omai, we were still near enough to have intelligence of his proceeding, and I had desired to hear from him. Accordingly, about a fortnight after our arrival at Ulietea, he sent 2 of his people in a canoe, who brought me the satisfactory intelligence that he remained undisturbed by the people of the island, and that everything went well with him, except that his goat had died in kidding. He accompanied this intelligence with a request that I would send him another goat and 2 axes. Being happy to have this additional opportunity of serving him, the messengers were sent back to Huaheine on the 18th with the axes and 2 kids, male and female, which were spared for him out of the Discovery. The next day I delivered to Captain Clark instructions how to proceed in case of being separated from me after leaving these islands, and it may not be improper to give them a place here. By Captain James Cook commander of His Majesty's sloop the Resolution. Whereas the passage from the Society Islands to the northern coast of America is of considerable length, both in distance and in time, and as a part of it must be performed in the very depth of winter, when gales of wind and bad weather must be expected, and may, possibly, occasion a separation, you are to take all imaginable care to prevent this. But if, notwithstanding all our endeavours to keep company, you should be separated from me, you are first to look for me where you last saw me. Not seeing me in 5 days, you are to proceed, as directed by the instructions of their lordships, a copy of which you have already received, for the coast of New Albion, endeavouring to fall in with it in the latitude of 45 degrees. In that latitude, and at a convenient distance from the land, you are to cruise for me 10 days. Not seeing me in that time, you are to put into the first convenient port, in or to the north of that latitude, to recruit your wood and water, and to procure refreshments. During your stay in port, you are constantly to keep a good lookout for me. It will be necessary, therefore, to make choice of a station situated as near the sea coast as is possible, the better to enable you to see me when I shall appear in the offing. If I do not join you before the 1st of next April, you are to put to sea and proceed northward to the latitude 56 degrees, in which latitude and at a convenient distance from the coast, never exceeding 15 leagues, you are to cruise for me till the 10th of May. Not seeing me in that time, you are to proceed northward and endeavour to find a passage into the Atlantic Ocean through Hudson's or Baffin's bays, as directed by the above-mentioned instructions. But if you should fail in finding a passage through either of the said bays, or by any other way, as the season of the year may render it unsafe for you to remain in high latitudes, you are to repair to the harbour of St. Peter and St. Paul in Kamchatka in order to refresh your people and to pass the winter. But, nevertheless, if you find that you cannot procure the necessary refreshments at the said port, you are at liberty to go where you shall judge most proper, taking care before you depart to leave with the governor an account of your intended destination, to be delivered to me upon my arrival, and in the spring of the ensuing year 1779 you are to repair back to the above-mentioned port, endeavouring to be there by the 10th of May or sooner. If, on your arrival, you receive no orders from or account of me so as to justify your pursuing any other measures than what are pointed out in the before-mentioned instructions, your future proceedings are to be governed by them. You are also to comply with such parts of said instructions as have not been executed and are not contrary to these orders. And in case of your inability, by sickness or otherwise, to carry these and the instructions of their lordships into execution, you are to be careful to leave them with the next officer in command, who is hereby required to execute them in the best manner he can. Given under my hand on board the Resolution at Ulietea, the 18th day of November 1777, J. Cook. To Captain Charles Clark, commander of His Majesty's sloop the Discovery. While we lay moored to the shore, we heeled and scrubbed both sides of the bottoms of the ships. At the same time, we fixed some tin plates under the binds, first taking off the old sheathing and putting in a piece unfilled, over which the plates were nailed. These plates I had from the ingenious Mr. Pelham, secretary to the Commissioners for Victualling, His Majesty's Navy. with a view of trying whether tin would answer the same end as copper on the bottoms of ships. On the 24th in the morning, I was informed that a midshipman and a seaman, both belonging to the Discovery, were missing. Soon after, we learned from the natives that they went away in a canoe the preceding evening and were, at this time, at the other end of the island. As the midshipman was known to have expressed the desire to remain at these islands, it seemed pretty certain that he and his companion had gone off with this intention, and Captain Clark set out in quest of them with 2 armed boats and a party of marines. His expedition proved fruitless, for he returned in the evening without having got any certain intelligence where they were. From the conduct of the natives, Captain Clark seemed to think that they intended to conceal the deserters, and with that view had amused him with false information the whole day, and directed him to search for them in places where they were not to be found. The captain judged right, for the next morning we were told that our runaways were at Otaheite. As these 2 were not the only persons in the ships who wished to end their days at these favourable islands, in order to put a stop to any further desertion, it was necessary to get them back at all events, and that the natives might be convinced that I was in earnest, I resolved to go after them myself, having observed from repeated instances that they seldom offered to deceive me with false information. Accordingly, I set out the next morning with 2 armed boats, being accompanied by the chief himself. I proceeded as he directed, without stopping anywhere, till we came to the middle of the east side of Towha. There we put ashore, and El Rio dispatched a man before us with orders to seize the deserters and keep them till we should arrive with the boats. But when we got to the place where we expected to find them, we were told that they had quitted this island and gone over to Bolabola the day before. I did not think proper to follow them thither, but returned to the ships, fully determined, however, to have recourse to a measure which I guessed would oblige the natives to bring them back. In the night, Mr. Bailey, Mr. King, and myself observed an immersion of Jupiter's 3rd satellite. It happened by the observation of Mr. Bailey at 2 hours 37 minutes 54 seconds, Mr. King at 2 hours 37 minutes 24 seconds, myself at 2 hours 37 minutes 44 seconds in the morning. Mr. Bailey and Mr. King observed with Dollond's 3½ feet achromatic telescope and with the greatest magnifying power. I observed with a 2 feet Gregorian reflector made by Bird. Soon after daybreak, the chief, his son, daughter, and son-in-law came on board the Resolution. The 3 last I resolved to detain till the 2 deserters should be brought back. With this view, Captain Clark invited them to go on board his ship, and as soon as they arrived there, confined them in his cabin. The chief was with me when the news reached him. He immediately acquainted me with it, supposing that this step had been taken without my knowledge, and consequently without my approbation. I instantly undeceived him, and then he began to have apprehensions as to his own situation, and his looks expressed the utmost perturbation of mind. But I soon made him easy as to this by telling him that he was at liberty to leave the ship whenever he pleased, and to take such measures as he should judge best calculated to get our 2 men back. That if he succeeded, his friends on board the Discovery should be delivered up. if not that I was determined to carry them away with me. I added that his own conduct, as well as that of many of his people, in not only assisting these two men to escape, but in being, even at this very time, assiduous in enticing others to follow them, would justify any step I could take to put a stop to such proceedings. This explanation of the motives upon which I acted, and which we found means to make Orio and his people, who were present, fully comprehend, seemed to recover them, in a great measure, from that general consternation into which they were at first thrown. But, if relieved from apprehensions about their own safety, they continued under the deepest concern for those who were prisoners. Many of them went under the Discovery's stern in canoes to bewail their captivity, which they did with long and loud exclamations. Paidua, for so the chief's daughter was called, resounded from every quarter, and the women seemed to vie with each other in mourning her fate, with more significant expressions of their grief than tears and cries, for there were many bloody heads upon the occasion. Orio himself did not give way to unavailing lamentations, but instantly began his exertions to recover our deserters, by dispatching a canoe to Bolabola, with a message to Opuni, the sovereign of that island, acquainting him with what had happened, and requesting him to seize the two fugitives and send them back. The messenger, who was no less a man than the father of Puti, Orio's son-in-law, before he set out, came to receive my commands. I strictly enjoined him not to return without the deserters, and to tell Opuni from me that if they had left Bolabola, he must send canoes to bring them back, for I suspected that they would not remain long in one place. The consequence, however, of the prisoners was so great that the natives did not think proper to trust to the return of our people for their release, or, at least, their impatience was so great that it hurried them to make an attempt which might have involved them in still greater distress had it not been fortunately prevented. Between 5 and 6 o'clock in the evening, I observed that all their canoes in and about the harbour began to move off, as if some sudden panic had seized them. I was ashore, abreast of the ship at the time, and inquired in vain to find out the cause, till our people called to us from the Discovery, and told us that a party of the natives had seized Captain Clark and Mr. Gore, who had walked out a little way from the ships. Struck with the boldness of this plan of retaliation, which seemed to counteract me so effectually in my own way, there was no time to deliberate. I instantly ordered the people to arm, and in less than 5 minutes a strong party, under the command of Mr. King, was sent to rescue our two gentlemen. At the same time, 2 armed boats and a party under Mr. Williamson went after the flying canoes to cut off their retreat to the shore. These several detachments were hardly out of sight before an account arrived that we had been misinformed, upon which I sent and called them all in. It was evident, however, from several corroborating circumstances, that the design of seizing Captain Clark had really been in agitation amongst the natives. Nay, they made no secret in speaking of it the next day. But their first and great plan of operations was to have laid hold of me. It was my custom every evening to bathe in the fresh water. Very often I went alone, and always without arms. Expecting me to go as usual this evening, they had determined to seize me and Captain Clark too, if he had accompanied me. But I had, after confining Orio's family, thought it prudent to avoid putting myself in their power, and had cautioned Captain Clark and the officers not to go far from the ships. In the course of the afternoon, the chief asked me several times if I would not go to the bathing place, and when he found at last that I could not be prevailed upon, he went off with the rest of his people, in spite of all I could do or say to stop him. But as I had no suspicion at this time of their design, I imagined that some sudden fright had seized them, which would, as usual, soon be over. Finding themselves disappointed as to me, they fixed on those who were more in their power. It was fortunate for all parties that they did not succeed, and not less fortunate that no mischief was done on the occasion, for not a musket was fired except 2 or 3 to stop the canoes. To that firing, perhaps, Messrs. Clark and Gore owed their safety. Footnote: perhaps they owed their safety principally to Captain Clark's walking with a pistol in his hand, which he once fired. This circumstance is omitted both in Captain Cook's and in Mr. Anderson's journal, but is here mentioned on the authority of Captain King. End footnote. For at that very instant a party of the natives armed with clubs were advancing toward them, and on hearing the report of the muskets they dispersed. This conspiracy, as it may be called, was first discovered by a girl whom one of the officers had brought from Huaheine. She, overhearing some of the Ulieteans say that they would seize Captain Clark and Mr. Gore, ran to acquaint the first of our people that she met with. Those who were charged with the execution of the design threatened to kill her as soon as we should leave the island for disappointing them. Being aware of this, we contrived that her friends should come some days after and take her out of the ship to convey her to a place of safety where she might lie concealed till they should have an opportunity of sending her back to Audiborne. On the 27th, our observatories were taken down and everything we had ashore carried on board. The moorings of the ships were cast off, and we transported them a little way down the harbour, where they came to an anchor again. Toward the afternoon, the natives began to shake off their fears, gathering round and on board the ships as usual, and the awkward transaction of the day before seemed to be forgotten on both sides. The following night the wind blew in hard squalls from south to east, attended with heavy showers of rain. In one of the squalls, the cable, by which the Resolution was riding, parted just without the hawse. We had another anchor ready to let go, so that the ship was presently brought up again. In the afternoon the wind became moderate, and we hooked the end of the best small bower cable and got it again into the hawse. Oreo, the chief, being uneasy as well as myself that no account had been received from Bolabola, set out this evening for that island and desired me to follow down the next day with the ships. This was my intention, but the wind which kept us in the harbour brought Oreo back from Bolabola with the 2 deserters. They had reached Otaheite the same night they deserted, but finding it impossible to get to any of the islands to the eastward, which was their intention, for want of wind, they had proceeded to Bolabola, and from thence to the small island Tubai, where they were taken by the father of Puti in consequence of the first message sent to Opuni. As soon as they were on board, the 3 prisoners were released. Thus ended an affair which had given me much trouble and vexation. Nor would I have exerted myself so resolutely on the occasion, but for the reason before mentioned, and to save the son of a brother officer from being lost to his country. The wind continued constantly between the north and west, and confined us in the harbour till 8 o'clock in the morning of the 7th of December, when we took the advantage of a light breeze which then sprung up at northeast, and with the assistance of all the boats got out to sea with the Discovery in company. During the last week we had been visited by people from all parts of the island, who furnished us with a large stock of hogs and green plantains, so that the time we lay windbound in the harbour was not entirely lost. Green plantains being an excellent substitute for bread, as they will keep good a fortnight or 3 weeks. Besides this supply of provisions, we also completed our wood and water. The inhabitants of Ulietea seemed, in general, smaller and blacker than those of the other neighbouring islands, and appeared also less orderly, which, perhaps, may be considered as the consequence of their having become subject to the natives of Bolabola. Eimeo, their chief, is only a sort of deputy of the sovereign of that island, and the conquest seems to have lessened the number of subordinate chiefs resident among them, so that they are less immediately under the inspection of those whose interest it is to enforce due obedience to authority. Ulietea, though now reduced to this humiliating state, was formerly, as we were told, the most eminent of this cluster of islands, and probably the first seat of government, for they say that the present royal family of Otaheite is descended from that which reigned here before the late revolution. Uru, the dethroned monarch of Ulietea, was still alive when we were at Huaheine, where he resides a royal wanderer, furnishing in his person an instance of the instability of power, but what is more remarkable, of the respect paid by these people to particular families and to the customs which have once conferred sovereignty, for they suffer Uru to preserve all the ensigns which they appropriate to majesty, though he has lost his dominions. We saw a similar instance of this while we were at Ulietea. One of the occasional visitors I now had was my old friend Ori, the late chief of Huaheine. He still preserved his consequence, came always at the head of a numerous body of attendants, and was always provided with such presents as were very acceptable. This chief looked much better now than I had ever seen him during either of my former voyages. Footnote: Captain Cook had seen Ori in 1769 when he commanded the Endeavour, also twice during his second voyage in 1772. End footnote. I could account for his improving in health as he grew older only from his drinking less copiously of the ava in his present station as a private gentleman than he had been accustomed to do when he was regent. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 8. Arrival at Bolabola. Interview with Opuni. Reasons for purchasing Monsieur Bougainville's anchor. Departure from the Society Islands. Particulars about Bolabola. History of the conquest of Otaha and Ulietea. High reputation of the Bolabola men. Animals left there and at Ulietea. Plentiful supply of provisions and manner of salting pork on board. Various reflections relative to Otaheite and the Society Islands. Astronomical and nautical observations made there. As soon as we had got clear of the harbour, we took leave of Ulietea and steered for Bolabola. The chief, if not sole object I had in view by visiting that island, was to procure from its monarch Otoo one of the anchors which Monsieur de Bougainville had lost at Otaheite. This, having afterward been taken up by the natives there, had, as they informed me, been sent by them as a present to that chief. My desire to get possession of it did not arise from our being in want of anchors, but having expended all the hatchets and other iron tools which we had brought from England in purchasing refreshments, we were now reduced to the necessity of creating a fresh assortment of trading articles by fabricating them out of the spare iron we had on board, and in such conversions, and in the occasional uses of the ships, great part of that had been already expended. I thought that Monsieur de Bougainville's anchor would supply our want of this useful material, and I made no doubt that I should be able to tempt Otoo to part with it. Eimeo and 6 or 7 men more from Ulietea took a passage with us to Bolabola. Indeed, most of the natives in general, except the chief himself, would have gladly taken a passage with us to England. At sunset, being the length of the south point of Bolabola, we shortened sail and spent the night making short boards. At daybreak on the 8th, we made sail for the harbour, which is on the west side of the island. The wind was scant, so that we had to ply up, and it was 9 o'clock before we got near enough to send away a boat to sound the entrance, for I had thoughts of running the ships in and anchoring for a day or two. When the boat returned, the master who was in her reported that though, at the entrance of the harbour, the bottom was rocky, there was good ground within, and the depth of water 27 and 25 fathoms, and that there was room to turn the ships in, the channel being 1/3 of a mile broad. In consequence of this report, we attempted to work the ships in, but the tide as well as the wind being against us, after making 2 or 3 trips, I found that it could not be done till the tide should turn in our favour. Upon this I gave up the design of carrying the ships into the harbour, and having ordered the boats to be got ready, I embarked in one of them, accompanied by Eimeo and his companions, and was rowed in for the island. We landed where the natives directed us, and soon after I was introduced to Otoo in the midst of a great concourse of people. Having no time to lose, as soon as the necessary formality of compliments was over, I asked the chief to give me the anchor, and produced the present I had prepared for him, consisting of a linen nightgown, a shirt, some gauze handkerchiefs, a looking-glass, some beads and other toys, and 6 axes. At the sight of these last there was a general outcry. I could only guess the cause by Otoo absolutely refusing to accept my present till I should get the anchor. He ordered 3 men to go and deliver it to me, and, as I understood, I was to send by them what I thought proper in return. With these messengers we set out in our boats for an island lying at the north side of the entrance into the harbour, where the anchor had been deposited. I found it to be neither so large nor so perfect as I expected. It had originally weighed 700 pounds, according to the mark that was upon it, but the ring with part of the shank and the 2 points were now wanting. I was no longer at a loss to guess the reason of Otoo's refusing my present. He doubtless thought that it so much exceeded the value of the anchor in its present state that I should be displeased when I saw it. Be this as it may, I took the anchor as I found it, and sent him every article of the present that I at first intended. Having thus completed my negotiation, I returned on board, and having hoisted in the boats, made sail from the island to the north. While the boats were hoisting in, some of the natives came off in 3 or 4 canoes to see the ships, as they said. They brought with them a few coconuts and 1 pig, which was the only one we got at the island. I make no doubt, however, that, if we had stayed till the next day, we should have been plentifully supplied with provisions, and, I think, the natives would feel themselves disappointed when they found that we were gone. But as we had already a very good stock both of hogs and of fruit on board, and very little of anything left to purchase more, I could have no inducement to defer any longer the prosecution of our voyage. The harbour of Bolabola, called Otoo, situated on the west side of the island, is one of the most capacious that I ever met with, and though we did not enter it, it was a satisfaction to me that I had an opportunity of employing my people to ascertain its being a proper place for the reception of ships. Footnote: see a chart of the island Bolabola in Hawkesworth's collection, Volume 2, page 249. Though we have no particular drawing of the harbour, its situation is there distinctly represented. End footnote. The high double-peaked mountain, which is in the middle of the island, appeared to be barren on the east side, but on the west side has trees or bushes on its most craggy parts. The lower grounds all round towards the sea are covered with coconut palms and breadfruit trees, like the other islands of this ocean, and the many little islets that surround it on the inside of the reef add both to the amount of its vegetable productions and to the number of its inhabitants. But still, when we consider its very small extent, being not more than 8 leagues in compass, it is rather remarkable that its people should have attempted or have been able to achieve the conquest of Ulietea and Otaheite, the former of which islands is, of itself, at least double its size. In each of my 3 voyages, we had heard much of the war that produced this great revolution. The result of our inquiries as to the circumstances attending it may amuse the reader, and I give it as a specimen of the history of our friends in this part of the world, as related to us by themselves. Footnote: for this, as for many other particulars about these people, we are indebted to Mr. Anderson. End footnote. Ulietea and Otaheite, which adjoins it, lived long in friendship, or, as the natives express it, were considered as 2 brothers, inseparable by any interested views. They also admitted the island of Huaheine as their friend, though not so intimate. Otaheite, however, like a traitor, leagued with Bolabola, and they resolved jointly to attack Ulietea, whose people called in their friends of Huaheine to assist them against these 2 powers. The men of Bolabola were encouraged by a priestess, or rather prophetess, who foretold that they should be successful, and as a proof of the certainty of her prediction, she desired that a man might be sent to the sea at a particular place where from a great depth a stone would ascend. He went accordingly in a canoe to the place mentioned, and was going to dive in to see where this stone lay, when behold, it started up to the surface spontaneously into his hand. The people were astonished at the sight. The stone was deposited as sacred in the house of the Eatoa, and is still preserved at Bolabola as a proof of this woman's influence with the divinity. Their spirits being thus elevated with the hopes of victory, the canoes of Bolabola set out to engage those of Ulietea and Huaheine, which being strongly fastened together with ropes, the encounter lasted long, and would probably, notwithstanding the prediction and the miracle, have ended in the overthrow of the Bolabola fleet, if that of Otaheite had not, in the critical moment, arrived. This turned the fortune of the day, and their enemies were defeated with great slaughter. The men of Bolabola, prosecuting their victory, invaded Huaheine 2 days after, which they knew must be weakly defended, as most of its warriors were absent. Accordingly, they made themselves masters of that island. But many of its fugitives having got to Otaheite, there told their lamentable story, which so grieved those of their countrymen and of Ulietea, whom they met with in that island, that they obtained some assistance from them. They were equipped with only 10 fighting canoes, but though their force was so inconsiderable, they conducted the expedition with so much prudence that they landed at Huaheine at night, when dark, and falling upon the Bolabola men by surprise, killed many of them, forcing the rest to fly. So that, by this means, they got possession of their island again, which now remains independent under the government of its own chiefs. Immediately after the defeat of the united fleets of Ulietea and Huaheine, a proposal was made to the Bolabola men by their allies of Towha to be admitted to an equal share of the conquests. The refusal of this broke the alliance, and in the course of the war, Otaheite itself, as well as Ulietea, was conquered, and both now remain subject to Bolabola, the chiefs who govern them being only deputies of Opuni, the sovereign of that island. In the reduction of the 2 islands, 5 battles were fought at different places, in which great numbers were slain on both sides. Such was the account we received. I have more than once remarked how very imperfectly these people recollect the exact dates of past events. And with regard to this war, though it happened not many years ago, we could only guess at the time of its commencement and its conclusion from collateral circumstances furnished by our own observation, as the natives could not satisfy our inquiries with any precision. The final conquest of Ulietea, which closed the war, we know, had been made before I was there in the Endeavour in 1769. But we may infer that peace had not been very long restored, as we could see marks of recent hostilities. Footnote: these are taken notice of in Hawkesworth's collection, Volume 2, pages 256, etc. End footnote. Having been committed upon that island. Some additional light may be thrown upon this inquiry by attending to the age of Tiritiaria, the present chief of Huaheine. His looks showed that he was not above 10 or 12 years old, and we were informed that his father had been killed at one of the battles. As to the time when the war began, we had no better rule for judging than this, that the young people of about 20 years of age, of whom we made inquiries, could scarcely remember the first battles. And I have already mentioned that Omai's countrymen, whom we found at Watiu, knew nothing of this war. so that its commencement was subsequent to their voyage. Ever since the conquest of Ulietea and Otaheite, the Bolabola men have been considered by their neighbours as invincible, and such is the extent of their fame that even at Otaheite, which is almost out of their reach, if they are not dreaded, they are at least respected for their valour. It is said that they never fly in battle, and that they always beat an equal number of the other islanders. But, besides these advantages, their neighbours seem to ascribe a great deal to the superiority of their god, who, they believed, detained us at Ulietea by contrary winds, as being unwilling that we should visit an island under his special protection. How high the Bolabola men are now in estimation at Otaheite may be inferred from Monsieur de Bougainville's anchor having been conveyed to them. To the same cause we must ascribe the intention of transporting to their island the Spanish bull. And they have already got possession of a third European curiosity, the male of another animal, brought to Otaheite by the Spaniards. We had been much puzzled by the imperfect description of the natives to guess what this could be. But Captain Clark's deserters, when brought back from Bolabola, told me that the animal had been there shown to them, and that it was a ram. It seldom happens but that some good arises out of evil, and if our two men had not deserted, I should not have known this. In consequence of their information, at the same time that I landed to meet Opuni, I carried ashore a ewe which we had brought from the Cape of Good Hope, and I hope that, by this present, I have laid the foundation for a breed of sheep at Bolabola. I also left at Ulietea, under the care of a Rio, an English boar and sow, and 2 goats, so that not only Otaheite, but all the neighbouring islands will, in a few years, have their race of hogs considerably improved, and probably be stocked with all the valuable animals which have been transported hither by their European visitors. When once this comes to pass, no part of the world will equal these islands in variety and abundance of refreshments for navigators. Indeed, even in their present state, I know no place that excels them. After repeated trials, in the course of several voyages, we find, when they are not disturbed by intestine broils, but live in amity with one another, which has been the case for some years past, that their productions are in the greatest plenty, and particularly the most valuable of all the articles, their hogs. If we had had a large assortment of goods, and a sufficient quantity of salt on board, I make no doubt that we might have salted as much pork as would have served both ships near 12 months. But our visiting the Friendly Islands, and our long stay at Otaheite and the neighbourhood, quite exhausted our trading commodities, particularly our axes, with which alone hogs in general were to be purchased, and we had hardly salt enough to cure 15 puncheons of meat. Of these, 5 were added to our stock of provisions at the Friendly Islands, and the other 10 at Otaheite. Captain Clark also salted a proportionable quantity for his ship. The process was the same that had been adopted by me in my last voyage, and it may be worthwhile to describe it again. The hogs were killed in the evening. As soon as they were cleaned, they were cut up, the bones taken out, and the meat salted when it was hot. It was then laid in such a position as to permit the juices to drain from it till the next morning, when it was again salted, packed into a cask and covered with pickle. Here it remained for 4 or 5 days or a week, after which it was taken out and examined piece by piece, and if there was any found to be in the least tainted, as sometimes happened, it was separated from the rest, which was repacked into another cask, headed up and filled with good pickle. In about 8 or 10 days' time it underwent a second examination, but this seemed unnecessary, as the whole was generally found to be perfectly cured. A mixture of bay and of white salt answers the best, but either of them will do alone. Great care should be taken that none of the large blood vessels remain in the meat, nor must too great a quantity be packed together at the first salting, lest the pieces in the middle should heat, and by that means prevent the salt from penetrating them. This once happened to us when we killed a larger quantity than usual. Rainy, sultry weather is unfavourable for salting meat in tropical climates. Perhaps the frequent visits Europeans have lately made to these islanders may be one great inducement to their keeping a large stock of hogs, as they have had experience enough to know that, whenever we come, they may be sure of getting from us what they esteem a valuable consideration for them. At Otaheite, they expect the return of the Spaniards every day, and they will look for the English 2 or 3 years hence, not only there, but at the other islands. It is of no purpose to tell them that you will not return. They think you must, though none of them knows or will give himself the trouble to inquire the reason of your coming. I own I cannot avoid expressing it as my real opinion, that it would have been far better for these poor people never to have known our superiority in the accommodations and arts that make life comfortable, than, after once knowing it, to be again left and abandoned to their original incapacity of improvement. Indeed, they cannot be restored to that happy mediocrity in which they lived before we discovered them, if the intercourse between us should be discontinued. It seems to me that it has become, in a manner, incumbent on the Europeans to visit them once in 3 or 4 years, in order to supply them with those conveniences which we have introduced among them, and have given them a predilection for. The want of such occasional supplies will, probably, be very heavily felt by them when it may be too late to go back to their old, less perfect contrivances, which they now despise and have discontinued since the introduction of ours. For, by the time that the iron tools, of which they are now possessed, are worn out, they will have almost lost the knowledge of their own. A stone hatchet is, at present, as rare a thing amongst them as an iron one was 8 years ago, and a chisel of bone or stone is not to be seen. Spike nails have supplied the place of the last, and they are weak enough to fancy that they have got an inexhaustible store of them, for these were not now at all sought after. Sometimes, however, nails much smaller than a spike would still be taken in exchange for fruit. Knives happened, at present, to be in great esteem at Ulietea, and axes and hatchets remained unrivalled by any other of our commodities at all the islands. With respect to articles of mere ornament, these people are as changeable as any of the polished nations of Europe, so that what pleases their fancy while a fashion is in vogue may be rejected when another whim has supplanted it. But our iron tools are so strikingly useful that they will, we may confidently pronounce, continue to prize them highly, and be completely miserable if, neither possessing the materials nor trained up to the art of fabricating them, they should cease to receive supplies of what may now be considered as having become necessary to their comfortable existence. Otaheite, though not comprehended in the number of what we have called the Society Islands, being inhabited by the same race of men, agreeing in the same leading features of character and manners, it was fortunate that we happened to discover this principal island before the others, as the friendly and hospitable reception we there met with, of course, led us to make it the principal place of resort in our successive visits to this part of the Pacific Ocean. By the frequency of this intercourse, we have had better opportunities of knowing something about it and its inhabitants than about the other similar but less considerable islands in its vicinity. Of these, however, we have seen enough to satisfy us that all that we observed and have related of Otaheite may, with trifling variations, be applied to them. Too much seems to have been already known and published in our former relations about some of the modes of life that made Otaheite so agreeable an abode to many on board our ships. And if I could add any finishing strokes to a picture, the outlines of which have been already drawn with sufficient accuracy, I should still have hesitated to make this journal the place for exhibiting a view of licentious manners, which could only serve to disgust those for whose information I write. There are, however, many parts of the domestic, political, and religious institutions of these people which, after all our visits to them, are but imperfectly understood. The foregoing narrative of the incidents that happened during our stay will probably be thought to throw some additional light, and for farther satisfaction I refer to Mr. Anderson's remarks. Amidst our various subordinate employments, while at these islands, the great objects of our duty were always attended to. No opportunity was lost of making astronomical and nautical observations, from which the following table was drawn up. 5-column listing. First column, place. Second column, latitude south. Third column, longitude east. Fourth column, variation of the compass. Fifth column, dip of the needle. Matavai Point, Otaheite, 17 degrees 29 1/4 minutes. 210 degrees 22 minutes 28 seconds. 5 degrees 34 minutes east. 29 degrees 12 minutes. Owarahi Harbour, Huaheine, 16 degrees 42 3/4 minutes. 208 degrees 52 minutes 24 seconds. 5 degrees 13 1/2 minutes east. 28 degrees 28 minutes. Oamaneneno Harbour, Ulietea, 16 degrees 45 1/2 minutes. 208 degrees 25 minutes 22 seconds. 6 degrees 19 minutes east. 29 degrees 5 minutes. The longitude of the three several places is deduced from the mean of 145 sets of observations made on shore, some at one place and some at another, and carried on to each of the stations by the timekeeper. As the situation of these places was very accurately settled during my former voyages, the above observations are now made chiefly with a view of determining how far a number of lunar observations might be depended upon, and how near they would agree with those made upon the same spot in 1769, which fixed Matavai Point to be 201 degrees 27 minutes 30 seconds. The difference, it appears, is only of 5 minutes 2 seconds, and perhaps no other method could have produced a more perfect agreement. Without pretending to say which of the two computations is the nearest the truth, the longitude of 210 degrees 22 minutes 28 seconds, or, which is the same thing, 208 degrees 25 minutes 22 seconds, will be the longitude we shall reckon from with the timekeeper, allowing it to be losing on mean time 1.69 seconds each day, as found by the mean of all the observations made at these islands for that purpose. On our arrival at Otaheite, the error of the timekeeper in longitude was, by Greenwich rate, 1 degree 18 minutes 58 seconds, by Tonga Tabu rate, 0 degrees 16 minutes 40 seconds. Some observations were also made on the tide, particularly at Otaheite and Ulietea, with a view of ascertaining its greatest rise at the first place. When we were there in my second voyage, Mr. Wales thought he had discovered that it rose higher than I had observed it to do when I first visited Otaheite in 1769. But the observations we now made proved that it did not. That is, that it never rose higher than 12 or 14 inches at most. And it was observed to be high water nearly at noon, as well at the quadratures as at the full and change of the moon. To verify this, the following observations were made at Ulietea. 5-column listing. First column, day of the month. Second column, water at stand from. Third column, water at stand to. Fourth column, mean time of high water. Fifth column, perpendicular rise inches. Number 6, 11 hours 15 minutes, 12 hours 20 minutes, 11 hours 48 minutes, 5.5. 7, 11 hours 40 minutes, 1 hour 00 minutes, 12 hours 20 minutes, 5.2. 8, 11 hours 35 minutes, 12 hours 50 minutes, 12 hours 12 minutes, 5.0. 9, 11 hours 40 minutes, 1 hour 16 minutes, 12 hours 28 minutes, 5.5. 10, 11 hours 25 minutes, 1 hour 10 minutes, 12 hours 18 minutes, 6.5. 11, 12 hours 0 minutes, 1 hour 40 minutes, 12 hours 20 minutes, 5.0. 12, 11 hours 0 minutes, 1 hour 5 minutes, 12 hours 2 minutes, 5.7. 13, 9 hours 30 minutes, 11 hours 40 minutes, 10 hours 35 minutes, 8.0. 14, 11 hours 10 minutes, 12 hours 50 minutes, 12 hours 0 minutes, 8.0. 15, 9 hours 20 minutes, 11 hours 30 minutes, 10 hours 25 minutes, 9.2. 16, 10 hours 0 minutes, 12 hours 0 minutes, 11 hours 0 minutes, 9.0. 17, 10 hours 45 minutes, 12 hours 15 minutes, 10 hours 30 minutes, 8.5. 18, 10 hours 25 minutes, 12 hours 10 minutes, 11 hours 18 minutes 9.0. 19. 11 hours 0 minutes 1 hour 0 minutes 12 hours 0 minutes 8.0. 20. 11 hours 30 minutes 2 hours 0 minutes 12 hours 45 minutes 7.0. 21. 11 hours 0 minutes 1 hour 0 minutes 12 hours 0 minutes 8.0. 22. 11 hours 30 minutes 1 hour 7 minutes 12 hours 18 minutes 8.0. 23. 12 hours 0 minutes 1 hour 30 minutes 12 hours 45 minutes 6.5. 24. 11 hours 30 minutes 1 hour 40 minutes 12 hours 35 minutes 5.5. 25. 11 hours 40 minutes 1 hour 50 minutes 12 hours 45 minutes 4.7. 26. 11 hours 0 minutes 1 hour 30 minutes 12 hours 15 minutes 5.2. Having now finished all that occurs to me with regard to these islands, which make so conspicuous a figure in the list of our discoveries, the reader will permit me to suspend the prosecution of my journal while he pursues the following chapter, for which I am indebted to Mr. Anderson. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 9, Part 1. Accounts of Otaheite still imperfect. The prevailing winds. Beauty of the country. Cultivation, natural curiosities, the persons of the natives, diseases, general character, love of pleasure, language, surgery in physic, articles of food, effects of drinking ava, times and manner of eating, connections with the females, circumcision, system of religion, notions about the soul and a future life, various superstitions, traditions about the creation, an historical legend, honors paid to the king, distinction of ranks, punishment of crimes, peculiarities of the neighboring islands, names of their gods, names of islands they visit, extent of their navigation. To what has been said of Otaheite in the accounts of the successive voyages of Captain Wallis, Monsieur de Bougainville, and Captain Cook, it would at first sight seem superfluous to add anything, as it might be supposed that little could be now produced but a repetition of what has been told before. I am, however, far from being of that opinion, and will venture to affirm, though a very accurate description of the country and of the most obvious customs of its inhabitants has been already given, especially by Captain Cook, that much still remains untouched, that in some instances mistakes have been made which later and repeated observation has been able to rectify, and that even now, we are strangers to many of the most important institutions that prevail amongst these people. The truth is, our visits, though frequent, have been but transient. Many of us had no inclination to make inquiries. More of us were unable to direct our inquiries properly, and we all labored, though not to the same degree, under the disadvantages attending an imperfect knowledge of the language of those from whom alone we could receive any information. The Spaniards had it more in their power to surmount this bar to instruction, some of them having resided at Otaheite much longer than any other European visitors. As, with their superior advantages, they could not but have had an opportunity of obtaining the fullest information on most subjects relating to this island, their account of it would probably convey more authentic and accurate intelligence than, with our best endeavours, any of us could possibly obtain. But as I look upon it to be very uncertain, if not very unlikely, that we shall ever have any communication from that quarter, I have here put together what additional intelligence about Otaheite and its neighbouring islands I was able to procure, either from Omai while on board the ship, or by conversing with the other natives while we remained amongst them. The wind, for the greatest part of the year, blows from between east-south-east and east-north-east. This is the true trade wind, or what the natives call Mara'i, and it sometimes blows with considerable force. When this is the case, the weather is often cloudy with showers of rain, but when the wind is more moderate, it is clear, settled, and serene. If the wind should veer farther to the southward and become southeast or south-southeast, it then blows more gently with a smooth sea and is called Mauai. In those months when the sun is nearly vertical, that is, in December and January, the winds and weather are both very variable, but it frequently blows from west-northwest or northwest. This wind is what they call Towha, and is generally attended by dark, cloudy weather and frequently by rain. It sometimes blows strong, though generally moderate, but seldom lasts longer than 5 or 6 days without interruption, and is the only wind in which the people of the islands to leeward come to this in their canoes. If it happens to be still more northerly, it blows with less strength and has the different appellation of Erapataya, which they feign to be the wife of the Tiero, who, according to their mythology, is a male. The wind from southwest and west-southwest is still more frequent than the former, and though it is, in general, gentle and interrupted by calms or breezes from the eastward, yet it sometimes blows in brisk squalls. The weather attending it is commonly dark, cloudy, and rainy, with a close hot air, and often accompanied by a great deal of lightning and thunder. It is called a Towha, and often succeeds the Tewero, as does also the Wharoa, which is still more southerly, and, from its violence, blows down houses and trees, especially the cocoa palms, from their loftiness, but it is only of short duration. The natives seem not to have a very accurate knowledge of these changes, and yet pretend to have drawn some general conclusions from their effects. For they say when the sea has a hollow sound and dashes slowly on the shore, or rather on the reef without, that it portends good weather. But if it has a sharp sound, and the waves succeed each other fast, that the reverse will happen. Perhaps there is scarcely a spot in the universe that affords a more luxuriant prospect than the southeastern part of Otaheite. The hills are high and steep, and in many places craggy, but they are covered to the very summits with trees and shrubs, in such a manner that the spectator can scarcely help thinking that the very rocks possess the property of producing and supporting their verdant clothing. The flat land which bounds those hills toward the sea and the interjacent valleys also teem with various productions that grow with the most exuberant vigor, and at once fill the mind of the beholder with the idea that no place upon earth can outdo this in the strength and beauty of vegetation. Nature has been no less liberal in distributing rivulets, which are found in every valley, and as they approach the sea, often divide into 2 or 3 branches, fertilizing the flat lands through which they run. The habitations of the natives are scattered, without order, upon the flats, and many of them appearing toward the shore presented a delightful scene viewed from our ships, especially as the sea within the reef which bounds the coast is perfectly still and affords a safe navigation at all times for the inhabitants, who are often seen paddling in their canoes indolently along, in passing from place to place or in going to fish. On viewing these charming scenes, I have often regretted my inability to transmit to those who have had no opportunity of seeing them such a description as might, in some measure, convey an impression similar to what must be felt by every one who has been fortunate enough to be upon the spot. It is doubtless the natural fertility of the country, combined with the mildness and serenity of the climate, that renders the natives so careless in their cultivation that, in many places, though overflowing with the richest productions, the smallest traces of it cannot be observed. The cloth plant, which is raised by seeds brought from the mountains, and the ava, or intoxicating pepper, which they defend from the sun when very young by covering them with leaves of the breadfruit tree, are almost the only things to which they seem to pay any attention, and these they keep very clean. I have inquired very carefully into their manner of cultivating the breadfruit tree, but was always answered that they never planted it. This, indeed, must be evident to every one who will examine the places where the young trees come up. It will be always observed that they spring from the roots of the old ones, which run along near the surface of the ground, so that the breadfruit trees may be reckoned those that would naturally cover the plains, even supposing that the island was not inhabited, in the same manner that the white-bark trees found at Van Diemen's Land constitute the forests there. And from this we may observe that the inhabitant of Otaheite, instead of being obliged to plant his bread, would rather be under a necessity of preventing its progress, which I suppose is sometimes done, to give room for trees of another sort, to afford him some variety in his food. The chief of these are the coconut and plantain, the first of which can give no trouble, after it has raised itself a foot or 2 above the ground, but the plantain requires a little more care, for after it is planted it shoots up and, in about 3 months, begins to bear fruit, during which time it gives young shoots which supply a succession of fruit, for the old stalks are cut down as the fruit is taken off. The products of the island, however, are not so remarkable for their variety as great abundance, and curiosities of any kind are not numerous. Amongst these we may reckon a pond or lake of fresh water at the top of one of the highest mountains, to go to and to return from which takes 3 or 4 days. It is remarkable for its depth, and has eels of an enormous size in it, which are sometimes caught by the natives, who go upon this water in little floats of 2 or 3 wild plantain trees fastened together. This is esteemed one of the greatest natural curiosities of the country, insomuch that travellers who come from the other islands are commonly asked amongst the first things by their friends at their return if they have seen it. There is also a sort of water of which there is only one small pond upon the island, as far distant as the lake, and to appearance very good, with a yellow sediment at the bottom. But it has a bad taste, and proves fatal to those who drink any quantity, or makes them break out in blotches if they bathe in it. Nothing could make a stronger impression at first sight on our arrival here than the remarkable contrast between the robust make and dark colour of the people of Tonga Tabou, and a sort of delicacy and whiteness which distinguished the inhabitants of Otaheite. It was even some time before that difference could preponderate in favour of the Otaheitans, and then only, perhaps, because we became accustomed to them, the marks which had recommended the others began to be forgotten. Their women, however, struck us as superior in every respect, and as possessing all those delicate characteristics which distinguish them from the other sex in many countries. The beard, which the men here wear long, and the hair, which is not cut so short as in the fashion at Tonga Tabou, made also a great difference, and we could not help thinking that on every occasion they showed a greater degree of timidity and fickleness. The muscular appearance, so common amongst the Friendly Islanders, and which seems a consequence of their being accustomed to much action, is lost here, where the superior fertility of their country enables the inhabitants to lead a more indolent life, and its place is supplied by a plumpness and smoothness of the skin, which, though perhaps more consonant with our ideas of beauty, is no real advantage, as it seems attended with a kind of languor in all their motions, not observable in the others. This observation is fully verified in their boxing and wrestling, which may be called little better than the feeble efforts of children, if compared to the vigour with which these exercises are performed at the Friendly Islands. Personal endowments being in great esteem amongst them, they have recourse to several methods of improving them according to their notions of beauty. In particular, it is a practice, especially amongst the Ereos, or unmarried men of some consequence, to undergo a kind of physical operation to render them fair. This is done by remaining a month or 2 in the house, during which time they wear a great quantity of clothes, eat nothing but breadfruit, to which they ascribe a remarkable property in whitening them. They also speak as if their corpulence and colour at other times depended upon their food, as they are obliged, from the change of seasons, to use different sorts at different times. Their common diet is made up of at least 9/10 of vegetable food, and I believe more particularly the mahi, or fermented breadfruit, which enters almost every meal, has a remarkable effect upon them, preventing a costive habit, and producing a very sensible coolness about them, which could not be perceived in us who fed on animal food. And it is, perhaps, owing to this temperate course of life that they have so few diseases among them. They only reckon 5 or 6, which might be called chronic or national disorders, amongst which are the dropsy and the phephai, or indolent swellings before mentioned, as frequent at Tonga Tabou. But this was before the arrival of the Europeans, for we have added to this short catalogue a disease which abundantly supplies the place of all others, and is now almost universal. For this they seem to have no effectual remedy. The priests, indeed, sometimes give them a medley of simples, but they own that it never cures them. And yet they allow that, in a few cases, nature, without the assistance of a physician, exterminates the poison of this fatal disease, and a perfect recovery is produced. They say that if a man is infected with it, he will often communicate it to others in the same house, by feeding out of the same utensils or handling them, and that in this case they frequently die while he recovers, though we see no reason why this should happen. Their behavior on all occasions seems to indicate a great openness and generosity of disposition. Omai, indeed, who, as their countrymen, should be supposed rather willing to conceal any of their defects, has often said that they are sometimes cruel in punishing their enemies. According to his representation, they torment them very deliberately, at one time tearing out small pieces of flesh from different parts, at another taking out the eyes, then cutting off the nose, and lastly killing them by opening the belly. But this only happens on particular occasions. If cheerfulness argues a conscious innocence, one would suppose that their life is seldom sullied by crimes. This, however, I rather impute to their feelings, which, though lively, seem in no case permanent, for I never saw them in any misfortune labour under the appearance of anxiety after the critical moment was past. Neither does care ever seem to wrinkle their brow. On the contrary, even the approach of death does not appear to alter their usual vivacity. I have seen them, when brought to the brink of the grave by disease, and when preparing to go to battle, but in neither case ever observed their countenances overclouded with melancholy or serious reflection. Such a disposition leads them to direct all their aims only to what can give them pleasure and ease. Their amusements all tend to excite and continue their amorous passions, and their songs, of which they are immoderately fond, answer the same purpose. But as a constant succession of sensual enjoyments must cloy, we found that they frequently varied them to more refined subjects, and had much pleasure in chanting their triumphs in war and their occupations in peace, their travels to other islands and adventures there, and the peculiar beauties and superior advantages of their own island over the rest, or of different parts of it over other less favourable districts. This marks that they receive great delight from music, and though they rather expressed a dislike to our complicated compositions, yet were they always delighted with the more melodious sounds produced singly on our instruments, as approaching nearer to the simplicity of their own. Neither are they strangers to the soothing effects produced by particular sorts of motion, which in some cases seem to allay any perturbation of mind with as much success as music. Of this I met with a remarkable instance. For on walking one day about Matavai Point, where our tents were erected, I saw a man paddling in a small canoe so quickly, and looking about him with such eagerness on each side, as to command all my attention. At first I imagined that he had stolen something from one of the ships, and was pursued, but on waiting patiently saw him repeat his amusement. He went out from the shore till he was near the place where the swell begins to take its rise, and, watching its first motion very attentively, paddled before it with great quickness, till he found that it overlooked him, and had acquired sufficient force to carry his canoe before it, without passing underneath. He then sat motionless and was carried along at the same swift rate as the wave till it landed him upon the beach. Then he started out, emptied his canoe, and went in search of another swell. I could not help concluding that this man felt the most supreme pleasure while he was driven on so fast and so smoothly by the sea, especially as, though the tents and ships were so near, he did not seem in the least to envy, or even to take any notice of, the crowds of his countrymen collect to view them as objects which were rare and curious. During my stay, 2 or 3 of the natives came up, who seemed to share his felicity, and always called out when there was an appearance of a favourable swell, as he sometimes missed it by his back being turned and looking about for it. By them I understood that this exercise, which is called koroi, was frequent amongst them, and they have probably more amusements of this sort, which afford them at least as much pleasure as skating, which is the only one of ours with whose effects I could compare it. The language of Otaheite, though doubtless radically the same with that of New Zealand and the Friendly Islands, is destitute of that guttural pronunciation and of some consonants with which these latter dialects abound. The specimens we have already given are sufficient to mark wherein the variation chiefly consists, and to show that, like the manners of the inhabitants, it has become soft and soothing. During the former voyage I had collected a copious vocabulary, which enabled me the better to compare this dialect with that of the other islands. And during this voyage I took every opportunity of improving my acquaintance with it, by conversing with Omai before we arrived, and by my daily intercourse with the natives while we now remained there. Footnote: see this vocabulary at the end of the 2nd volume of Captain Cook's Second Voyage. Many corrections and additions to it were now made by this indefatigable inquirer, but the specimens of the language of Otaheite, already in the hands of the public, seem sufficient for every useful purpose. End footnote. It abounds with beautiful and figurative expressions, which, were it perfectly known, would, I have no doubt, put it upon a level with many of the languages that are most in esteem for their warmth and bold images. For instance, the Otaheitians express their notions of death very emphatically by saying that the soul goes into darkness, or rather into night. And if you seem to entertain any doubt in asking the question if such a person is their mother, they immediately reply with surprise, "Yes, the mother that bore me." They have one expression that corresponds exactly with the phraseology of the Scriptures, where we read of the yearning of the bowels. They use it on all occasions when the passions give them uneasiness, as they constantly refer pain from grief, anxious desire, and other affections to the bowels as its seat, where they likewise suppose all operations of the mind are performed. Their language admits of that inverted arrangement of words which so much distinguishes the Latin and Greek from most of our modern European tongues, whose imperfections require a more orderly construction to prevent ambiguities. It is so copious that for the breadfruit alone, in its different states, they have above 20 names, as many for the taro root, and about 10 for the coconut. Add to this that, besides the common dialect, they often expostulate in a kind of stanza or recitative, which is answered in the same manner. Their arts are few and simple, yet, if we may credit them, they perform cures in surgery which our extensive knowledge in that branch has not, as yet, enabled us to imitate. In simple fractures, they bind them up with splints, but if part of the substance of the bone be lost, they insert a piece of wood between the fractured ends, made hollow like the deficient part. In 5 or 6 days, the Rapa-oo, or surgeon, inspects the wound and finds the wood partially covered with the growing flesh. In as many more days, it is generally entirely covered. After which, when the patient has acquired some strength, he bathes in the water and recovers. We know that wounds will heal over leaden bullets, and sometimes, though rarely, over other extraneous bodies. But what makes me entertain some doubt of the truth of so extraordinary skill, as in the above instance, is that in other cases which fell under my own observation, they are far from being so dexterous. I have seen the stump of an arm, which was taken off after being shattered by a fall from a tree, that bore no marks of skilful operation, though some allowance be made for their defective instruments. And I met with a man going about with a dislocated shoulder, some months after the accident, from their being ignorant of a method to reduce it, though this be considered as one of the simplest operations of our surgery. They know that fractures or luxations of the spine are mortal, but not fractures of the skull, and they likewise know from experience in what parts of the body wounds prove fatal. They have sometimes pointed out those inflicted by spears, which, if made in the direction they mention, would certainly have been pronounced deadly by us, and yet these people have recovered. Their physical knowledge seems more confined, and that, probably, because their diseases are fewer than their accidents. The priests, however, administer the juices of herbs in some cases, and women who are troubled with after pains, or other disorders after childbearing, use a remedy which one would think needless in a hot country. They first heat stones, as when they bake their food. Then they lay a thick cloth over them, upon which is put a quantity of a small plant of the mustard kind, and these are covered with another cloth. Upon this they seat themselves, and sweat plentifully to obtain a cure. The men have practiced the same method for the venereal lues, but find it ineffectual. They have no emetic medicines. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 9, Part 2. Accounts of Otaheite still imperfect. The prevailing winds. Beauty of the country. Cultivation. Natural curiosities. The persons of the natives. Diseases. General character. Love of pleasure. Language. Surgery and physic. Articles of food. Effects of drinking ava. Times and manner of eating. Connections with the females. Circumcision. System of religion. Notions about the soul and a future life. Various superstitions. Traditions about the creation. An historical legend. Honors paid to the king. Distinction of ranks. Punishment of crimes. Peculiarities of the neighboring islands. Names of their gods. Names of islands they visit. Extent of their navigation. Continued. Notwithstanding the extreme fertility of the island, a famine frequently happens, in which, it is said, many perish. Whether this be owing to the failure of some seasons, to overpopulation, which must sometimes almost necessarily happen, or to wars, I have not been able to determine, though the truth of the fact may be fairly inferred from the great economy that they observe with respect to their food, even when there is plenty. In times of scarcity, after their breadfruit and yams are consumed, they have recourse to various roots which grow without cultivation upon the mountains. The patara, which is found in vast quantities, is what they use first. It is not unlike a very large potato or yam, and good when in its growing state, but when old is full of hard stringy fibres. They then eat two other roots, one not unlike taro, and lastly the ehoi. This is of two sorts, one of them possessing deleterious qualities, which obliges them to slice and macerate it in water a night before they bake and eat it. In this respect it resembles the cassava root of the West Indies, but it forms a very insipid, moist paste in the manner they dress it. However, I have seen them eat it at times when no such scarcity reigned. Both this and the patara are creeping plants, the last with ternate leaves. Of animal food, a very small portion falls at any time to the share of the lower class of people, and then it is either fish, sea eggs, or other marine productions, for they seldom or ever eat pork. The eri de hoi, footnote, Mr. Anderson invariably in his manuscripts writes eri de hoi. According to Captain Cook's mode, it is eri rahi. This is one of the numerous instances that perpetually occur of our peoples representing the same word differently. End footnote. Alone is able to furnish pork every day, and inferior chiefs, according to their riches, once a week, fortnight, or month. Sometimes they are not even allowed that, for when the island is impoverished by war or other causes, the chief prohibits his subjects to kill any hogs, and this prohibition, we were told, is in force sometimes for several months, or even for a year or two. During that restraint, the hogs multiply so fast that there are instances of their changing their domestic state and turning wild. When it is thought proper to take off the prohibition, all the chiefs assemble at the king's place of abode, and each brings with him a present of hogs. The king then orders some of them to be killed, on which they feast, and after that every one returns home with liberty to kill what he pleases for his own use. Such a prohibition was actually in force on our arrival here, at least in all those districts of the island that are immediately under the direction of Otoo, and lest it should have prevented our going to Matavai after leaving Otaheite, he sent a message to assure us that it should be taken off as soon as our ships arrived there. With respect to us, we found it so, but we made such a consumption of them that, I have no doubt, it would be laid on again as soon as we sailed. A similar prohibition is also sometimes extended to fowls. It is also amongst the better sort that the ava is chiefly used, but this beverage is prepared somewhat differently from that which we saw so much of at the Friendly Islands. For they pour a very small quantity of water upon the root here, and sometimes roast or bake and bruise the stalks without chewing it previously to its infusion. They also use the leaves of the plant here, which are bruised, and water poured upon them as upon the root. Large companies do not assemble to drink it in that sociable way which is practiced at Tonga Taboo, but its pernicious effects are more obvious here, perhaps owing to the manner of preparing it, as we often saw instances of its intoxicating or rather stupefying powers. Some of us who had been at these islands before were surprised to find many people who, when we saw them last, were remarkable for their size and corpulency, now almost reduced to skeletons, and upon inquiring into the cause of this alteration, it was universally allowed to be the use of the ava. The skins of these people were rough, dry, and covered with scales, which, they say, every now and then fall off, and their skin is, as it were, renewed. As an excuse for a practice so destructive, they allege that it is adopted to prevent their growing too fat, but it evidently enervates them, and in all probability shortens their days. As its effects had not been so visible during our former visits, it is not unlikely that this article of luxury had never been so much abused as at this time. If it continues to be so fashionable, it bids fair to destroy great numbers. The times of eating at Otaheite are very frequent. Their first meal, or, as it may rather be called, their last, as they go to sleep after it, is about 2 o'clock in the morning, and the next is at 8. At 11 they dine, and again, as Omai expressed it, at 2 and at 5, and sup at 8. In this article of domestic life, they have adopted some customs which are exceedingly whimsical. The women, for instance, have not only the mortification of being obliged to eat by themselves and in a different part of the house from the men, but, by a strange kind of policy, are excluded from a share of most of the better sorts of food. They dare not taste turtle, nor fish of the tunny kind, which is much esteemed, nor some particular sorts of the best plantains, and it is very seldom that even those of the first rank are suffered to eat pork. The children of each sex also eat apart, and the women generally serve up their own victuals, for they would certainly starve before any grown men would do them such an office. In this, as well as in some other customs relative to their eating, there is a mysterious conduct which we could never thoroughly comprehend. When we inquired into the reasons of it, we could get no other answer but that it is right and necessary it should be so. In other customs respecting the females, there seems to be no such obscurity, especially as to their connections with the men. If a young man and woman, from mutual choice, cohabit, the man gives the father of the girl such things as are necessary in common life, as hogs, cloth, or canoes, in proportion to the time they are together. And if he thinks that he has not been sufficiently paid for his daughter, he makes no scruple of forcing her to leave her friend and to cohabit with another person who may be more liberal. The man, on his part, is always at liberty to make a new choice, but should his consort become pregnant, he may kill the child, and after that either continue his connection with the mother or leave her. But if he should adopt the child and suffer it to live, the parties are then considered as in the married state, and they commonly live together ever after. However, it is thought no crime in the man to join a more youthful partner to his first wife and to live with both. The custom of changing their connections is, however, much more general than this last, and it is a thing so common that they speak of it with great indifference. The Ereos are only those of the better sort who, from their fickleness and their possessing the means of purchasing a succession of fresh connections, are constantly roaming about, and from having no particular attachment, seldom adopt the more settled method mentioned above. And so agreeable is this licentious plan of life to their disposition, that the most beautiful of both sexes thus commonly spend their youthful days, habituated to the practice of enormities which would disgrace the most savage tribes, but are peculiarly shocking amongst a people whose general character, in other respects, has evident traces of the prevalence of humane and tender feelings. Footnote: that the Caroline Islands are inhabited by the same tribe or nation whom Captain Cook found at such immense distances, spread throughout the South Pacific Ocean, has been satisfactorily established in some preceding notes. The situation of the Ladrones or Mariana Islands, still further north than the Carolines, but at no great distance from them, is favourable at first sight to the conjecture that the same race also peopled that cluster, and on looking into Father Le Gobien's history of them, this conjecture appears to be actually confirmed by direct evidence. One of the greatest singularities of the Otaheite manners is the existence of the society of young men called Eroes, of whom some account is given in the preceding paragraph. Now we learn from Father Le Gobien that such a society exists also amongst the inhabitants of the Ladrones. His words are: Les Oretos sont parmi eux les jeunes gens qui vivent avec des maîtresses, sans vouloir s'engager dans les liens de mariage. That there should be young men in the Ladrones, as well as in Otaheite, who live with mistresses, without being inclined to enter into the married state, would not, indeed, furnish the shadow of any peculiar resemblance between them. But that the young men in the Ladrones and in Otaheite, whose manners are thus licentious, should be considered as a distinct confraternity, called by a particular name, and that this name should be the same in both places. This singular coincidence of custom, confirmed by that of language, seems to furnish an irrefragable proof of the inhabitants of both places being the same nation. We know that it is the general property of the Otaheite dialect to soften the pronunciation of its words, and it is observable that, by the omission of one single letter, the consonant T, our Areoes, as spelled in Hawkesworth's collection, or Eroes, according to Mr. Anderson's orthography, and the Uritoes of the Ladrones, are brought to such a similitude of sound, the only rule of comparing two unwritten languages, that we may pronounce them to be the same word, without exposing ourselves to the sneers of supercilious criticism. One or two more such proofs, drawn from similarity of language in very significant words, may be assigned. Le Gobien tells us that the people of the Ladrones worship their dead, whom they call Anites. Here again, by dropping the consonant N, we have a word that bears a strong resemblance to that which so often occurs in Captain Cook's voyages, when speaking of the divinities of his islands, whom he calls Eartuas. And it may be a matter of curiosity to remark that what is called an Aniti at the Ladrones is, as we learn from Towha, lettre édifiante et curieuse, Tome 15, pages 309-310, at the Caroline Islands, where dead chiefs are also worshipped, called Atahutup, and that by softening or sinking the strong-sounding letters at the beginning and at the end of this latter word, the Ahutu of the Carolines, the Aiti of the Ladrones, and the Eotua of the South Pacific Islands assume such a similarity in pronunciation, for we can have no other guide, as strongly marks one common original. Once more, we learn from Le Gobien that the Marianne people call their chiefs Chamoris or Chamoris, and by softening the aspirate ch into t and the harshness of r into l, of which the vocabularies of the different islands give us repeated instances, we have the Tamole of the Caroline Islands and the Tamalau or Tamaha of the Friendly Ones. If these specimens of affinity of language should be thought too scanty, some very remarkable instances of similarity of customs and institutions will go far to remove every doubt. 1. A division into 3 classes of nobles, a middle rank, and the common people or servants was found by Captain Cook to prevail both at the Friendly and the Society Islands. Father Le Gobien expressly tells us that the same distinction prevails at the Ladrones. Il y a 3 états parmi les insulaires, la noblesse, le moyen, et le menu. 2. Numberless instances occur in Captain Cook's voyage to prove the great subjection under which the people of his islands are to their chiefs. We learn from Le Gobien that it is so also at the Ladrones. La noblesse est d'une fierté incroyable et tient le peuple dans un abaissement qu'on ne pourra imaginer en Europe, etc. 3. The diversions of the natives at Watiou, the Friendly and the Society Islands, have been copiously described by Captain Cook. How similar are those which Le Gobien mentions in the following words as prevailing at the Ladrones. Ils se divertissent à danser, courir, sauter, lutter, pour s'exercer et éprouver leur force. Ils prennent grand plaisir à raconter les aventures de leurs ancêtres et à réciter des vers de leurs poètes. 4. The principal share sustained by the women in the entertainments at Captain Cook's Islands appears sufficiently from a variety of instances in this work, and we cannot read what Le Gobien says of the practice at the Ladrones without tracing the strongest resemblance. Dans leur assemblée, elles se mettent 12 ou 13 femmes en ronde, debout, sans se remuer. Dans cette attitude, elles chantent les vers fabuleux de le poète avec un agrément et une justesse qui ploient en Europe. L'accord de leur voix est admirable et ne cède en rien à la musique concertée. Elles ont dans les mains de petits coquilles dont elles se servent avec beaucoup de précision. Elles soutiennent leur voix et animent le chant avec une action si vive et des gestes si expressifs qu'elles charment ceux qui les voient et qui les entendent. 5. We read in Hawkesworth's account of Captain Cook's first voyage, Volume 2, page 235, that garlands of the fruit of the palm tree and cocoa leaves, with other things particularly consecrated to funeral solemnities, are deposited about the places where they lay their dead, and that provisions and water are also left at a little distance. How conformable to this is the practice of the Ladrones, as described by Le Gobien. Ils font quelques repas autour du tombeau, quand on en élève toujours un sur le lieu où le corps est enterré ou dans le voisinage. On le charge des fleurs, des branches de palmier, des coquillages, et de tout ce qu'ils ont de plus précieux. 6. It is the custom at Otaheite, see Hawkesworth, Volume 2, page 236, not to bury the skulls of the chiefs with the rest of the bones, but to put them into boxes made for that purpose. Here again we find the same strange custom prevailing at the Ladrones, for Le Gobien expressly tells us qu'ils gardent les crânes en leur maison, that they put these skulls into little baskets, petits corbeilles, and that these dead chiefs are the anites to whom their priests address their invocations. 7. The people of Otaheite, as we learn from Captain Cook in his account of T's embalmed corpse, make use of coconut oil and other ingredients in rubbing the dead bodies. The people of the Ladrones, Father Le Gobien tells us, sometimes do the same. D'autres frottent les morts d'huile odoriférante. 8. The inhabitants of Otaheite, see Hawkesworth, Volume 2, pages 239-240, believe the immortality of the soul, and that there are two situations after death, somewhat analogous to our heaven and hell, but they do not suppose that their actions here in the least influence their future state. And in the account given in this voyage, Volume 1, page 403, of the religious opinions entertained at the Friendly Islands, we find there exactly the same doctrine. It is very observable how conformable to this is the belief of the inhabitants of the Ladrones. Ils sont persuadés, says Le Gobien, de l'immortalité de l'âme. Ils reconnaissent même un paradis et un enfer, dont ils se forment des idées assez bizarres. Ce n'est point, selon eux, la vertu ni le crime qui conduit dans ces lieux-là. Les bonnes ou les mauvaises actions n'y servent de rien. 9. One more very singular instance of agreement shall close this long list. In Captain Cook's account of the New Zealanders, Volume 1, page 138, we find that, according to them, the soul of the man that is killed, and whose flesh is devoured, is doomed to a perpetual fire, while the souls of all who die a natural death ascend to the habitations of the gods. And from Le Gobien we learn that this very notion is adopted by his islanders. Si on a le malheur de mourir des morts violents, on a l'enfer pour leur portage. Surely such a concurrence of very characteristic conformities cannot be the result of mere accident, and, when combined with the specimens of affinity of language mentioned at the beginning of this note, it should seem that we are fully warranted, from premises thus unexceptionable, to draw a certain conclusion that the inhabitants of the various islands discovered or visited by Captain Cook in the South Pacific Ocean, and those whom the Spaniards found settled upon the Ladrones or Mariannes in the Northern Hemisphere, carried the same language, customs, and opinions from one common centre from which they had emigrated, and that, therefore, they may be considered as scattered members of the same nation. See Père Le Gobien's Histoire des Îles Mariannes, Book 2, or the summary of it in Histoire des Navigations aux Terres Australes, Tome 2, pages 294 to 512, from which the materials for this note have been extracted. End footnote. When an Eimeo woman is delivered of a child, a piece of cloth dipped in water is applied to the mouth and nose, which suffocates it. As in such a life, their women must contribute a very large share of its happiness. It is rather surprising, besides the humiliating restraints they are laid under with regard to food, to find them often treated with a degree of harshness, or rather brutality, which one could scarcely suppose a man would bestow on an object for whom he had the least affection. Nothing, however, is more common than to see the men beat them without mercy, and unless this treatment is the effect of jealousy, which both sexes at least pretend to be sometimes infected with, it will be difficult to admit this as the motive, as I have seen several instances where the women have preferred personal beauty to interest, though I must own that, even in these cases, they seem scarcely susceptible of those delicate sentiments that are the result of mutual affection, and I believe that there is less platonic love in Otaheite than in any other country. Cutting or insiding the foreskin should be mentioned here as a practice adopted amongst them from a notion of cleanliness, and they have a reproachful epithet in their language for those who do not observe that custom. When there are 5 or 6 lads pretty well grown up in a neighbourhood, the father of one of them goes to a Towha, or man of knowledge, and lets him know. He goes with the lads to the top of the hills, attended by a servant, and seating one of them properly, introduces a piece of wood underneath the foreskin, and desires him to look aside at something he pretends is coming. Having thus engaged the young man's attention to another object, he cuts through the skin upon the wood with a shark's tooth, generally at one stroke. He then separates, or rather turns back the divided parts, and having put on a bandage, proceeds to perform the same operation on the other lads. At the end of 5 days they bathe, and the bandages being taken off, the matter is cleaned away. At the end of 5 days more they bathe again, and are well, but a thickness of the prepuce where it was cut remaining, they go again to the mountains with a Towha and servant, and a fire being prepared and some stones heated, the Towha puts the prepuce between 2 of them and squeezes it gently, which removes the thickness. They return home, having their heads and other parts of their bodies adorned with odoriferous flowers, and the Towha is rewarded for his services by their fathers, in proportion to their several abilities, with presents of hogs and cloth, and if they be poor, their relations are liberal on the occasion. Their religious system is extensive and, in many respects, singular, but few of the common people have a perfect knowledge of it, that being confined chiefly to their priests, who are pretty numerous. They do not seem to pay any respect to one God as possessing preeminence, but believe in a plurality of divinities who are all very powerful. And in this case, as different parts of the island and the other islands in the neighbourhood have different ones, the inhabitants of each, no doubt, think that they have chosen the most eminent, or at least one who is invested with power sufficient to protect them and to supply all their wants. If he should not answer their expectations, they think it no impiety to change, as has very lately happened at Tiaraboo, where, in the room of the 2 divinities formerly honoured there, Ora. Footnote. We have here another instance of the same word being differently pronounced by the people. Captain Cook, as appears above, speaks of Ola as the Bolabola god. End footnote. God of Bolabola has been adopted. I should suppose because he is the protector of a people who have been victorious in war, and as, since they have made this change, they have been very successful themselves against the inhabitants of Otaheite Nua, they impute it entirely to Ora, who, as they literally say, fights their battles. Their assiduity in serving their gods is remarkably conspicuous. Not only the watas, or offering places of the morais, are commonly loaded with fruit and animals, but there are few houses where you do not meet with a small place of the same sort near them. Many of them are so rigidly scrupulous that they will not begin a meal without first laying aside a morsel for the Ear-Tua, and we had an opportunity during this voyage of seeing their superstitious zeal carried to a most pernicious height in the instance of human sacrifices, the occasions of offering which, I doubt, are too frequent. Perhaps they have recourse to them when misfortunes occur, for they asked if one of our men, who happened to be confined when we were detained by a contrary wind, was taboo. Their prayers are also very frequent, which they chant, much after the manner of the songs in their festive entertainments. And the women, as in other cases, are also obliged to show their inferiority in religious observances, for it is required of them that they should partially uncover themselves as they pass the morais, or take a considerable circuit to avoid them, though they have no notion that their God must always be conferring benefits without sometimes forgetting them, or suffering evil to befall them. They seem to regard this less than the attempts of some more inauspicious being to hurt them. They tell us that Eti is an evil spirit who sometimes does them mischief, and to whom, as well as to their God, they make offerings. But the mischiefs they apprehend from any superior invincible beings are confined to things merely temporal. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 2 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 9, Part 3. Accounts of Otaheite still imperfect. The prevailing winds. Beauty of the country. Cultivation. Natural curiosities. The persons of the natives. Diseases. General character. Love of pleasure. Language. Surgery and physic. Articles of food. Effects of drinking ava, times and manner of eating, connections with the females, circumcision, system of religion, notions about the soul and a future life, various superstitions, traditions about the creation, an historical legend, honors paid to the king, distinction of ranks, punishment of crimes, peculiarities of the neighboring islands, names of their gods, names of islands they visit, extent of their navigation. Continued. They believe the soul to be both immaterial and immortal. They say that it keeps fluttering about the lips during the pangs of death, and that then it ascends and mixes with or as they express it, is eaten by the deity. In this state it remains for some time, after which it departs to a certain place destined for the reception of the souls of men, where it exists in eternal night, or, as they sometimes say, in twilight or dawn. They have no idea of any permanent punishment after death for crimes that they have committed on earth, for the souls of good and bad men are et indiscriminately by God. But they certainly consider this coalition with the deity as a kind of purification necessary to be undergone before they enter a state of bliss. For, according to their doctrine, if a man refrain from all connection with women some months before death, he passes immediately into his eternal mansion without such a previous union, as if already by this abstinence he were pure enough to be exempted from the general lot. They are, however, far from entertaining those sublime conceptions of happiness which our religion, and indeed reason, gives us room to expect hereafter. The only great privilege they seem to think they shall acquire by death is immortality, for they speak of spirits being, in some measure, not totally divested of those passions which actuated them when combined with material vehicles. Thus, if souls who were formerly enemies should meet, they have many conflicts, though it should seem to no purpose, as they are accounted invulnerable in this invisible state. There is a similar reasoning with regard to the meeting of man and wife. If a husband dies first, the soul of his wife is known to him on its arrival in the land of spirits. They resume their former acquaintance in a spacious house called Turua, where the souls of the deceased assemble to recreate themselves with the gods. She then retires with him to his separate habitation, where they remain forever and have an offspring, which, however, is entirely spiritual, as they are neither married, nor are their embraces supposed to be the same as with corporeal beings. Some of their notions about the deity are extravagantly absurd. They believe that he is subject to the power of those very spirits to whom he has given existence, and that, in their turn, they frequently eat or devour him, though he possessed the power of recreating himself. They doubtless use this mode of expression, as they seem incapable of conversing about immaterial things without constantly referring to material objects to convey their meanings. And in this manner they continue the account by saying that, in the Turua, the deity inquires if they intend or not to destroy him, and that he is not able to alter their determination. This is known to the inhabitants on earth as well as to the spirits, for when the moon is in the wane, it is said that they are then devouring their Eatua, and that, as it increases, he is renewing himself. And to this accident not only the inferior, but the most eminent gods are liable. They also believe that there are other places for the reception of souls at death. Thus, those who are drowned in the sea remain there, where they think that there is a fine country, houses, and everything that can make them happy. But what is more singular, they maintain that not only all other animals, but trees, fruit, and even stones have souls, which at death, or upon being consumed or broken, ascend to the divinity, with whom they first mix, and afterward pass into the mansion allotted to each. They imagine that their punctual performance of religious offices procures for them every temporal blessing. And as they believe that the animating and powerful influence of the divine spirit is everywhere diffused, it is no wonder that they join to this many superstitious opinions about its operations. Accordingly, they believe that sudden deaths and all other accidents are effected by the immediate action of some divinity. If a man only stumble against a stone and hurt his toe, they impute it to an Ulietea, so that they may be literally said, agreeable to their system, to tread enchanted ground. They are startled in the night on approaching a tu papau, where the dead are exposed, in the same manner that many of our ignorant and superstitious people are with the apprehensions of ghosts, and at the sight of a churchyard, and they have an equal confidence in dreams, which they suppose to be communications either from their God or from the spirits of their departed friends, enabling those favoured with them to foretell future events. But this kind of knowledge is confined to particular people. Omai pretended to have this gift. He told us that the soul of his father had intimated to him in a dream on the 26th of July 1776 that he should go on shore at some place within 3 days. But he was unfortunate in this first attempt to persuade us that he was a prophet, for it was the 1st of August before we got into Tenerife. Amongst them, however, the dreamers possess a reputation little inferior to that of their inspired priests and priestesses, whose predictions they implicitly believe and are determined by them in all undertakings of consequence. The priestess who persuaded Opuni to invade Ulietea is much respected by him, and he never goes to war without consulting her. They also, in some degree, maintain our old doctrine of planetary influence. At least, they are sometimes regulated in their public councils by certain appearances of the moon, particularly when lying horizontally or much inclined on the convex part. On its first appearance after the change, they are encouraged to engage in war with confidence of success. They have traditions concerning the creation which, as might be expected, are complex and clouded with obscurity. They say that a goddess, having a lump or mass of earth suspended in a cord, gave it a swing and scattered about pieces of land, thus constituting Otaheite and the neighbouring islands, which were all peopled by a man and a woman originally fixed at Otaheite. This, however, only respects their own immediate creation, for they have notions of a universal one before this, and of lands of which they have now no other knowledge than what is mentioned in the tradition. Their most remote account reaches to Tatuma and Tapupa, male and female stones or rocks, which support the congeries of land and water, or our globe underneath. These produced Tutoro, who was killed and divided into land, and after him Otaya and Oru were begotten, who were afterward married and produced first land and then a race of gods. Otai is killed, and Oru marries a god, her son, called Tioraha, whom she orders to create more land, the animals, and all sorts of food upon the earth, as also the sky, which is supported by men called Teferai. The spots observed in the moon are supposed to be groves of a sort of trees which once grew in Otaheite, and being destroyed by some accident, their seeds were carried up thither by doves, where they now flourish. They have also many legends, both religious and historical, one of which latter, relative to the practice of eating human flesh, I shall give the substance of as a specimen of their method. A long time since, there lived in Otaheite 2 men called Tahii, the only name they yet have for cannibals. None knew from whence they came, or in what manner they arrived at the island. Their habitation was in the mountains, from whence they used to issue and kill many of the natives, whom they afterwards devoured, and by that means prevented the progress of population. 2 brothers, determined to rid their country of such a formidable enemy, used a stratagem for their destruction with success. These still lived farther upward than the Tahii, and in such a situation that they could speak with them without greatly hazarding their own safety. They invited them to accept of an entertainment that should be provided for them, to which these readily consented. The brothers then taking some stones, heated them in a fire, and thrusting them into pieces of mahi, desired one of the Tatihai to open his mouth. On which one of these pieces was dropped in, and some water poured down, which made a boiling or hissing noise in quenching the stone, and killed him. They entreated the other to do the same, but he declined it, representing the consequences of his companions' eating. However, they assured him that the food was excellent, and its effects only temporary, for that the other would soon recover. His credulity was such that he swallowed the bait and shared the fate of the first. The natives then cut them in pieces, which they buried, and conferred the government of the island on the brothers as a reward for delivering them from such monsters. Their residence was in the district called Huaheine, and to this day there remains a breadfruit tree, once the property of the Tahi'is. They had also a woman who lived with them, and had 2 teeth of a prodigious size. After they were killed, she lived at the island Otaha, and, when dead, was ranked amongst their deities. She did not eat human flesh as the men, but, from the size of her teeth, the natives still call any animal that has a fierce appearance or is represented with large tusks Tahii. Every one must allow that this story is just as natural as that of Hercules destroying the Hydra, or the more modern one of Jack the Giant Killer. But I do not find that there is any moral couched under it any more than under most old fables of the same kind, which have been received as truths only during the prevalence of the same ignorance that marked the character of the ages in which they were invented. It, however, has not been improperly introduced, as serving to express the horror and detestation entertained here against those who feed upon human flesh. And yet, from some circumstances, I have been led to think that the natives of these isles were formerly cannibals. Upon asking Omai, he denied it stoutly, yet mentioned a fact within his own knowledge which almost confirms such an opinion. When the people of Bolabola one time defeated those of Huaheine, a great number of his kinsmen were slain. But one of his relations had afterward an opportunity of revenging himself when the Bolabola men were worsted in their turn, and cutting a piece out of the thigh of one of his enemies, he broiled and ate it. I have also frequently considered the offering of the person's eye who is sacrificed to the chief as a vestige of a custom which once really existed to a greater extent and is still commemorated by this emblematical ceremony. The being invested with the marrow and the presiding at human sacrifices seem to be the peculiar characteristics of the sovereign. To these perhaps may be added the blowing a conch shell, which produces a very loud sound. On hearing it, all his subjects are obliged to bring food of every sort to his royal residence in proportion to their abilities. On some other occasions, they carry their veneration for his very name to an extravagant and very destructive pitch. For if, on his accession to the marrow, any words in their language be found to have a resemblance to it in sound, they are changed for others. And if any man be bold enough not to comply, and continue to use those words, not only he, but all his relations are immediately put to death. The same severity is exercised towards those who shall presume to apply this sacred name to any animal. And, agreeably to this custom of his countrymen, Omai used to express his indignation that the English should give the names of prince or princess to their favourite horses or dogs. But while death is the punishment for making free with the name of their sovereign, if abuse be only levelled at his government, the offender escapes with the forfeiture of land and houses. The king never enters the house of any of his subjects, but has, in every district where he visits, houses belonging to himself. And if at any time he should be obliged by accident to deviate from this rule, the house thus honoured with his presence, and every part of its furniture is burnt. His subjects not only uncover to him, when present, down to the waist, but if he be at any particular place, a pole, having a piece of cloth tied to it, is set up somewhere near, to which they pay the same honours. His brothers are also entitled to the first part of the ceremony, but the women only uncover to the females of the royal family. In short, they seem even superstitious in their respect to him, and esteem his person little less than sacred. And it is perhaps to these circumstances that he owes the quiet possession of his dominions. For even the people of Tiaraboo allow him the same honours as his right, though at the time they look upon their own chief as more powerful, and say that he would succeed to the government of the whole island should the present reigning family become extinct. This is the more likely as Wahiadua not only possesses Tiaraboo, but many districts of Oporianu. His territories, therefore, are almost equal in extent to those of Otoo, and he has besides the advantage of a more populous and fertile part of the island. His subjects also have given proofs of their superiority by frequent victories over those of Otaheite Nua, whom they affect to speak of as contemptible warriors, easily to be worsted, if at any time their chief should wish to put it to the test. The ranks of people, besides the Iri de Hoi and his family, are the Iris or powerful chiefs, the Manahuna or vassals, and the Tiu or Tutu, servants or rather slaves. The men of each of these, according to the regular institution, form their connections with women of their respective ranks. But if with any inferior one, which frequently happens, and a child be born, it is preserved and has the rank of the father, unless he happens to be an Iri, in which case it is killed. If a woman of condition should choose an inferior person to officiate as a husband, the children he has by her are killed. And if Otoo be caught in an intrigue with a woman of the blood royal, he is put to death. The son of the Iri de Hoy succeeds his father in title and honours as soon as he is born. But if he should have no children, the brother assumes the government at his death. In other families, possessions always descend to the eldest son, but he is obliged to maintain his brothers and sisters, who are allowed houses on his estates. The boundaries of the several districts into which Otaheite is divided are, generally, either rivulets or low hills, which in many places jut out into the sea. But the subdivisions into particular property are marked by large stones, which have remained from one generation to another. The removal of any of these gives rise to quarrels, which are decided by arms, each party bringing his friends into the field. But if anyone complain to the Iri de Hoy, he terminates the difference amicably. This is an offence, however, not common, and long custom seems to secure property here as effectually as the most severe laws do in other countries. In conformity also to ancient practice established amongst them, crimes of a less general nature are left to be punished by the sufferer, without referring them to a superior. In this case, they seem to think that the injured person will judge as equitably as those who are totally unconcerned. And as long custom has allotted certain punishments for crimes of different sorts, he is allowed to inflict them without being amenable to any other person. Thus, if any one be caught stealing, which is commonly done in the night, the proprietor of the goods may put the thief instantly to death. And if any one should inquire of him after the deceased, it is sufficient to acquit him, if he only inform them of the provocation he had to kill him. But so severe a punishment is seldom inflicted, unless the articles that are stolen be reckoned very valuable, such as breastplates and plaited hair. If only cloth or even hogs be stolen, and the thief escape, upon his being afterward discovered, if he promises to return the same number of pieces of cloth or of hogs, no farther punishment is inflicted. Sometimes, after keeping out of the way for a few days, he is forgiven, or at most gets a slight beating. If a person kill another in a quarrel, the friends of the deceased assemble and engage the survivor and his adherents. If they conquer, they take possession of the house, lands, and goods of the other party. But if conquered, the reverse takes place. If a manahuna kill the tutu, or slave of a chief, the latter sends people to take possession of the lands and house of the former, who flies either to some other part of the island or to some of the neighbouring islands. After some months he returns, and finding his stock of hogs much increased, he offers a large present of those, with some red feathers and other valuable articles, to the tutu's master, who generally accepts the compensation and permits him to repossess his house and lands. This practice is the height of venality and injustice, and the slayer of the slave seems to be under no farther necessity of absconding than to impose upon the lower class of people who are the sufferers. For it does not appear that the chief has the least power to punish this mahuna, but the whole management marks a collusion between him and his superior to gratify the revenge of the former and the avarice of the latter. Indeed, we need not wonder that the killing of a man should be considered as so venial an offence amongst a people who do not consider it as any crime at all to murder their own children. When talking to them about such instances of unnatural cruelty, and asking whether the chiefs or principal people were not angry and did not punish them, I was told that the chief neither could nor would interfere in such cases, and that every one had a right to do with his own child what he pleased. Though the productions, the people, and the customs and manners of all the islands in the neighbourhood may, in general, be reckoned the same as at Otaheite, there are a few differences which should be mentioned, as this may lead to an inquiry about more material ones hereafter, if such there be, of which we are now ignorant. With regard to the little island Mataya, or Osnaburg Island, which lies 20 leagues east of Otaheite, and belongs to a chief of that place, who gets from thence a kind of tribute, a different dialect from that of Otaheite is there spoken. The men of Mataya also wear their hair very long, and when they fight, cover their arms with a substance which is beset with sharks' teeth, and their bodies with a sort of shagreen, being skin of fishes. At the same time they are ornamented with polished pearl shells, which make a prodigious glittering in the sun, and they have a very large one that covers them before like a shield or breastplate. The language of Otaheite has many words, and even phrases, quite unlike those of the islands to the westward of it, which all agree, and it is remarkable for producing great quantities of that delicious fruit we call apples, which are found in none of the others except Eimeo. It has also the advantage of producing an odoriferous wood called iahoi, which is highly valued at the other isles where there is none, nor even in the south-east peninsula or Tiarabu, though joining it. And at Murua there is a particular bird found upon the hills, much esteemed for its white feathers, at which place there is also said to be some of the apples, though it be the most remote of the Society Islands from Otaheite and Eimeo, where they are produced. Though the religion of all the islands be the same, each of them has its particular or tutelary god, whose names, according to the best information I could receive, are set down in the following list. Gods of the Isles: Huaheine, Tana, Ulietea, Oru, Otaha, Tana, Bolabola, Ora, Murua, Otoo, Waiahu, Tubai, Tamui, Tabu Imanu, or Saunders Island, which is subject to Huaheine, Taroa, Eimeo, Oru Hadu, Otaheite, for Otaheite Nua, Uru, for Tiarabu, Opunoa, and Watu Teri, whom they have lately changed for Oran, god of Bolabola. Mataya, or Osnaburg Island, Tubu, Tubuai, Ri Maraiva, the low islands eastward, Tamari. Besides the cluster of high islands from Mataya to Murua inclusive, the people of Otaheite are acquainted with a low uninhabited island, which they call Mopiha, and which seems to be Howe's Island, laid down to the westward of Murua in our late charts of this ocean. To this the inhabitants of the most leeward islands sometimes go. There are also several low islands to the northeastward of Otaheite, which they have sometimes visited, but not constantly. and are said to be only at the distance of 2 days' sail with a fair wind. They were thus named to me: Mataiva, Oana, called Oana in Dalrymple's letter to Hawkesworth, Tabuhoa, Awihi, Kaura, Urutua, Otava'u, where are large pearls. The inhabitants of these isles come more frequently to Otaheite and the other neighbouring high islands, from whose natives they differ in being of a darker colour, with a fiercer aspect, and differently punctured. I was informed that at Mataiva and others of them, it is the custom for the men to give their daughters to strangers who arrive amongst them, but the pairs must be 5 nights lying near each other without presuming to proceed farther. On the 6th evening, the father of the young woman treats his guest with food, and informs his daughter that she must that night receive him as her husband. The stranger, however, must not offer to express the least dislike, though the bedfellow allotted to him should be ever so disagreeable, for this is considered as an unpardonable affront, and is punished with death. 40 men of Bolabola, who, incited by curiosity, had roamed as far as Mataiva in a canoe, were treated in this manner, one of them having incautiously mentioned his dislike of the woman who fell to his lot in the hearing of a boy who informed her father. In consequence of this, the Mataivans fell upon them, but these warlike people killed 3 times their own number, though with the loss of all their party except 5. These hid themselves in the woods, and took an opportunity, when the others were burying their dead, to enter some houses where, having provided themselves with victuals and water, they carried them on board a canoe, in which they made their escape, and after passing Mataya, at which they would not touch, at last arrived safe at Eimeo. The Bolabolans, however, were sensible enough that their travellers had been to blame, for a canoe from Mataiva, arriving some time after at Bolabola, so far were they from retaliating upon them for the death of their countrymen, that they acknowledged that they had deserved their fate, and treated their visitors kindly. These low islands are, doubtless, the farthest navigation which those of Otaheite and the Society Islands perform at present. It seems to be a groundless supposition made by Monsieur de Bougainville that they made voyages of the prodigious extent he mentions. Footnote: see Bougainville's Voyage autour du monde, page 228, where we are told that these people sometimes navigate at the distance of more than 300 leagues. End footnote. For I found that it is reckoned a sort of prodigy that a canoe once driven by a storm from Otaheite should have fallen in with Mopiha, or Howe's Island, though so near and directly to leeward. The knowledge they have of other distant islands is no doubt traditional, and has been communicated to them by the natives of those islands, driven accidentally upon their coasts, who, besides giving them the names, could easily inform them of the direction in which the places lie from whence they came, and of the number of days they had been upon the sea. In this manner it may be supposed that the natives of Otoo have increased their catalogue by the addition of Otaheite and its neighbouring isles, from the people we met with there, and also of the other islands these had heard of. We may thus account for that extensive knowledge attributed by the gentlemen of the Endeavour. Footnote: Hawkesworth's Collection, Volume 2, page 278. End footnote. to peer in such matters. And with all due deference to his veracity, I presume that it was by the same means of information that he was able to direct the ship to Otaheite without having ever been there himself, as he pretended, which on many accounts is very improbable. End of section 15.